last cycle. And, you know,
Hey, good morning, good morning. Oh, sorry, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody. We are here. I know I'm late. I know I'm late. You can all be shocked at the same time. Uh, hey, good evening, QQ. Here's Johnny. Good evening. Sleeper NQ, Jim Rays, Wood Chip, Dario Trader, Scottish Futures Trader. Good evening. Uh, I was my fault. I went and took a nap, and you guys all owe my wife a hearty thank you because I forgot to set an alarm, and I was out to the world, and my wife started. All of a sudden, my wife wakes me and is like, "Did you not plan to start streaming at 6 o'clock?" And I went from laying flat in bed to whoop, getting up right away, and almost gave me whiplash. But we are here. We are here. Now I'm a little bit behind. I'm a little bit behind, but it's not too. It shouldn't be too big of a deal. The main. We haven't missed much. But now I need to just give me a second here as I kind of get set up here. I'm trying to think. How am I going to do this? How are you guys all doing? Rad Poker, good to see you, Rad Poker. When you have no job, you can sleep all day. That's right, Rad Poker. That's right. Daryl throwing out the chirps. Oh no, what do you mean? Why am I $14 down on one account? Oh, it's only $4. It's because the accounts, you know how it resets, and so when it resets, it only for some reason shows the commissions only. It only shows the commissions until I actually disconnect and reconnect. So I'll disconnect and reconnect here soon, and then we should be good to go. Hmm. That room must be so hot. It actually isn't as bad. When I open the doors, like when I open the closet doors, it's actually not bad at all. It's only when the closet doors are like closed for a long period of time. But the wife is going to sleep in the guest room tonight so that I don't keep her up all night as I'm streaming. Um, so yeah, Florida is too humid for you. I see. Yeah, during the summer it would definitely be, but during the winter, the fall and winter, Florida is a great place to be if you ask me. Hang on, guys. You know what I'm doing right now? I'm paying my one-time PA fee of $85 right now on the 650K accounts that we passed this morning. I want to activate all of these, and then I'm going to reconnect my Ninja, and then we are good to go. And then we need to decide as a whole, we need to decide where and who, like, what are we going to listen to for the election? Who are, like, what channel are we going to listen to? So all right, I am going to let's disconnect and reconnect. Oh, you know what I forgot? Oh man. I'm listening to some of this stuff. Do you know the best way to go about this, Garth AB? I do not. I might have to do the same. Wait, UK Futures Trader. No channel, no media, just pure price. I don't know, Dominic. I mean, I guess we could do that. My dream office is going to have 4 or 5 wall mounted so I can just CNN bookmark Nutty on the wall. Let's go, Matty Matt. Limit my access to evals. I sent them an email and open tickets over a month now, Garth. No reply. You have already active subscription for 50K 10 contract trade of 8. Issue found. You have already active subscriptions. Yeah, Garth AB. I'm really sorry. I really don't have. I don't know really a better way to do it than just to send them a ticket. I apologize. I really don't. I've been trying to help some people, and it's just not. Unfortunately, I don't feel like I'm helping much. There's not. I have not made any progress, unfortunately. All right, I am I passed 6 evals this morning on Apex, and I passed 2 evals on the U-Profit Zero accounts. And I'm trying to get both of everything activated here. It's taking me a while, guys. I had full intentions of having all of this done before I started streaming, and then I went and overslept. But hey, you know what? All in all, it's a good thing. I had such a good nap. I took about an hour and a half nap. Hey Garth, you got your payout? Well, that's really good to hear, but as far as the probationary status and stuff, I don't really have an update. I mean, supposedly John is going to be making an update video on just kind of informing everyone about it, but I haven't. I mean, that's been a week ago, so I don't really know what to expect. And I kind of am going to leave things the way they are as far as I think I'm making matters worse by trying to help, unfortunately. It shouldn't be like it, but it is. Hey, Ricardo, how we doing, Ricardo? Are you I can almost like is that German? Which platform I'm using for zero profit? Oh, okay, never mind. Now I know. I mean, you can only use one. Well, no, I think you can use 2 different platforms, but yeah, I'm using my. I am using the. Okay, what? I'm waiting for the zero accounts to go through. All right, let's reconnect here to our Apex accounts, and hopefully we have our fresh, never been used PA accounts. What is my trading strategy? I basically am looking for pullbacks. Hey, there we go, boys. Is it right? There we go. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's go. We have officially 15 funded accounts now. Let's go. And we have just enough room here. Now I need to update the trade copier. Make sure. Let's just update our trade copier right now so that we don't have issues again like we did this morning. And make sure we update MNQ. If I aim for 5% a month, if I've heard any rumors of Apex going to sell straight to funded accounts, Sniper, yeah, I do think that's what I've heard. I have heard the same thing, that it should be in the next month. Within the next month, Apex is going to be offering straight to funded accounts. So, very interesting indeed. I mean, I think... All right, trying to get my U-Profit to work here. But as far as the markets go, we opened here, what? We opened at the... No, I'm not even sure. Where did we open at? We opened somewhere at the 360s. Somewhere at the 360s. Right now, volatility is very low. Volume is very low for overnight trading. Okay, I have officially... We have the trade copier updated. So let's not have that issue again tomorrow morning. I do not plan... I don't plan on trading my Apex accounts today or tonight. The plan is to only be trading my... I'm not quite sure. I'm probably only going to be trading like my U-Profit accounts in the overnight session here because it's going to be extreme volatility at some point. And I don't want to sacrifice my Apex accounts, but if we sacrifice a U-Profit 0 account, then so be it. We'll do it for the stream. Do it for the stream. Now just give me a second here, guys, and then we're going to... Do you change your style or charts to compensate a lower volume in overnight session? I don't, Daryl. This kind of gives you a little bit of insight on how I trade my overnight sessions. I'll kind of explain how I do it. It's really simple. It's nothing groundbreaking. But the way I do it is usually I wait until 8:30, usually 8:30. But really all I do is at 8:30 I'll look at the markets and I'll just kind of do a top-down analysis. I'll just look through it. I mean, right now, obviously I'm looking for longs. I seldom go short in the overnight. Like if I plan to hold all through the night, I'll seldom go short, but there are times I do. But then I just basically look for different levels. Like right now, this 300 level would be an area that I would be interested in. The 300 level and the 320s. So really the only thing I do is I zoom out, and at the 300 level, I will enter a buy order at the 300 level. I might add my first buy order at the 320s and the next one at the 300s. And then I will just adjust my ATM strategy to take profit up here at the 370s. So I have my take profit at the 370s, my entry at the 300s and the 320s. And honestly, on this chart, I would probably have my stop probably around the 2. I mean, I have really big stops. So I'll allow myself usually around 50 to 70 points of wiggle room, depending a little bit on what my target is too. But these are trades I have really, really big stops for in the overnight session. Basically, if I get stopped out, I want to be completely wrong. And then I go to bed. That's the key. Like, the key for the overnight trades is going to bed. Like, I'm not even joking. That's the key. That's the secret. Because I'll go to bed and then I leave the trade alone. And some days I'll wake up in the morning and I don't even get filled. Like, the price might just go straight up from where I'm at and I won't even get filled. Now, if I feel like that it's really bullish, I will sometimes enter one contract where the price is at. And usually it would be like, maybe, you know, in this case, I'd probably do micros. But then can add another contract to add at 320 and add another one at the 300s. Have my stop down here at the 220 area. Go to bed and wake up next morning and you just see what happens. If I do the mini or micro, so I was doing the minis when I had my top step accounts with a really big balance. So with a really big balance, where I had lots of wiggle room, I mean, at one point I had a $15,000 profit target, or a $15,000 of wiggle room. Then I was trading 2 minis. But other times I'll trade, if I'm scaling in like I'm talking about, then usually I would do anywhere from 4 to 5 to 10 micros. It just depends, but it kind of depended a little bit. Depends a little bit on where my stop has to be, and all of that stuff is kind of where it gets a lot of discretion on it. All right, my UProfit0 accounts, I'm trying to get those activated. That's taken a little bit longer than I was hoping. All right, right now I am watching the news a little bit. I mean, right now it sounds like there's, you know, people are accusing Philadelphia of something going on. So I don't know. Feel like around 7 o'clock is when the coverage. Actually, let me look here. Okay, it looks like 8 o'clock. The CNN election center, I think they go live at 8 o'clock, and right now, I don't know, it looks like it. I mean, Fox News isn't really, there's not really anything to report on or anything to really watch right now. We just chilling. What about trading during the day? Is it the same as night? No, it's not. Not for me, Cam. I use the 4 hour for that, Dadnator. Yeah, I kind of use it to get my levels. If I, like, I'll look at the 4 hour chart to get my levels. Like the last couple nights, like just having a buy orders around like all like down here the 250s was very, very productive. But I mean, it's like anything. It's not any secret to it. It's just, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just that simple. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But the benefit is when we do win, we do make a good amount of money. Hey, investors, good afternoon, good evening. Are trading the Asian session, you want to trade different sessions than New York? Do you have to talk to your broker before trading it? No. Amco, nope. How's Florida? Florida is great. Florida is great. No complaints. No complaints. The weather's actually today was cloudy and a little bit rainy, but you know, compared to the weather in Ohio, I mean, we will take it. Man, it's been a while since I've had this many Apex accounts, guys. I really hope this doesn't mess with me psychologically, having this many Apex accounts again. I don't think so. I'm just going to treat it the same as I have been. We're just going to take our setups. We're going to take our good setups, have a stop loss, follow the plan, and not do anything dumb. Not do anything stupid. That's the key for the key in trading success is not do anything stupid. It sounds kind of simple, but it's actually true. Okay, I'm still waiting on my uProfit Zero accounts, trying to get those. I wonder if I need to close down and restart it. Maybe. Man, right now the election results, there's not really anything going on. What is NBT Live? That is my personal funded account. My personal funded live account with NinjaTrader of my own hard-earned $5,000 deposited, and I trade that with the rest of the accounts, and we're just gonna see what happens. Hey, let's go, patient trader. Patient trader, did you actually? I just wrote my first trading book. Did you? I want to read that for sure. What's my backstory? Like, what did I do prior to trading and what got me into trading? It's 4 words long. I should have known, patient trader. It's 4 words long. Don't do anything stupid. Oh, I love it. I love it. Hey, I feel like you could just go by that, right? Don't do anything stupid, Harold. Oh, dear. All right. I'm just scrolling through Discord, see if I missed anything. But you know what, today? Like, for all the talk about how crazy today's going to be and how volatile, I mean, honestly, today was actually pretty clean price action. I wish I would have been a little bit more aggressive on my trading today. I definitely was. There was definitely some really good setups today, and I was just, yeah, I was kind of on the fence about trading today, and I just didn't pull the trigger, but there were definitely some opportunities out there. Are we going to gamble? Every day is a gamble. Are you going to trade, happy trader? I am probably going to trade. I do plan to. You caught today's price action. You had some of the same entries, UCLA trades. Let's go. Yeah, today was kind of unfortunate. I just started off on the wrong foot. I had my trade copier all messed up, and twice took 2 trades today, and both times they were good trades, and I forgot to have. I didn't have my trade copier set up correctly, and that's on me. But I was kind of frustrated by that. All right, market definitely started to pick up a little bit of volatility. We probably will not see, we won't see much until about 8 o'clock. 8 to 8:30 is when some of the results and the polls are going to come in. So usually, honestly, around like 2, 3 in the morning is when things start to get really crazy. So Donald Trump currently encouraging everyone to stay in line. And Kamala is saying the same thing. Stay in line. If you're currently in line to vote and the polls close, don't leave. Stay in line and make sure you cast your vote. Here, I need to set up. So we need to set up for. I might need to change my clock. We might have to put our clock right here. Actually, I kind of like it. Right here is a good place for our clock. Just hang with me, guys. I'm gonna... Okay, we can do this. And again, also the other thing to keep in mind, the early voting is kind of the known, like... Okay, hang on. Let me...
30 electoral votes that are expected to go red.
So this is kind of how I plan to set it up today. Let me know what you guys think. I'm going to have CNN and Fox up here and just have the audio playing for only one of them. Let me know what you guys think, and we'll go from there.
Calling the Indiana Senate race in Banks's favor. He has 62%.
Amco, I don't think so. I think 12%. We'll see. It will be fine. Do a poll. Okay, I'll do a poll. I actually was kind of thinking about doing that. How many people are here? 200 people. Okay, I'll do a poll. Yeah, let's do a poll here. Give me a second.
Debbie McCarcel-Powell. This was 19% of the votes already coming in, and that's because Florida is one of those states that can tabulate votes before the polls close. So as soon as the polls closed, a big batch of ballots came through. In fact, 19% of everything counted has already come in, giving us about a fifth of the information we know before all of the votes are tallied. And so far, Rick Scott has just over 50% of the vote. Right now, it looks like Scott is up by roughly 4 points. The Democrats, they're going to need to win some of these competitive seats in states like
I'm trying to think what kind of poll we want to do. Do we want to do a poll of who we think is going to win the election, or do a poll of who we voted for? Because those are two different things. Who you voted for and who you think is going to win. I don't know. Maybe not. It might not be the same. It might not be the same.
5147, still very early for this race there, but
Fox 10 is the best. Who voted for? All right.
Let's get those out of the way here. Indiana, the Hoosier state, has now been called for former President Donald Trump there, with around 14% of estimated votes counted, 11 electoral votes, like you said, Austin, going to Donald Trump from Indiana as well. Also, Kentucky, the bluegrass state.
All right, go ahead. We'll start it. Obviously, I can't see. It's anonymous. You don't have to worry. No one will be able to see.
Electoral votes there in Kentucky, and you see the vote differential, the vote margin there between he and Harris. So this is to be expected with, Indiana.
Again, a lot of these early results are really not that important because they're expected. So just to be aware of that. You forgot the non-voter. Oh, I should have actually. I'm gonna do that. Hang on. Let's.
He stays on.
I'm going to end the poll. We're going to do a new one.
Over to the other chamber there, the upper chamber. So just wanted to kind of give everyone the run through for some of these states. Like you said, we have the head-to-head matchup. Austin, Vermont, this goes to Harris. 3 electoral votes in Harris's column or Vermont there. So we are just getting started. We're in
And
a new
Andrew,
hour. And yes.
If we can come out to the map one more time, because there's going to be an odd color on the senatorial map. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're looking at, because you're used to seeing reds and blues on these maps. The reason why you're seeing yellow in Vermont.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now go ahead and vote.
So
that's better
Sanders
options.
they're able to
Trump,
call this one
Harris,
as soon as the polls are
other,
closed.
or
We don't
you
even see
didn't
any
vote.
of the numbers coming
I'm
in for this
actually
race
curious
yet,
to
but
see what
Senator
kind of results
Sanders
we
with
get.
a healthy lead, a healthy advantage in order to get another 6-year Senate term. Andrew.
All right, and we do have live pictures there at the White House. Also, polls closing this hour in 13 states, like we said there in North Carolina and
Don't
Georgia.
forget
The
to vote.
prize for the White House is on. We're monitoring some of these early results in as well. Let's bring
I
in the
voted for
conversation some
ICT.
more of our analysts, experts, and reporters, including Riley
There's probably
Robertson
someone
there
that did,
at
to be
Notice.
honest.
She joins me. Riley, results coming in quite fast here, but at the top of the hour, these states, so many people are watching. Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia has 16 electoral votes. North Carolina, 16 as well here. We're going to get results in those battleground states. What are you watching for right now?
Definitely North Carolina, definitely Georgia. Later in the night, absolutely Pennsylvania, which has
Inspired
a really
guilty.
important Senate race as well.
Okay, yeah. So if you're
Nevada,
Canadian, you didn't
Arizona,
vote. That's okay.
I'm sure I'm missing
We
some
probably
swing
have
states
actually a
there,
lot of
but
international
I'm watching
people
the
that
same
didn't
states
vote.
The rest of the country is watching, which are all supposed to be nail biters, and we'll see when we get results.
You
Yeah,
would have
Riley, I
wrote
wanted to
in
ask
the
too,
Dwayne the Rock
other things that you've
Johnson.
been watching for. I've been watching for enthusiasm, turnout, some of the same day.
That neither.
It seems like
That's not ideal.
the Harris and Trump camps are really contending with the early vote numbers and the same day voting
Okay,
numbers and the
let
by mail
me
numbers
make
here.
sure.
So it's all going to be a numbers game, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. This is all a numbers game. You see already the Trump camp is clearly paying very close attention in Philadelphia. The Harris camp as well has been projecting a lot of optimism about what they're seeing as good turnout in a very blue stronghold, which they hope will counteract where Trump is doing better in kind of the middle of the state and some of the suburban counties. So, the numbers are everything, and it's just a matter of which counties really turn out for, Trump or Harris.
Yeah, Wiley, I know that you cover Capitol Hill so much in your everyday life when we don't have an election night to cover. But will we know who has control of the House and or Senate by the end of the night or not?
I mean, that's a great question that I still don't know the answer to. I promise you my newsroom would love to know. The House, I think, could really be a while. I had a conversation with the DCCC chairwoman, Susan Delbene, last week. She reminded me that the House was decided in 5 races by about 6,500 votes last time. So some of these races are going to be incredibly close. It's going to take a really long time to kind of parse them out. There might be recounts in some
Yeah, that's
cases.
where the other
So the
problem's
House,
going
I
to
think,
be today
could
is
be
just
on the scale of weeks before we have a solid answer.
Right.
The Senate, I think, will be maybe a little
it's
bit
not
sooner,
ideal
but,
if
we will see. Montana's
if
important.
it's
and
going to
that's not
take a
gonna come
week
until late
to
tonight.
know who's
We've been
president.
hearing
That's
so much
terrible.
about how it's
Like
more likely
that's
than
one
not
thing that
the Republicans will
I
flip
mean,
control
we as a
of the
country,
Senate.
we're
But I
living
wanted
in
to
the year of
ask you a couple questions
2024.
about which states are in play.
There
for the
has got to be
Democrats
better ways
actually
than
pick up
hand
seats.
counting things. There's got to be better ways.
Yes, there are 2 big pickup
We were living in the
opportunities that Democrats have
1980s.
invested a lot of
Can you
resources
make a duck
into.
race between
That's
Donald and
Florida,
Kamala
and
to
that's
see who's going to
Texas.
win the
We'll
presidency?
see. It's an uphill climb for the Democrats there. In Florida, the incumbent is
Yeah,
Rick
we could
Scott.
do that.
In Texas, the incumbent is Ted Cruz. These are 2 conservative senators that Democrats would be eager
But I just don't think,
to
I mean,
flip their seats. But
with the
we still don't
technology
know.
that's
It is an
available
uphill
today,
climb, in 2 states that are,
I'm not smart
Trump
enough to
is
know how it
counting
should
on,
work, but
to be Republican
but
for him.
there's
So,
got to be better
these 2
ways. There's
incumbents, I
got
think,
to
are
be
hoping that they will also
more
be
efficient
able to
ways,
succeed
I
there.
should say.
Yeah, and Riley and also we do have results.
It's like
coming
waiting
in
for a
in the
payout
Florida
with the
Senate race
election
there,
inspired
Scott,
guilty. Yeah, it
the
is.
Democrat Debbie Mucarsel
That's very
I
true.
guess going into this race
That is
specifically,
very true.
Riley, did Senate Republicans expect such a fight there for Scott in Florida, or were they thrown for a loop in that one?
Actually, the past few times that Rick Scott has run statewide, remember he was previously the governor of Florida as well, have been real nail biters. His popularity is not super high in the state. However, he has a massive war chest. He's a very independently wealthy and has put a lot of his own resources into funding his race there. So I think that this is to be expected, that it was going to be pretty close. It's always been close for Rick Scott, but that doesn't mean just yet that the Democrats are feeling great about taking it. We'll have to see as more votes come in.
Let's focus our efforts just on Georgia briefly here, because we have our live picture inside this counting location in Fulton County at the moment. We are getting results in Austin and Riley from Georgia on the presidential level here. Let's take that. All right, so Georgia with 16 electoral votes here, and I can't exactly tell how many of the votes have been counted.
Looks like
according to the Associated
1,500 for
Press.
Trump, 1,200 for Harris.
All right, so you see Trump there over Harris. So it's still early. What do we make, Austin, of these results here?
Yeah, so this is a very small batch of results that have come in. 1,500 it looks like for Trump so far, 1,200 for Harris. Polls closing about 11 minutes ago in the Peach State. We're not expecting to get any bellwethers, and I think we just saw the results possibly update there. And what I'll do is I'll pull up that race because we can, and there it is. So yeah, we're getting, okay, so we're seeing now 78,000 votes for Harris versus 63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, I mean, give us a sense, how much did the campaigns, the Harris campaign or the Trump campaign, prioritize Georgia just in the last few weeks?
Oh, it's definitely been prioritized. Both campaigns have made trips down there. Georgia, alongside these other swing states that we're watching, has been the subject of a lot of investment by both campaigns, a lot of television ads, and a lot of rallies. So both campaigns are taking their chances here very, very seriously, and we'll see how it takes out later tonight.
Yeah, and Riley, of course, we know that Donald Trump lost Georgia in 2020 by, you know.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get my
UProfit
Zero account to
more than 11,000 votes here. Is it
it looks like there are
again? What are some of these?
There's some delays here
that have shifted at all since 2020? Maybe none.
Okay, now we're seeing a little bit of a move lower here.
Of whether Black voters will turn out to the same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his.
Hey, Trading with Travis in the
in
house.
2020.
There seems to be an echo.
There's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris.
Is it echoey with the
Donald
sound?
Trump sees an opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state.
Okay,
but yeah,
how is the volume on the
that's a
TV?
big
I
demographic
want
that
you.
we'll be watching.
I want you guys to be able to hear
so
it, but I don't want it to be
context
like
into how we
dominating
watch these
it
states, these
or
battleground states
yeah.
over time. What I'm going to put up behind me here.
It looks like
and Andrew, if
CNN
you
is
can
not
hit
going
my
to go
screen
live
in
until
full, I
another
wanna show. So
45
this is our
minutes.
breakdown of the counties.
So
and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now.
You did a poll for who people voted for. Curious to see a poll for who people think will win.
That's where Democrats run up the numbers, and then there's
oh, it was watching the
rural
same
counties
thing and
where
turned
Trump
on your
runs up
stream.
the
Ah, I
numbers.
see.
Correct?
I see, Travis.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia.
Pretty
It will
different
also be
opinions.
similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the
Uh,
importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh, and you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit.
Hey,
in Wisconsin
Mary.
with Milwaukee. That's
Hey,
typically
good
how this is
morning,
gonna
or
go.
good
So it's really a
evening. I'm so
question of
used to
turnout
saying
in
good
big
morning.
Blue cities.
Good evening, Kid Poker.
So we know that
How we doing?
the Harris camp is really relying on turnout, like you said, in Philadelphia. What about Metro Atlanta? Help us make sense of the complexion there. Yes, it's usually solidly blue, but are there any red or purple shades in Metro Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that is really the question. And again, like I brought up, you know, there's a question of where the black
How we doing,
vote
Kid
and black
Poker? Good
voters are
evening.
trending, in Atlanta, in these, you know, urban areas, in these swing states. So, yeah, I think that there is a question. There's also a question of whether there's a, you know, hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that
volatility is starting to pick up a little bit here.
Riley,
I suspect it's going to be 8 o'clock probably. I think it's going to be closer to 8 o'clock. Hey, Mary. Mary, that's fine. I respect everyone who wants to vote for, but we are not going to. We do not want to turn this into a political bloodbath.
2022 and in 2023.
I don't care who people voted for. I honestly don't. I hope you all voted for.
The Harris campaign.
Well, I'm sure you all voted for whoever you wanted to vote for, and it is my opinion that you guys don't care who I voted for, and I really don't care who you voted for. I think it's great that we have the freedom to do so, and let's keep it at that.
The Harris campaign has talked quite a bit about.
If I have a live account with Top Step trading on Tilt, no, I do not.
For Republicans, the top motivating issues are, the economy and immigration.
They rejected my live account. They gave me a live account, and they said they're going to take me to a live account, and then they went, actually, never mind. We're not going to do it.
Excited they were to vote for Trump because of his positions on the economy.
Crazy times we live in.
We're taking a live look right now inside this ballot counting processing center in Fulton County. We just heard Riley and Austin from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. He says about 10 polling locations in Georgia will stay open late.
Hey, here's another.
Due to some of these non-credible threats that briefly disrupted voting. So that is interesting.
I've also. What about doing
this?
this?
Of the evening here, of course.
I think this is more just a.
Fail to mention that just this year in the wake
election
of
2024, and it's just showing. I don't know that they. Maybe we do this.
That is the law on the books in Georgia, a 6-week abortion ban. So to your point, Riley, and to your point, Austin, maybe the Harris campaign is relying on some of these suburban women in the Atlanta metro area to come.
What do you guys think? I like that. I kind of like this one.
On that issue,
I voted for Teddy Roosevelt. Nice.
From Georgia right now.
I did Trader's Chick. I was a half hour late to stream. I was a half hour late to streaming because I was taking a nap. Completely.
And the gap has widened between incumbent Republican
took a nap and I overslept.
And Democratic challenger Debbie Mucarsel-Powell here. So. Don't want to get
ahead of ourselves. I'm curious what we do here. Is this going to rip?
Votes coming in according to the Associated Press here, but Scott's lead is widening. So I don't know what that means for the rest of the night, for the rest of these Senate races here. But does this say that maybe Scott
right now the spread is like 4 to 5 kicks, sometimes a little bit more,
hoped, or is that Republicans fear?
We will see for sure whether that ends up being the case. Democrats were clearly very optimistic about their chances. That's
this is the.
This race. But I'll tell you,
it just says live U.S. election results, the Times and the Sunday Times
on this race
channel.
To be a win for the Democrats. When I talked to a Republican about this yesterday, he told me that Republicans losing the House would be a tremendous shock to the system. And part of that reasoning is that Republicans, they thought Rick Scott would keep this seat. So this isn't a totally unexpected outcome. It's not done yet. It was always supposed to be competitive, but I think this is kind of expected.
All right, Austin, you have the map there in Florida as well, looking at some of these counties and how they're going.
You're short 362, Kid Poker. Let's go. You're collecting ballots for your county. Nice, Kid Poker. That's awesome.
We're going to start seeing that.
Thanks for your service. That's a. Oh yeah, John. I feel like it's election time or something like that.
As far as the Senate race goes,
or no, it's not. But it's similar. It's basically just. From what I understand, it just shows. Exactly. It just shows the results, and that's it, which I kind of like.
Very populous county. This is just over 50% of the votes counted. Quite a bit of votes being tabulated. This is going to be one of the biggest bellwethers about how Florida goes, is looking at larger counties like that. Let's look at Orange County. This is where Orlando is. Mercarcel Powell has a 17-point advantage over Scott. But ultimately, Andrew, when we look at these maps and when we're talking about the balance of power in Congress, we're talking about an uphill battle for the Democrats. That's something that we've all been watching for. Florida was one of those few states where the Democrats could have made up some ground, but as more results coming in, it's looking like Scott is taking more of an advantage.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. We want to bring into the conversation yet again Riley Ronderson there at Notice. You've been following all of these themes really all year, and happy election night to all of our new viewers. This is what we do on Live Now from Fox. We bring you expert analysis and context on the biggest stories of the day and this one of the year. We are waiting for this live event to take place there in Fulton County. Caroline Elliott, Fox News multimedia reporter, telling us that the Secretary of State there in Georgia just confirmed Georgia will set a new record today with 5.2 million votes cast in this election here. We're all
Okay, I'll check that out too. I'm kind of looking for different options to watch. I will look into that one too.
You know, so one person was bound to get them all right, or even close to it. He didn't even get 2,000. But I would say his best call was definitely Trump in 2016, contrary to what basically everyone else was saying. So I definitely do give him credit for that. But for 2024, I mean, him being right in the past has no bearing on what's actually happening today. New Hampshire, people want me to check the numbers from New Hampshire, so I'll do that in just a moment. Again, we're not really seeing too much of a change on polling market anywhere else, but in New Hampshire we have one per
also anticipating and
very routine in Georgia when a polling place is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in Fulton and Gwinnett County were also targeted. The Secretary of State did point out that he believes that had to do with Russian interference. Those threats, though, did turn out to be false. So again, we're continuing here on Live Now from Fox to track some of the latest updates that we're having here in our studio with some of those updates again from Georgia as we're looking.
All right, looks like market is moving higher here. Market is moving higher.
To keep some of those polling locations
testing kind of this the top of this 360 365 level. Let's see what happens.
So voters can make sure that their voice is heard.
all right, Christina Evans there, thanks so much. We do have officials there in Fulton County stepping up right now. Christina, we'll check in just a moment here.
Oh my, the Holderman Mennonite friends don't. I'm curious if the Amish vote.
All right, here we have it.
It just depends, Detonator. Some do, some don't.
Thank you so much for being here on Election Night 2024. We are here in the Fulton County Election Hub, and we are about to begin our evening briefing. Our
if it's ES, briefing. Carl, no, I'm trading NQ.
Corbett, and I'm the Director of
Or this is the NQ chart.
And I just want to thank all the journalists who are here from all over the world.
They always blame Russia.
This election.
You know what? My main prayer for tonight is that we just don't. Let's just have a peaceful election with clear results. That would be awesome. I just want. I mean, I know there's always going to be some people out there spewing things, but I'm hoping for just a clean election and peaceful. I think that's the main. Peaceful election would be my prayer for tonight. Would be a peaceful election, and whatever happens, and we move on.
that we were ready, and the results of today's election proved beyond a shadow of a doubt.
When does Asia open?
Fulton County, Georgia was ready for the
Asia opens at
2024
8:30.
election.
No, 8. Is it 8?
We have had 177 precincts.
I want to say it's 8:30.
1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an outstanding
All right,
job.
I'm gonna mute this just because it's not relevant to the election. I don't want to. I'm just gonna wait till the actual results come in. I'm kind of looking at different. I mean, I'm usually not a big fan of CNN, but CNN, the election results are usually pretty good. Whoever does it, I forget what his guy's name is, but I'm trying to see what other options do we have. All right, market seems to be wanting to make a move higher here. So we came down, we tested the 330, 325 area here. We didn't quite make it to 320. And now we're all the way up to the 370s. What's my prediction? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if I'm going off of the market, it kind of appears like the market thinks Trump will win. But hey, I don't know. You never know. All right, let's see if we can get through the 380s here. Let's see if we can push through the 380s. Okay, let's see what we get through the 380s here. There we go. Trying to get through the 380s. All right, I'm going to turn this guy
Virginia. Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia. He's going to win the state's 4 electoral votes. No surprises here. This is the second most conservative state in the country. Only Wyoming votes to the left of West Virginia. We can also make a second major projection, and that is that in the Senate election in the state, Jim Justice is the projected winner. He is the current governor of West Virginia, and he is going to flip the seat that is currently held by Democrat Joe Manchin. Manchin chose not to run for re-election.
If I scroll
and
through
so
X, I get the feeling all
Democrats
Americans
instantly
are
lost
voting
the
for
seat the
Trump,
moment
but I'm so
he
really
chose not
curious
to run
if
for
probably
re-election.
just
So
Musk
West
algos
Virginia, this is
pushing
the
it.
first Senate
Yeah,
flip
I don't think
on the
who
map
knows?
for
Who knows?
Republicans. We can actually fill in the map here. West Virginia is going to be a solid red. Meanwhile, we do have
Speed
some other
Racer
polls
5,
up
how
in
we doing?
Vermont. Vermont is going to go in favor
But again,
of
guys,
Bernie
it's
Sanders,
way
and
too
then
early.
Indiana, that's
Like
going to be red
the
as
early
well.
results are usually
But,
the results
we're gonna
that
hold off a little bit on making those
are-
calls because
are
we do not have
known
an incumbent
and are not
in
a
Indiana
surprise.
right now.
So
Although, of
the
course, I do
early
expect,
results
the GOP
really,
to hold on to the seat,
I
of
wouldn't
course.
put too much.
But we do have some new numbers.
Wouldn't
here to
put too
look
much
at,
stock
I'm
into
sure.
it. It's just par for the course.
West Virginia, of course, nothing there yet. Ohio, North Carolina. We'll check on CNN.
But
Nothing yet, but we
7:30,
will
the
just wait
polls
just a few
close
more
in
minutes
Ohio.
for us to get something. However,
So
we do have more numbers from Georgia. Now 7% of votes in, and Donald Trump leads by a 15-point margin in the Peach State. He's doing very well.
now, obviously, Georgia's
in
going to be
Georgia right
important.
now,
That's
especially
going to
in
be
these
an
rural
important
counties.
state.
Looking at polling market and seeing where we are there, Trump again at a 75% chance of winning now. Since polls closed at 7 p.m., Trump has gone from 65 up to 75. It is becoming pretty clear that Trump is going to win the Peach State. He's looking pretty good there. I'd be really surprised if
All
he
right,
lost it at
market
this point.
now above the
Pennsylvania
380s.
is also trending right in the last hour. This is how the graph
Starting
has
to
moved.
give me.
Kamala Harris
I
spiked
wish I
up
had
for
my
just a few
accounts.
moments there, but now Trump is
Still
even
don't
higher
have
than he was
anything.
where he
And
when he
we can
started this
just-
hour.
I guess we
So things
just
are
wait.
trending well in favor of the former president as the night continues to go on. See if we have any new numbers. North Carolina, Ohio, still dead there. New Hampshire, not much of a change. In Florida, though, 71% of votes are in. Trump now leads by 9%. If he can win Florida by 10%, he'll be in a very good position to win the Electoral College just because of how significant of a shift there would be in Florida for Trump to win by a double-digit margin. He only won it by 3 4 years ago. So, I mean, for now, I mean, I'd say we're in pretty good shape. Trump is doing quite well. Things are matching up almost perfectly to my prediction. Florida just went up to 99%, so there's no doubt they're going to lose there. West Virginia's at 100. Yeah, so basically what we've been expecting. Although a big change here, Pennsylvania, the numbers for Trump just keep going up more and more. Trump is now at 57, Kamala Harris at 44. Looking at the graph throughout the day, we saw some
that's
people
a big
start to doubt
pop.
Trump a little bit as
Big pop through the
election
385s, up
started,
through
but
the
has
390s. Now
clearly
we
gone
touched the
away.
400s. So that's
So
interesting.
guys, if any questions, make sure you leave all of them.
We
in
looking like we
the
might pop
comments.
here.
I'll try to get to as many as I can. You know, it is hard to keep track just because of how much participation there is. So thank you guys so much for that. But we're gonna come back now to the map. We're at 8%.
She
in
ripping,
Georgia. Donald
boys.
Trump now leads
I
by
wish I had my
21
accounts
points.
and I don't. It is
I mean,
what
this
it
is
is. I
a
guess we gotta
Pretty
wait.
big margin he is now building in the Peach State. This is with almost 1 in 10
Manchin's
votes
old
in, so we
seat
do have a
in
pretty
John.
good chunk
Oh, really,
of
John?
votes in here in Georgia.
Hey,
61
John.
to 39.
Hey, John, walk away. John, walk 508. God,
People
I
asking
assume
which
that's you,
state I
John.
live in.
Do you
I vote
think
in
Trump
California, but currently
can
I'm in
end the
Washington,
war?
D.C.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Continue up to see Florida 72. You know, not too many big changes here. Although we do have the first 22 votes from North Carolina. This is on the CNN map. Kamala Harris leads with 64% in North Carolina. She is at 14 votes. Donald Trump is at 8 votes, so he's at 36%. Obviously, this doesn't matter at all. But we do have our very first numbers from North Carolina. Still nothing yet, though, from Ohio. Map is a little bit slow to update.
All right, here we go. 404s, 405s.
Somebody's asking about
Look at this
the
green.
Chicago area in Illinois.
We are almost at a
It's pretty
100-point
unlikely
move
Chicago's
here
gonna be very
from
competitive.
the
Obviously, it's one of the
325s.
biggest cities in the country. It leans heavily to the left.
Wow,
But
wow.
Illinois, we could see a shift there because Illinois has been probably the most stagnant state in the entire country. In
And we
2012,
continue
Obama won
higher.
Illinois by 16.9.
Up through the
In
400s. If we look at the
2016, somehow
4-hour
Hillary Clinton
chart,
does better than Barack Obama, even
I
though
mean, we got
Illinois
some
is literally
resistance
Obama's
up here,
home
the
state, but Clinton wins it by
475s, but
17.1, and then in
right
2020,
now,
Joe
she
Biden wins it by
ripping
17.0.
higher.
So I'd be pretty surprised if Illinois moved a lot, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not it stays at around basically exactly 17%.
man, I'm frustrated with you, Prophet, right now. How is it
The
taking
best
this
election
long?
coverage is right here on this channel.
to
I
get
thank
the
you guys so
account?
much. Really appreciate that. We're actually approaching 70,000 concurrent viewers. Coming back to the map now, we actually have 2% of the votes in from North Carolina, basically from all liberal areas, mostly from Wake County, where Raleigh is located. Kamala Harris at 69%, Donald Trump at 30%. We'll come here and look at the betting market, see where we are at. North Carolina, people are still feeling relatively
Yep,
good
it could be.
about Trump. Not too much of a change. 60.
You're on your
to
PC or your
34.
laptop,
I mean, just look
John?
at these markets. The
Let's
reason why this is
go, let's
useful
go.
is because if there is something
All right,
terrible that
pulling
has
back
happened
to
for
the
any one candidate,
400s
it's going to
here.
be clear. The numbers are going to shoot up and down basically instantly. Right now on CNN, Jim Justice has just been projected the winner in the Senate election against Glenn Elliott. This is the first flip of the night for Republicans in the Senate. And so this means that if they hold on to all their seats right now and they only win West Virginia, they will be at 50-50 with the Democrats. If they win the presidency, they'll have the majority already. They won't even need Montana or Ohio. But of course, those are two other races where they definitely can win. But we also, we can also project some of these other races pretty soon. Indiana is obviously going to go to Trump. But for now, I believe CNN has actually already called Indiana, so I guess I'll do that here now as well. Indiana will go red, and then for now, I believe that is all it is. Vermont, of course, Bernie Sanders will be reelected. Looking in the chat, seeing if you guys...
And pulling back here now.
Yeah, so to the people that are asking about checking states out west, really, if you look at this map here, all the states that are not colored in right now, there are no results from these states because voting ends at various different times. It basically goes from east to west because of the time zones. And so we're not going to see any results from out in California, for example, until
If you should trade this, Mist,
Eastern
I mean,
time.
that's
We do have
completely
numbers
up
from
to you,
Ohio,
man.
though, now. It's looking
I like how
quite good for Trump,
Bitcoin is partying as
with
well.
the former president ahead at
Who was
57%. This is with 3%
You're downstairs getting a bowl of cereal.
Kamala Harris at 42, a 15-point lead in
how many
JD
minis
Vance's
you trade
home
to
state.
pass in one
The only
day,
votes right
John?
now are coming from Warren
This
County,
morning,
where Trump
on
is
this
at
morning
61,
session,
Kamala Harris at 38. Looking at where Warren County was
to pass these
4
50K
years
accounts,
ago,
these are fresh
Trump
50Ks.
at 64.
I use 5 minis,
So
is what I
not
used.
too much of a difference there. But with the Senate race, Ohio can definitely get more competitive. We'll really just have to wait and see what happens. Georgia, we're at 9%. Trump leads by 21% in Georgia. And this is as more votes are coming in from around Atlanta.
Wow, we're getting a pretty
Rockdale
steep
County,
pullback
Douglas
now.
County. These are the big Democrat voting regions. Of course, Fulton County is going to be the biggest one. But up in these rural northwestern counties where Marjorie Taylor Greene is from, Trump is crushing it. Looking at the map, Virginia, though, we're at 11%. Kamala Harris at 58. Donald Trump at 41. A 17-point lead for the vice president.
I kind of like this
This
channel.
is as votes have just
This
come
channel,
in from Fairfax County. This is the big liberal
honestly, what I'm
county,
looking for is just someone that gives
up
the
near
results
DC.
without their opinion.
RV Junkie 1, thank you.
I just
for
want
all
the
you have done, extremely
results.
helpful and
Give me
detailed.
factual evidence.
Thank you guys for the
Like,
donations.
give me
and thank
factual
you
evidence,
specifically for
and
that.
then
I really appreciate the
allow
support.
me to make my own conclusions off of that factual
I guess
evidence.
some people want me to look at.
I don't
North
need. I'm not
Carolina.
looking for
We're at 2%
someone to
here.
spew their
Nothing
opinion
really
or
to see
advice,
basically
you
we're
know,
just getting votes from the
etc.
big cities. So
I just want the
not really,
evidence
none of these
and the
rural
facts.
counties are reporting.
This is
at
from
this point.
what you guys are hearing. Is this
Florida 73,
election
not
time?
too much of a change there either. But we are now just 20 minutes away from 8 p.m. poll closings. You know, if you thought that 7
This
or
here is just
7:30
showing
p.m.
the
was a big
results
deal,
too. We'll probably
8 p.m.
once
really
CNN
is
comes
it.
on
This is where we
for
get to see
the election
Pennsylvania
results, we'll probably
finally,
like the
report
or
its
I think
first
it's
votes.
CNN that has the
New
board
Hampshire, still
where
seeing
they
Harris
go on the
ahead
board and
slightly.
do all those things.
But
Like
with these early
I do enjoy
numbers,
having that.
it's going to be extremely disproportionate. In
I do
favor of
enjoy
one side or
that,
the
so
other.
I'll probably
we're
look
just going
at
to have
that.
to wait an hour.
Wow,
or so,
look
I
at
would
that
say, for
pullback
these
all the way
races.
down to the
For us, we will
370s
have a pretty
now.
clear picture of how these races
This is where
specifically
things
are
can
going to
get
go.
pretty violent. This is where
Thank
things
you
get
to
violent.
Daniel Drummond for the donation. And somebody asked Cali voter here, can you look into the counties for Cali? On my way to vote red. I'm independent. Yeah, so again, I mean, obviously you can't look at the results because there are no results until polls close in California, which for you would be 11
But
p.m.
we're gonna
Eastern
at
time
8 o'clock,
today, so that's
around
in
8 o'clock
a
to
little over 3
8:30,
hours,
and then
3 hours,
heading
19
into the
minutes.
midnight. Like
And so in California,
that's when a lot of this
once those
volatility is
numbers come out,
going
of course,
to
I'll show
start
you
to
guys,
increase.
But California is such a big state; they always
And
take
just
quite a
be
while
careful
to
out
count.
there if you're trading
Although, of course,
accounts.
Democrats always
I
win.
would
There are also a
recommend
lot of
trade
important
only
House seats.
evals.
A lot of Republicans are slightly
Only trade
vulnerable there.
evals. Don't
The
be
House is
trading
also gonna be
funded accounts,
extremely competitive.
especially if you're with
A lot of people are saying
Apex.
Florida. Florida's now at
Especially with
75%
Apex's
of
rules,
votes in. We'll see if that's higher
the
on CNN.
volatility. I don't
believe the
think
New York
it's
Times is
worth
actually
trading
more
the
updated
Apex
than
accounts.
CNN, but
At least it's not for
looking
me.
at Florida, Trump is at 54%. Kamala Harris at 45.
So
a
some of the
9-point
states that are
lead
going to be
for Trump.
important,
This is
obviously,
matching
are
up
going to
quite
be
well
Florida.
with
Pennsylvania
my
is probably going to
projection.
be the biggest.
Donald Trump is winning a Miami-Dade County. This is a really big deal. No Republican has won this in decades.
That's
This is
interesting.
the biggest county in Florida. It also used to be one of the most liberal. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade by 30 points. This was when
Wow,
Trump
that's
was on
crazy.
the ballot.
So
Today,
that's
Trump wins
interesting.
Miami-Dade. He's up by 11. He's
How
probably
many
going to win it
votes counted
ultimately.
on that one?
People who are asking about New Hampshire. Harris landslide incoming. I mean, I strongly doubt that. We only have 8% of the votes in.
This guy's
from New
going to show it.
Hampshire. A lot of these are early votes, so I wouldn't
You're
expect
trading
too
Apex
much.
right now.
Who's leading in Pennsylvania? We'll know that in
Yeah,
around
CNN
18
has
minutes
the
when
board
polls
where you
close at
can
8
zoom in
p.m.
on
and
the
we get our
cities.
first
Yeah,
numbers
that's what I
from
thought.
the Keystone State, first district of Maine. That'll also.
Is
be
there
at
any
8 p.m.
Mexican
So
weather
I'm gonna
girls
show you
doing
guys now the
election
states
coverage?
where voting will end in just 17 minutes because this is the
Oh, Matty
largest
Matt.
poll closing
Matty
of
Matt
the
asking
entire
the
night.
real
This is the
questions
largest
today.
block of states where we will get results from at the same time. So really the map is
You
going to
guys are
start to get
funny.
colored in quite a bit right after this.
You know what I
So we
need?
start off in the Northeast.
I need to go
Maine.
start a cup of
All the voting is
coffee.
going to end there. We also
I
have New
know. I
Hampshire,
need to start a
Massachusetts,
cup of
Connecticut,
coffee.
Rhode Island.
See,
along
right
with New
here, this
Jersey,
would be kind
Delaware,
of a.
Maryland,
This would kind of
District
be a
Columbia,
setup for
Of
me.
course, Pennsylvania too.
But
And then
I
there's
don't
Illinois,
have my
Missouri,
accounts yet.
Tennessee,
You
Mississippi,
prophet, where
Alabama,
you at?
and Florida. I believe I'm missing
Starting to
one
give me
state in that.
FOMO.
Just one state
I
we're
mean, this
missing
has
here. That
been
would be Oklahoma.
an
So
hour now, and I still don't have
171
them.
electoral votes
What are
at
we
8
doing,
p.m.
boys?
This is the largest poll closing. It makes up a third of the entire electoral college. How are the votes looking for the hurricane-affected areas? So, so the
Do I
western
need to
parts
contact them?
of those states. We really just haven't gotten that many. We really just haven't gotten too many numbers from North Carolina yet. Just 2% of votes in. This really means nothing. In Georgia, though, we're at 12%. Donald Trump expands his lead even further. He is now ahead by a whopping 26 points in Georgia, with over 1 in 10 votes already in.
12% of the votes in.
You know,
There,
Polymarket now,
wow.
see how people are feeling with the next poll closings just 6 minutes away. And it really does seem that tides are turning in favor of Trump. He is now at a 68% chance of winning this election.
This
He's
is
up 6
interesting. This
points
is also
from
the.
just the beginning of today.
It's interesting.
It is now extremely likely he's going to win. We have
Whoops.
a 2 in 3 chance that Trump is going to pull off a victory here. I mean, looking at Georgia, Trump has a 78% chance of winning it. He's up significantly in just the past hour. I mean, this is the one-day graph. You see Trump shooting up as numbers are coming in. In North Carolina, it's looking okay. We see a slight dip for Trump, but basically it's where we started. But overall, Trump is at a 68% chance of winning. This is exactly where he wants to be. Things are looking good right now. Obviously, it's no guarantee, but things are playing out as expected, at least.
So right
based
now,
on my
things are
projection
looking
here.
in
Trump's
favor
numbers
of
in
Trump,
Pennsylvania are also looking
just
extremely
with everything
good.
that is.
Kamala Harris basically crashed.
At least
over
according
the
to this
last few
guy.
minutes. She's now at just a
That's
36% chance of winning.
I
So we
love
see
the
huge
Mexican
market
weather
movement
girls.
there. 36.
Yeah, I don't know why they even talk
this is
about the
huge.
weather. I think that's just
Pennsylvania's
kind of
gone. The
a
election is gone
something on
for
the
Donald Trump.
side.
Wisconsin, though, is extremely
At midnight,
close, although I
ding,
guess-
ding. Hold
yeah,
on,
there.
we
So
will start the
51
vote again
to
next week.
60. I'm not sure why there's no graph here right now.
Yeah, Detonator. I kind of.
I guess it would be here. I guess.
I
but,
I
don't know why
agree.
there's no
I agree.
big full screen graph, but yeah, it's basically 50-50 in Wisconsin. But Pennsylvania, this is not looking good for the vice president. We see Trump in a very good position. We're approaching 70,000 concurrent viewers here. Again, thank you guys so much. But we're going to come back to the map, see if we have any new numbers, because the night is panning out quite well so far. Not too many big updates, but Virginia, we're at 16%. Kamala Harris at 55%. This is surprising because they're actually reporting a lot of votes from Northern Virginia, unlike they typically like to hold those until the end. But Kamala Harris at 55%, Trump at 43%. The huge majority of the votes have come from up north, which is the most liberal region, so I wouldn't be worried about that at all. Go check Florida. All right, I'm going to go back to Florida now. 76%. It's nearly a 10-point margin. I mean, look at how red this is. Compare it to 2016. Obviously not that much blue at the time either, but, I mean, you can clearly see the difference here. Trump is doing much better. Miami-Dade County, that's the big flip for Trump right now with 80% of the votes in. It's looking pretty difficult for Kamala Harris to win it back. If she can't win Miami-Dade, she's going to lose Florida by quite a bit because Biden did win Miami-Dade, even though it was a lot closer than it was 4 years prior. Coming back to the map, Georgia's still at 12%. Trump leads by 26 points. We're now just 13 minutes away from voting ending in all 17 of these states, along with the District of Columbia. This is going to be pretty big here. I guess he didn't say 16. Maybe I got one of these wrong, but I would say these are the 17 that we're looking at right now. We're actually we just hit 70,000 concurrent viewers. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me here. We're going to go for as long as needed. I mean, this night is probably going to take quite a while for us to see who wins.
Yeah,
but,
I was trying to look at exactly what is.
Keep you guys updated.
Wow, Bitcoin
on
is
everything that's going on. And then we also hit our 300,000 subscriber goal. So I've actually increased the goal. It's now 325. If all of you guys subscribe right now, we could instantly hit 325,000. So if you guys could,
right now the early results
really
seem to be
again,
favoring Trump, heavily favoring Trump. But it's still early. It is still early.
Yeah, we're
and
just waiting now for
you remember in 2016,
closing.
At this point in 2016, everyone thought Hillary was going to win.
We're just 12
Everyone thought Hillary was going to win.
Pretty big deal.
You never know. You got to just wait.
What you guys
wait and
have
see.
to say.
But right now it is definitely looking. It is looking in that direction.
There's an update in Georgia, I believe.
Which
so
live video?
we'll
This is
look
election
at that,
time.
although so far was still
is
at
the one that I'm watching.
12%. 12%. We'll look at CNN, see where we are over there. Here at 19%. Donald Trump holds on to his lead with a lot more votes coming in from Georgia. Trump is at 63%. Kamala Harris at 37%. Trump is doing quite
Markets
well.
are kind of just going sideways now.
We'll also look at the betting markets here.
It felt like this
Trump
move was maybe the markets,
he was last time
must be they had some
Georgia,
early results.
81% chance that
they
Trump
had some
takes
early
back
results
Georgia. This
here.
is a big deal. We're already on track for the first flip of the night for the former president. As stated that he lost in the last election, Trump is now on track to win Georgia. I believe we also have numbers from Ohio.
Matt.
5% reporting Trump leads by 19
I will
points
say,
in Ohio. Every
some of the
single county is
videos
red
that
right now, except
the
for
amount of
one.
people that just completely took Donald
help
Trump as a joke in
Trump out there,
2016.
but also a good way for us to gauge
They didn't even
how
take
things
him
are going
seriously when he was
in
running.
Ohio is just going to be
And
looking at
yeah,
the
some of
Senate
that did not.
election.
That
I
it
think
did
it's
not
over,
end
guys.
well for some people.
Republicans are winning the Senate seat in the Buckeye State. Donald Trump is
All
doing
right, markets
exceptionally
trying
well,
to get a move
and
here. We
this
kind of
market was a
pulled back
tie
from the
just,
420
a few
or
days ago.
410s.
Look at where we were.
Pull back to the 380s here.
Just
I mean,
a
if
week
I had
ago,
my account
Sherrod
here,
Brown
I'm
was on
very
track to win
frustrated.
Ohio. Now the market has shot up in favor of Bernie Moreno, the Republican. If he wins the Senate election in Ohio, it's now basically almost a guarantee. Trump is definitely going to win Ohio, maybe
Moreno
even by a
from
double-digit
Ohio,
margin.
he's going to win.
I mean,
It
things are
looks
looking
like,
incredible
wow.
right now.
For
the former
Looks like we
president. I would
got-
say things are
things
playing
should
almost
get
things are
interesting, folks.
playing out almost exactly as predicted. Kamala Harris now just a 1 in 3 chance of winning. Georgia 81, North Carolina 66. Again, not too significant of a change here. 67. I would say if Trump does lose North Carolina, it's going to be because of Mark Robinson. Of course, he has ways around that. He can still win Nevada and not need North Carolina, but it's gonna be a close race there, no matter what. And that does also
Don't
line up
freak
with
out,
my
guys.
prediction.
It's okay.
I do have North Carolina as being more competitive than Georgia, so I would say everything is going as expected so far. We're now at 20% of the vote in Georgia. 1 in 5 votes have been counted in the Peach State, and Donald Trump leads 60-40. This is a big lead,
Detonator.
and we even have a lot of
That's
votes now
too
coming
funny.
in from the Atlanta
That one
metro
girl
area,
is
and
in meme
despite that,
history.
Trump
Oh,
is still
man.
holding
Yeah,
on to a
agreed.
significant margin over the vice president.
Hey,
And now we're
market.
just 8 minutes away.
Markets seem to be
from
taking a
our
rest
8
here,
p.m.
just
poll
chilling
closing.
now. I still don't have my account.
All right. Yeah, thank you guys for telling me about the map there at the bottom. Just reading the chat here. Ohio on CNN. It does. We'll check that right now for you guys. So in Ohio, it seems like Kamala Harris is actually, for some reason, taking the lead. We'll see what that's all about. We're at 9% here on CNN. So in Ohio, we did get
Man,
a
my
lot of
internet
votes
seems
from
to
the
be going
Cleveland
weird.
area.
What's going
that
on?
obviously is going to be big for the vice president. But, looking back at Polymarket, seeing where we are at, Ohio, 95% chance Trump wins it. The Senate election, 82. This is really what we want to look at because the Senate election is the one that's actually going to be competitive. This was one that Democrats were really hoping to win. They really thought they could win this the Senate race here with Sherrod Brown, but if he's on track to lose Ohio, it's going to be a bloodbath for Kamala Harris if even Sherrod Brown can't win. Trump really is surging right now in the election odds with just 7 minutes to go until the next poll closing. Things are not looking good. If you are Vice President Harris, you're pretty nervous right now because Trump has a 60% chance of winning Pennsylvania. This is the big problem for the Democrats. In Ohio, it's not 7%. Not much of a change there. Georgia, 20%. Florida, now an 11-point lead for Donald Trump. This could be huge. I did not project a solid margin. By solid, I mean 12 points or more. I did not predict a solid margin for Trump in Florida, but we're getting close to that. I would expect the numbers later on to come down a little bit, but Trump here is at 55, Kamala Harris at 44. We see an 11-point lead for Trump. Somebody told me that we're pulling in more viewers than Fox right now on YouTube, so thank you guys so much for your support and for continuing to stay tuned here. But zooming
All right,
out,
we're 5 minutes away
Virginia,
from
we're at
CNN
20%.
going
Kamala
live.
Harris leads
As
by
soon as
8,
CNN
even though
goes
almost all the
live,
numbers
we
so
will
far
be.
have been coming from up north, which is going to favor Democrats a lot more.
I always
Somebody asked,
the way I
surpass
like
Harris
watching
in
the
North
election
Carolina
is
despite
having
the early
multiple
lead? I mean,
sources
personally,
of
I do believe that will
income.
happen. And she doesn't really even have a
I
lead
like
right
to
now.
know.
It's 3% of the votes in, and all of them
I
are
want
coming
to
from
see
big
what
cities,
this.
from Raleigh,
I want to
from
see what
Charlotte.
everyone is
And so obviously
saying,
these
so I
regions are
can.
going to
I don't
sway
know.
heavily
Just see.
in favor
I
of the
like
vice
having
president.
multiple.
And so it's really these rural counties where Trump is going to
That's
make up the
usually how
difference. And
I like
fully
getting my
expect
news
him
from
to
multiple
be able to do
sources.
that. And like I said before,
Usually
North
the
Carolina
truth
would probably
lies
be
somewhere
a
in
lean
the
red
middle.
state. Trump could probably win by over 1%, over 2% without Mark Robinson. If he wasn't there running for governor and screwing things up, North Carolina would be a much easier win for Republicans. But looking at the betting markets, I'll update you guys on North Carolina. I would say people are expecting Trump to make up the difference. He has a 72% chance of winning North Carolina. It is not looking good for Democrats here. So
Oh, really,
based
Detonator?
on
That's cool.
So we've had 2 competitive states where polls have
You
closed
thought it
so
was
far,
your
North
Ninja Trader
Carolina and
video?
Georgia. Right now, it seems that both of them are going to go Republican.
No,
in
I was
Georgia,
going. I
Trump
was testing
has
it out, but
an 83% chance
I don't
of
know
winning.
what's
He was
going on with
definitely
my
not at
e-prof. I
83.
wonder
He was
if I
in the
need to reach
60s
out to
when the
them.
night began. In North Carolina, we don't have too
I
much of a
might need
change,
to.
but
I
Trump
don't know
has
what's
been able to
going on.
maintain his stable lead. And so North Carolina, Georgia, they've already gone red. If things continue as they have been going, then Trump needs just one more state up in the Midwest to get over 270, if that's Pennsylvania, or he needs a combination of any other 2. Michigan polls close at 8 p.m. So Michigan polling does close at 8 p.m., but not fully. So you'll see basically polls will close in Michigan throughout almost the entirety of the state, except for just small parts of the panhandle on the western edge. But besides that, we are going to get results from Michigan at 8 p.m., but it's not going to be a full poll closing like we're seeing with the other states on the map right now. Somebody wants me to shout out Nick Fit. So shout out Nick Fit, I guess. The counties in West Florida that haven't reported yet are always solid red. They're in the central time zone. Yeah, so basically the only parts of Florida that remain right now are probably some of the most Republican areas. It is all of these counties here that border Alabama, obviously. You know, it's a pretty conservative region, so I would expect Trump's lead to only continue to grow, actually. He might even win Florida by 12 percentage points or more. That would be a pretty big deal. We'll come back. All right, so we are now just 3 minutes away from the 8 p.m. poll closing. It's going to be a big one. This is when we will have a much better picture of how the election is going to go for the 2 candidates. So this is definitely, definitely stay with us here because this is one of the biggest moments of the night. But in Florida, at least, Trump is looking good. We'll take a look at other areas of the map. Georgia, we're at 24% of votes now in Georgia. That's an increase of 4%. So we have more numbers.
I would have expected the market here to be reacting a little bit more than it is, but it's still early.
24-point lead.
It is still early. CNN is going to go live here in a minute. It'll be very interesting.
Georgia. This is
I'm going to switch the audio to CNN once they go live.
81%.
I kind of want to see what they have to say. I want to see.
68% chance.
I want to see what they.
In North Carolina,
I want to see what their opinion is on everything.
In favor of the former president. This is not looking good for Harris.
Okay, here I'm gonna end. I'm gonna end the poll.
What the vice president was hoping
you guys
for,
can see the results of the poll
in general. To be honest,
that's what your wife said.
Right. I haven't been the most caught up.
Yeah, Kevin G.
With the chat up until this point. But I'll try to make up what I've missed. Followed since July, and I've loved the daily content for the last few weeks.
So 53% said they voted for Trump. 28% of you guys said you didn't vote.
It's definitely worth it.
16% said you voted for Harris, and 2%
I really appreciate
other.
you guys staying on with me here tonight. Jackson Judas, North Carolina, up 23%. Dem thoughts on that? Not fully sure what that means. We also have, this is the most, I think this is the most competitive election ever. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the most competitive election ever, but I would definitely say it's the most competitive election in a very long time. Republicans are definitely doing much better than in 2020. And so just because of that, it's made the race extremely close. But I wouldn't say Trump is on track for a blowout here. But in terms of just winning the race, he is doing what he needs to do. I mean, Trump is up 8.2% today. Kamala Harris at just 30. And it's actually now 8 p.m. Eastern
All right,
time.
8 o'clock.
Voting
Here it
about to
is,
end
8
in another
o'clock.
huge block of states. This is the
Now, this is
largest
also where
poll
things start to get
closing of the
interesting. Some
entire
more
night.
polls
We
are going to
have
be
some new
closing.
projections to make at
And
this hour, actually.
the next
so
half
give me
hour,
just
it
a few
should
moments
be
here.
pretty interesting.
Yeah,
We
polls
should
have just
get
closed
some
in
movement.
Pennsylvania, but we're going to make a few projections here first.
Right
Kamala
now,
Harris
it
is
looks
going
like
to
we
win
are
the
around
state
a
of Delaware,
7 tick
while
spread.
this is 3
Wow,
electoral
look at
votes
that.
for the vice president.
Big
Donald
spike
Trump
higher
is going to
right
win
at 8 o'clock.
Tennessee, 11 electoral
Let's
votes
see if
for
this
the former
holds or
president.
this is going to
And
rip
then
lower.
in Illinois, Kamala
Again, like
Harris
8 o'clock
is
and then
the
8:30,
projected
9 o'clock,
winner.
we're going to see
New
these
Jersey,
big spikes.
Kamala Harris, the projected winner, 14 electoral votes.
We just
And
hold
then
on, boys.
in Massachusetts, 11 electoral
Market
votes
going
to the
crazy.
vice president. Another
Market
big
going
win
crazy.
for Kamala Harris. Mississippi.
Wait, did
6
Kamala Harris
electoral
win
votes.
Ohio?
This is going
He didn't.
to Trump now.
That's not a final result, is
We
it?
also have Mississippi, Delaware. This is Joe Biden's home state.
Or I
Kamala
don't
Harris,
think
the
so,
projected
but
winner.
what do I know?
Alabama, Donald Trump is the projected winner. In the
So-
District of Columbia, Kamala Harris, the projected winner. Although this is taking a little bit of time to load. But what I will say is that Republicans
Let's
are looking
see.
incredibly strong
Can't wait
right
for when
now.
NASDAQ is
Just
trading at
looking
the
at
42.
how this night has progressed so
2069.
far. I believe we actually have a call from Florida.
Yeah,
Florida
it's
has
not
been
final.
called
None of these
in favor
results
of
are
Donald
final.
Trump. He leads
All of
by
these
11
results are
points. This is a
projected winners.
huge projection
So
for
not
Republicans
really.
in the
Again,
last 3 decades.
a lot of this
Florida
is
has
projected
never been
winners,
called as
and
early as
you
it
need
has
to be
been
careful
today.
with.
We're gonna
Yeah,
get
you
the
just need
projection
to
in just
need
a
to be
moment
careful.
here. There's actually really a lot for us
Man.
to do here right now. So if you'll just bear with us, we do have the
Markets
projection
continuing to
in
move higher
Florida,
here.
though. I'll actually
Trying to
just
get
post it
up
with you
past
guys
that
here.
410.
I wasn't expecting to do this
Hmm.
so soon, but Florida is going to be red. This is big for Donald Trump. He wins.
That's pretty
the
interesting.
Sunshine
Florida,
State.
it looks
He's
like
the first
Florida
Republican
is
to win
going
Florida
to be
3
red.
times in a
Pretty
row.
easy win by Trump in
And
Florida.
so
You guys
we're also
are,
gonna look
you know,
at Texas. We have new results
I
from
don't know.
Texas, but before that, give me one
That's-
second here. I'm just gonna update
in
the
2020.
rest of the
In
map
2020,
with these new
I think Trump
projections
only won
that
by
have been
like
made
what
with
was
the
it, 3 or
states
4
where polling
points
has
in Florida.
ended.
So
So if you look at the
That's
bottom right
definitely-
corners
that's
of
interesting.
your screen, we have a lot of new projections.
Asia opens in
to
27
make
minutes.
here.
Yes,
Kamala
8:30.
Harris, though, is of course going to win up in Maine. She's also going to carry Massachusetts.
Who I'm listening to,
Connecticut,
M.
Rhode
Susan?
Island,
I'm listening to election night. Election
Rhode
night
Island,
on YouTube.
along with New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, the District of Columbia. And so essentially we have 94 electoral votes right now for Donald Trump. I'll expand this
Just kind
for
of
the
searching
time
here,
being.
different.
So we are at 94 for Donald Trump,
CNN,
58
where are you at,
for Kamala
CNN?
Harris. This is looking very good for the former president. He's already won Florida. I mean, this is not a state you thought that would be called this early. I mean, this is basically impossible that this would actually happen. I mean, go back 4 years. Think to yourself, Florida called basically an hour after, basically at poll closing time. You know, that
How
has
is
not
Trump not
happened
winning
for a very
Texas?
long
Again,
time.
this
It
is
takes
early
days, sometimes even
results.
weeks
A
for
lot of these are
projection to be
very
made
early
down there,
results.
but
The polls
Republicans,
just
Donald Trump
closed.
feeling
So
very
the
good
polls just
at
closed.
this
Don't
moment
read
in
too much
time.
into
We'll
some of
also
these
look at the
early results.
Pennsylvania numbers in just a second. The betting markets.
Don't be
Trump
freaking
is now
out.
at a 70%
Hey, J. Rob, how
chance
we doing?
of winning Kamala Harris at
The
30.
Nut Master
In
is
fact,
here.
It seems like Trump is going to win Wisconsin as well. He's at a 60% chance.
We'll
of
be
winning
here
there.
all
Michigan,
night
59.
long.
Pennsylvania,
It should be fun.
62 for Trump. I mean, maybe I got Wisconsin wrong just slightly. But right now, things are going as expected for the GOP. We'll look at numbers from Pennsylvania. This is only votes from Allegheny County in Pittsburgh. Kamala Harris at 72, Donald Trump at 27. Look at where we were 4 years ago. Allegheny County, Joe Biden at 60. So with these early votes, Kamala Harris is doing well. But obviously that's going to change. In Ohio, Trump leads by 7%. This is with a lot of votes from Cleveland, Columbus, all in. We're actually at 81,000 concurrent viewers now. So thank you guys so much for that. Hopefully we can hit 1,000 here, but we're actually trying to get to 325,000 subscribers tonight. So if all of you guys subscribe right now, we would get there instantly. So if you guys could do me a favor and I'll hit that subscribe button at this very moment.
Hey, if you want to show this guy some love,
thank you guys so much.
Show this guy some love. Go sub to his channel.
We'll look at Texas. Kamala Harris at 51, Donald Trump at 48.
You don't have to, but
Most
if you
of the
want
votes
to.
so far coming from Dallas County. Kamala Harris at 61. Trump
All right, mark it up here above the 400s now.
What Texas
and
was like 4
I mean,
years
right
ago,
now we had this kind of fake out to the downside, and now we've just ripped
Harris's
higher.
numbers to drop in Dallas County as more of the in-person vote is counted. So more bad news for Kamala Harris. It seems to just be getting worse and worse for Democrats here.
Okay,
I mean,
CNN is still not
odds, Trump is
live.
still at
I'm
70.
going to.
In the Senate election,
I'm going to check
Ted Cruz,
something.
94%. This was not the case earlier. It was at around 80, but I guess.
All right, market trying to make new highs here at the 410s.
But I would expect Ted Cruz to now almost be
Oh,
guaranteed
and
to pull
there
off a
she
victory.
goes, ripping
In
it
Texas,
past
these
the
odds are gonna keep
410s,
changing.
up through the
But I think Ted
420s.
Cruz is in a pretty strong position. We'll look at the other states. I mean, there's just so many states where voting has just ended. A lot of these northeastern
moves
races
here. Big
have been
moves.
called for Harris, though. CNN has called some even more states. So we actually have our first numbers now from Michigan. Michigan, of course, is going to be highly consequential for Kamala Harris. Although at this point, it seems like nothing is going to matter for her because she's already lost. But in Michigan, Donald Trump is at 64%. Kamala Harris at 36%. This is pretty big for the former president. Trump leads.
Wow, there we go. Above the 420s.
Votes.
Market is definitely liking what it's hearing.
The betting
The
market
is definitely liking what it's hearing.
Michigan's at 59 now, so the odds have gone down slightly for Democrats, although Wisconsin is just shifting more and more to the right. It'll be interesting to see what's going on there. But Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they seem like a lock right now.
Man,
for
this is
Donald
some
Trump.
volatile
Michigan
action
at
here.
59. Things are looking good. I mean, I guess people want me to talk about Ohio. It's now at 31% of votes in. Kamala Harris at 53. Donald Trump at 46. I mean, yeah, but we are seeing basically all the votes right now coming in from these liberal cities. I mean,
that's the interesting
there's no way
part.
that Trump is going to lose Ohio, especially with J.D. Vance on the ticket with him. There's really nothing to worry about there. If we look at the Senate election, it's a lock now for Bernie Moreno. He's at an 82% chance of winning. This is a highly competitive race. This is probably the most competitive race in the country for the Senate. And so this race went from 50-50 just a few weeks ago. I mean, Republicans were ahead, but as we entered November, it was 50-50 with Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. And now it seems that the incumbent Democrat will be unseated. So a huge shift in favor of Republicans. That means they're doing well in Ohio, even though for right now Kamala Harris has a very slight lead. We're at 17% in Texas. Donald Trump retakes the lead in the Lone Star State. It's 50.1. Kamala Harris at 48.6. Things are looking good there for the former president, as long as he continues to expand his lead. He might even get to a double-digit
characterization
margin, like
to
we're seeing
too
in
close
Florida.
to call. So again,
It would
it doesn't
actually
mean
be
that we're
interesting to
anywhere
see
closer to a
what's
result, but I wanted to
happening in
get that
Florida,
in while you continue your exposition of why we feel that way.
Yes, absolutely. So again,
to the state,
want to see there if that Trump number
with 89% of
right,
votes
guys, I'm
in,
trying
Donald
to see.
Trump leads by 13 points in Florida. That is a landslide. That is
Okay,
more
I think
than
this is actually the guy that I
Trump's
want to be
a little bit
watching.
behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like
Oh,
Forsyth,
no, I
Trump is
can't
falling
watch
short of
this
that
on
number.
screen.
And another key here, just in
Oh,
Georgia, that we're
man.
going to be watching,
Harris
it's just
gotta be
slowly
kidding
taking
me.
shape. Again, I will
Trump is
call
in a
these
really
counties up
good
sort of in a
position
group
here.
on the
Florida,
screen so you can see them
what are we
in
gonna
sort of
do?
South
Okay, hang
and
on.
mid-state
Very much
Georgia.
close
There's a
to it.
number of counties with large,
Virginia,
they're rural
things are not
counties with
looking good
large
here for
African-American
Kamala Harris in
populations. And this is the place where
I
Democrats
might get my
think
stream
they can
taken
improve the
down if I
turnout.
put this on. Karnacki. I think that's what you call him. Karnacki is the one that I wanted to follow, but it's not letting me do it.
And either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So, again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black.
Oh, man. Okay, how am I going to do this?
Few minutes. Really not too much of a change. Trump at 68, Harris at 33. The markets are reacting quite a bit, but it seems that right now we don't have any yellow states here, but 6 of 7 are all red. Georgia, 85% for Trump. North Carolina, 74. Arizona's now at 86. I mean, it's basically a solid state for Trump at this point, just considering these odds. Coming back to the map, seeing if we have any updates here. We have our first ever votes from Kansas. Donald Trump at 70%. Kamala Harris at 28%. Democrats actually won the governorship in Kansas 2 years ago with the incumbent Democrat being reelected.
Can I keep trading my Apex accounts while waiting for payouts to be approved? Yes, you can, Coley, but just be very careful.
From Allegheny County.
You know, if you go below the threshold into what you approve,
Democrats
then you'll
have
be
done much
automatically
worse
denied.
with the early
So
voting
than
they
just
did
be careful.
last time.
There's not water breaks allowed.
Virginia,
No
it's
water
now a
breaks
6-point
are allowed.
margin for Kamala Harris. Some people want
Yeah,
to
I don't
look
know.
at New
If, do I
Jersey
have the
earlier. It's
wrong
currently
channel
21, but
or
that's
something?
with a lot of votes just coming in from Newark, which is going to favor Democrats significantly.
How's the closet trading room?
Somebody in chat said, as an Ohioan myself, I'm not so sure. Akron, Cleveland,
all right,
and
let me.
surrounding areas
I'm going
of
to
northeastern
search
Ohio have been
here
absolutely
for
swamped with
some
refugees in the last few years, and our
we
public
have
education
Fox
system
on
is pretty
here,
culty toward leftism.
but they're not even
I mean, I
talking
would say,
about
like,
anything important.
refugees cannot vote in our elections, so I wouldn't say they make too much of a difference. I would say Ohio is looking good for Republicans, though. I mean, just look at the shift over the last few years. In 2012, it went to Obama by 3 points. It also went to Obama by 5 in 2008. But in 2016, Trump wins it by 8 points, shifts it 11 points to the right. In 2020, Trump wins it by the same margin, even though everybody thought that Biden could actually win Ohio. Thank you guys so much for your support in the chat here. We're approaching 90,000.
Oh, okay, wait, we are live.
Just about
okay, let's
mail
go.
vote to come in, followed by the same day, and the question will be on the
Okay,
same
so
day.
I'm going to mute. I'm going to go switch between these two, but
yep.
kind of want to hear what they have to say. These are probably the two that I'm going to be watching.
I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way. Let's take a look here at Michigan, and we've got, oh, look at this, 2 biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump
Are
for
you
Biden,
in a position?
over,
No,
over
not at the moment. You
2016
still
for Clinton.
trade.
Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher,
Hey,
ballpark in
Matthew,
Oakland,
how we doing?
she's got to be feeling very good. Yep.
What is the name and where did I find the clock widget? It's the called Alarm Clock HD. And you can get it on the Windows App Store. Can I explain the trend lines on the left? It's just, this is the 21 EMA.
Yeah, just to
and
quickly
this is the
finish Michigan,
VWAP.
and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region
Dilson's
that
trade.
has moved
I'm just gonna
pretty
do the
strongly
same.
against Trump. This has been a growth
it kind of
area
works
for
out
Democrats.
okay
This is
because
an area
you
where
now
Trump
need
has
to
lost
have
a
a
lot of
buffer.
traditional Republican support. So the
you need to
question
have
in
a
this county,
buffer
this is
for
Kent
these
County. It's a
50K
biggie.
accounts.
Grand Rapids is a city of
So basically,
about
if I just
200,000
trade
people.
these accounts
In 2020,
now,
Trump lost it by
starting
6.
now
Democrats would
with
love to
these
get that up to
accounts,
double digits, and they'd love to make further
once I
progress
get
in
these
this region. There's
accounts
a
to
lot of
pay out,
population here.
then my
Democrats see a lot of
150K
room for
accounts
growth.
will
Also
also
up here,
be
by
at
the way, you
payout.
see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties
So it
sent their
works out.
candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the Cherry Coast. You know, cherry farming is
that's
big
right,
up there. There's
Sabak.
wine
I
country.
appreciate
this
that.
This is Leelanau County. It's
By the
one
way,
of the
yeah,
wealthiest in the
just
state.
thanks everyone
Again,
for
these are
hanging out.
traditionally Republican
Thanks
counties
everyone
where
for
they've
hanging out.
given
I
way for
appreciate it.
Trump.
We're gonna
And this is one of the counties. Grand
hopefully have a
Traverse, you see
good
just
time
a little
tonight.
bit of the vote is in right there.
It
It's where
should be
Traverse City is.
interesting.
But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And, of course, Wayne County,
now,
Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the
count.
Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in. And we move to the Tar Heel State. Now, about 10% in here in North Carolina. And again, you see the
with
Harris
only
advantage.
9%
I'm just going to
counts,
check in here. I
it's
haven't
just-
actually
you gotta
seen them, so I'm
wait.
looking
You gotta
right
wait
now.
to see
Again,
more.
Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now. But
Is this
it's sort
guy
of the,
too
they call it
loud?
the triad. This is where, you know, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core
okay.
Democratic
I need to
counties
turn
and
him
should be.
down.
We want to see those take shape tonight, and I want to draw your attention to a county
Is that better?
I think is going to be very key to telling the story.
Yeah, I don't like it
as
when
the
he's too
full
loud
North
and then
Carolina.
you
This
can't hear
one
me.
right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, the slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24.
Is that too
instead
much?
of 30. And I
Okay.
think that's a very
I can turn it up a little bit
gauge tonight
if I
as you
need
see
to.
this county come in Is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. Yeah, I'm checking these to see. One thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a. Let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina.
Did I upgrade to get the clock to show by itself? Lou, so I just added it to my Streamlabs. I just added it to my Streamlabs, then I resized it to fit.
There's a lot of them.
To fit. That's what I did.
To show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see, it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game.
Hang on, guys. I got to do something.
Sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina, and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but you're starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just seeing if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals at least in Georgia, Rachel.
All right, we're back. Okay, I'm gonna mute this guy, and let's go here.
Is validating
see what this guy has to say
across the map. Coming back to poly market, we'll see if anything big has happened over the last few minutes. Pennsylvania 60% Trump, Wisconsin 60 as well, Michigan 59% Harris. Georgia, 86% chance now that Trump is going to win.
Audio is hard. There is a filter in OBS called compressor you can add to this audio at the bottom.
Tonight. North Carolina probably will be able to call as well. I see people are still asking about Ohio. Ohio's not going to be an issue.
I thought I had that compressor on.
But you can see here that Ohio is going to go red.
Oh, actually, no, I don't.
It's likely Republican. There's no way Kamala Harris is going to win Ohio. The votes just come in at a random order. They'll come in from the big cities first sometimes. Sometimes it'll be just all the mail-in votes. And so those votes are going to heavily favor Democrats. But as we get a more balanced picture, we're going to see Republicans start to go up in states like Ohio, Texas.
Hey, let's see if that helps. Testing. Now I can yell really, really loud.
Texas isn't going blue. It could even be solid.
What do you do with the Wadatar explosion indicator, J-Rob?
Trump is in a very good spot. North Carolina 53-46, Georgia 55-44.
I use it sometimes more for just a confirmation.
There.
Like this, I just look at it as like
8 minutes away
it shows if the trend is still strong or not.
Poll closing. This is
like right here,
smallest poll closing of
I don't know.
night, actually.
I don't base it off of my trading. Like I don't use it to enter.
Arkansas.
I kind of use it to stay in a trade sometimes. Like
all of the other states,
it gives me confidence to stay in the trade longer.
We don't know how that's going to go.
That type of thing.
Trump victory, 6 electoral votes. Right now on the map, I have Trump.
But man, I'm pretty disappointed that I still don't have my U-Profit account.
Look in the bottom right corner.
It's been almost a.
Trump is in a very good position to win this thing. Ohio. Again, nothing to be worried about in Ohio, though. Kamala Harris at 50, Trump at 49.3. People are asking who I voted for. I'm not going to say who I voted for because I think one of the big things is that I do my very best to be as unbiased as possible. And so it wouldn't be right for me to tell you guys who I voted for. You know, just because I want to keep things impartial here. For some reason, the New York Times has Donald Trump at 95. I don't exactly know where that other electoral vote is coming from.
Market's kind of slowed down. Do you do Take Profit Trader or Top Step?
Exactly. So
investors,
on their
I don't trade with Top Step anymore.
100,000.
I actually use UProfit Zero accounts.
You know, we can hit 100,000.
Kind of. I have two different styles of trading, I guess, the way you look at it. I have Apex that I use for my more. I guess you could say I take my trading a lot more seriously with my Apex accounts. Slow and steady. I follow pretty strict risk management rules. And then my other style of trading is I don't want to have a consistency rule to worry about, and I want to be way more, basically more aggressive, and just look to run up the accounts quite a bit. It's a lot more aggressive trading style, and for that trading style, I'm using the UProfit Zero accounts.
I've been following you since the very
I used to try to do it with Take Profit Trader, but unfortunately,
good info. I mean, thank you so much for that.
I don't think it's really so much UProfit's fault, but I hate daily loss limits. I just hate it.
First intro video to 2024.
I am not a fan of daily loss limits, and
on election night.
So yeah, I kind of moved on, and I'm using
it's basically gone here for Kamala Harris.
any reason why not Top Step investors?
I mean, Austin, Kamala Harris at 70.
There's multiple different reasons.
In Austin, he was at 72.
I felt pretty. I don't know how to say it. I felt kind of disrespected by them. I had a call with Top Step, and they were trying to bring me on board. I was asking for a very, very simple, just a very simple affiliate link, and that's it. I didn't want to be anything special. I just asked for a simple affiliate, and they pretty much said that ain't, you know. They basically said I'm lucky that I'm even getting a call, and I would have had to literally go exclusive. I would have had to delete all my videos on my YouTube channel. I would have had to trade according to theirs, not trade, but I would have had to appear a certain amount of times on Top Step TV, and my YouTube channel would have been a secondary. My YouTube channel would have been secondary, and they would have. I basically would have just as well handed over my YouTube channel to Top Step if I would have considered doing that, which I was not interested. But then on top of all that,
somebody said, "So I'm from Argentina."
They told me I'm going to a live account, and then last minute they changed their minds. The last minute they changed their minds and said, "Whoops."
And so essentially,
they forfeited $7,000 of profit, it's a winner-takes-all system, and they claimed. I mean,
all of that state's electoral
so
votes.
basically, I was trading Top Step X, and on October 25th, about a week before my final payout,
it seems like he's doing very well
on an overnight trade, my accounts went into the max loss limit by about $150 to $200.
The most likely scenario right
but
now,
Top Step X never liquidated my position. It didn't do anything. It just let it go. And it ended up, I ended up getting actual profit on the account, and they looked at that. I don't know how they didn't see it before that, but long story short, they said that was a rule violation, which I actually agree with, but
what I had predicted.
It wasn't
just
my
a
fault.
few
It's not
days
my
ago.
fault that your Top Step X
I'm
platform
gonna make
sucks
some additional calls soon. So far, it's
and
just
can't
been the
liquidate
expected,
positions when
but
you hit your
Texas,
max loss
we might
limit.
have to make a projection soon.
Not my fault.
Somebody, Jerome asked, is
So,
it possible to get to not get the
I
winner by this week? I
forfeited
think that's
the,
highly unlikely. I think if the night continues to go as it is
remaining
today, I
profit
think
they
we'll
were
know
going to
that Trump has
transfer
won
to the live
already just by
account,
the end of
and
the
it is
stream.
what it is.
But we'll see.
But in the grand
because
scheme of things, that's why we're
ultimately it's
moving
going to
on.
come down to the Midwest, and these races are going to be close, and it's going to take a long time to count, even though the numbers are looking slightly better for Trump.
Yeah, Travis.
But
So
I
they
think
are
we'll have a
saying that
pretty
I should have
picture
been
of
liquidated,
what's going to happen,
but it never liquidated.
you know, basically with the election,
and
by the time
I
we all
guess
go to bed tonight.
because I actually got one more payout. Like after that happened, I actually got one more payout, and then they took me to a live account. And then not until they were ready to put me in the live account, I guess not until then did they realize that.
Trying to hit our goal of
I don't know.
325,000 subscribers. So if you guys could all hit
don't
that
know.
subscribe button right now, we could all hit it at the exact same time.
But then they
We're at
took
over
all
a
the
million
profit away
views
from
total
it.
at
I
over
mean, it is what it
100,000
is.
concurrent viewers.
It
Thank you
is.
guys so much. Hit that subscribe button right now.
It is
all
what it
together,
is.
and see it shoot
I'm
up.
not that upset about it,
All right,
but
coming
it's
back
also at the
to the
same
map,
time.
we're
If
now
I was
just
able to
1
keep the
minute
7K
away
profit,
from the
no,
poll
nope,
closing in Arkansas. This is
nope.
Be
They took the
another.
they took
This
the
is probably gonna be
profit.
the least important poll closing of the night, but you know,
They
it's
took that
another
7K
big
profit,
milestone in
and
the
then
election as
the
we move towards
50K
9
has a
p.m.
max.
Because 9
My
p.m.
profit was over
is
50. I think it
gonna
was
be
close to
another big moment here
54,000.
where we have another
So
huge
I forfeited the
slate of
$4,000
states
in
where
profit
voting is
there as
going to
well.
end. But yep, it is now
So
8:30
overall, I
p.m.
forfeited
Eastern
$11,000 in
time,
profit.
and we can project that the state of
But
Arkansas is going to
having
go
said all
to
that,
Donald
I don't
Trump.
think
The former
Top Step is a
president
bad
gonna win
prop firm.
Arkansas
They're a
in its
legit,
sixth
they're a legit
electoral
good
vote,
prop
an
firm,
additional state now in the
and
Trump column.
it's just not going to be for me.
All right. Yep. And
Now
CNN
trading
right now,
so
I believe
long, you
they are
think you can handle the
projecting
6 million
race in
full
Arkansas
funding
in
from
favor
Apex?
of Donald
I don't
Trump.
know. I don't know,
Coming back to
investors.
polling
I
market,
don't know.
see where we are
I
at.
feel like
Trump at 6 to
maybe
8
better
now.
than I used to, but I guess
Pennsylvania is
I
looking
guess we
close,
will
but,
see.
you know,
But
that's
6
totally
million in
expected.
funding, not that
If
much.
we come back to the New York Times map,
Not that much. We have
it's a toss-up.
15.
Donald
That's going to
Trump's
be
still
enough.
lead. Trump has
Yeah,
actually expanded his
exactly.
lead, according to the New York Times.
That would be
Earlier when we checked this, Trump was
2,300K
gonna win
accounts,
Pennsylvania
investors.
by
I don't think I'm ready for
0.2%.
that.
Today he's actually
I don't
on
even
track
know
to win
how,
by,
like,
well, not today, but
I don't
now
even know
he's
how
on
you
track
would
to win by
pass
0.3.
2,300K
A lot of people like to
accounts.
ask me what
That's
this channel's
crazy.
going to focus on after the election. I would say, honestly,
But
just more election-related things. We still have the midterms.
hey, David
2028,
Hoover,
you know, obviously
Sarasota,
it's a long ways
thumbs
away.
up. 2 thumbs
But
up
this is
for
not my
Sarasota,
full-time
Florida.
job.
I
This
love
is
it.
something that I enjoy to do.
I love it
so
so
definitely
far.
enjoy the break. But I'll definitely keep you guys updated with everything election-related from as
But
unbiased
actually,
of,
does anyone have an update
a
on
viewpoint as
Buellnox?
possible. I mean, a lot of
Travis,
people
did you
like
hear
to
about
think
Buellnox?
that I skew heavily to the right. When really the only reason
I'm
why
gonna
I've been saying Trump isn't winning
I'm
is
gonna go
because
on
he simply
Twitter
has
here
been
and see
winning.
if there's
And
any
it seems, at least
update
so
to it.
far, the map that we're seeing is almost perfectly going to align with my final prediction, which I've been preaching for the past few months now. I've had Trump at 270 to 312 in that range throughout the entire time, and it's very possible today that he even reaches 297 or 312 at this point. So I think things are shaping up exactly as expected. I'm not surprised by anything here. I would say really the only few things I'm surprised by right now is just how well Trump is doing in Florida. I mean, he leads by a 13-point margin. He's going to win Florida by a solid margin. I mean, this is a big deal. No Republican has won Florida by such a large margin
Oh my
in
God.
decades. You'd have to go all the
Okay,
way
I
back
need
to 1988 and the election of George H.W. Bush. And of course, you know, the Bushes, you know, have a huge connection to Florida. But Arkansas is red. Don't have any votes there, but it has been projected the state is going to vote for Donald Trump. We can probably make a Texas projection very soon, especially with 50% of the votes in. But there's another major projection for us to make right now, and that is in North Carolina.
Patrick
Donald
Whelan is
Trump-
such a
or not,
troll.
sorry, not Donald Trump, but Josh
Whoa, we had a
Stein
big
is
spike
going
there.
to
Okay,
win
the 8:30
in North
Asia Open.
Carolina. We'll get that
Interesting
out to you
here.
right now.
All right, let's see.
Josh Stein, the projected winner in the state of North Carolina. You can also follow me on Twitter at _election_time_ for all of the
All right, what did I want to look for on Twitter again? I forgot. I got distracted.
Instantaneously. I have a team working for me behind the scenes, but Josh Stein is the winner in North Carolina. He will be elected the next governor. This is not a big deal. It definitely doesn't have too many repercussions for the presidential race. Mark Robinson was a terrible candidate on the Republican side. He was never going to win. This absolutely does not mean that Trump can win North Carolina on the presidential level, because he certainly is. He has a 76% chance of doing so right now. But Josh Stein does become the next governor of North Carolina, succeeding Roy Cooper. On the presidential level, though, even though we just saw Democrats win the governorship in the Tar Heel state, Trump has taken the lead in North Carolina. It's 49.5 to 49.5, but Trump does have a very slight 16 vote advantage, and this is not looking good for Harris, as a lot of these urban votes have been counted, so most of the remaining ones are going to favor Trump a little bit more. He can probably start building his lead in North Carolina now.
I'm telling you what, look at this. This is just wrong.
At this point,
what is wrong with this guy? Look at the
is expanding.
The Babylon Bee. The Babylon Bee just put this out there.
It's on track to go to Trump by 0.3%.
I am dead.
You know, probably the biggest
oh my gosh, I am dead. That is so wrong.
Trump has just taken a
Amish man falls through trapdoor directly to hell after using electronic voting machine.
We're very close to making a projection there. We also
that's
have
so wrong.
Virginia.
Babylon Bee, you should be ashamed of yourself.
At 49, Trump leads in Virginia at this point.
What is this world coming to?
It's actually going to go. It's 5.2%. This is almost exactly what I said in my final prediction.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Just over 5 points. So this is, again, just going exactly
Look at this tweet.
as expected.
Look at this tweet.
Virginia is going to be likely for the vice president. Coming back here.
Oh
Texas,
my gosh! Look at this guy.
Georgia,
this guy is in the voting booth with his
Georgia.
pants.
This is extraordinary for the Trump campaign. He's on track to win by 2.7%.
I'm
Once
dead.
Again, that aligns
I can't do
with
this.
my
Oh
projection,
my gosh.
that I made yesterday.
Oh, that's just too
Trump right
funny.
Now, 55 to 44.
Great.
I want to say something else though. A lot of
what the heck is going on?
You know, especially
what the heck is going on in Alabama,
Minnesota, or New Hampshire, I think is just completely unreasonable. And
oh man, I'm not going to make it.
Shouldn't get the
I'm not going to survive a whole night of this.
I mean,
oh my
Trump
gosh.
is not going to win New Hampshire or Minnesota, but some people have their final predictions as that. I mean, North Carolina, people thought that some big election YouTubers are saying that
what the heck is going on in Alabama?
North Carolina, I mean, that is not going to happen. And the attention they get for it, obviously,
unbelievable
is good for them. But I feel like those channels, once you see the results and compare it to what they're saying, what they were saying a few days ago, you can definitely learn not to trust them. Somebody asked if I correctly predicted the Biden
I'm
2020.
dead.
Yes, I predicted the 306 to 232.
Okay, so Live Mike Trader. That's what I was going to.
North Carolina.
So Buell Knox, sorry, I got distracted. I got distracted, man. I'm sorry. Oh, it was Greg's fault. It's Greg's fault on Twitter. It's his fault. Oh man, that's just crazy. But
Pennsylvania.
So Buell Knox, if you're not up to date on this, so Buell Knox, Live Mike Trader,
all that he needs.
Well, here let's just
market. Again,
let's just show it here.
71.2% now.
So this is Live Mike Trader. If you don't know who Live Mike Trader is, this is the guy that withdrew $1 million from Apex.
Because we have Trump sweeping the
he withdrew $1 million from Apex. He had a balance on his Buell Knox account of $445,000.
Harris comes out on top. So
$445,000 balance in profits. And so
2016 was a long time
so basically
ago.
what happened is they deleted his account
in 2016. So
He was ready, like he's already made 4 months of withdrawals.
Georgia looking like? Yeah,
and
then
Bill Knox just went and deleted.
Is at 55. Kamala
He just went and deleted the accounts. Literally just deleted the accounts.
Right now,
and they're like, $445,000 profit. Bill Knox is like, delete button. And they're like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no profits here.
Trump winning by 2.5%.
What are we doing, folks?
By exact margin.
It is crazy.
The New York
but
Times,
yeah, you can read this. So apparently they are reviewing my accounts because they've detected supposedly that I'm using a trading algorithm. For anyone who knows me as a trader, not only is this claim laughably false, I have proof in the form of witnesses who saw me trade it in my own Discord.
We'll probably be able to call Georgia.
I would be more than happy to have a third-party Bill Knox affiliate get on a call with Bill Knox and me. And he goes on to say, this is an absolute injustice. If they do not reinstate my accounts, it would be a classic way for a firm to unilaterally claim some falsehood and then use that as justification not to pay out the trader.
11% of votes.
That's crazy. I mean,
Trump was 0.3. That's what we've been seeing this
but
whole
that's
time.
Crazy.
Not too much of a difference. I do expect a Texas call soon in Ohio.
That's a bold move, Cotton. It's a bold move there, Cotton. You're just going to delete his accounts and think it's going to work.
The former president, he's
FTT, if FTT knew that was a possibility,
once again,
FTT would have probably just went and delete everyone's accounts instead of denying $10 million in approved payouts.
Another big thing. Sherrod Brown leads.
It's wild times we live in here, folks. Wild times.
Doesn't have a projection for this, just because of how close it is right now.
Oh man!
I would say Brown is in quite a bit of trouble. All right, we're gonna come back to the Senate forecast here now, with Bernie Moreno at an 84% chance of winning. So yeah, he's gonna win that race. Republicans are going to do very well in Ohio, as expected. Wisconsin, Trump 51. Pennsylvania, Trump 59. Michigan, Harris 59.
I don't know why.
So,
I'm just getting very
Donald Trump has a 71%
not Jerome Powell says.
The odds for Kamala
breaking
Harris
news.
Right now are
breaking news, guys.
I mean,
Joe Biden says he's very confident that he will win today.
If she only
Joe Biden forgot that he's not running for president.
Michigan and Wisconsin. I mean, these are races that she should have put more time into. I don't know why she was.
Okay, I'll stop now. I'll stop.
She shouldn't have spent that much time in Nevada either.
Oh man! Hey, let's go. We have our accounts from You Profit. Let's go.
The map, Pennsylvania at 11%.
All right.
In Georgia, 55% of votes are in. Trump is at 55. Kamala Harris is at 44.
Oh man, this is too funny.
New Hampshire, this is one of the few areas where it seems like Kamala Harris is doing okay. She leads by 9 points. She's on track to win by 4. Yeah, so this is just another.
Just activated my first PA account with Bill Knox today. Oh, I'm sorry, Hams. I did not mean to give you bad vibes. Why don't they just put caps on profits per account? Exactly, Carolina. Exactly. I think that's what they should do. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Apex does something like that in the next, at some point. But
so it might be too early to say this, but I will say that right now. It does seem that Trump is very
I got my 2 new XFAs. Okay, let's go, Travis.
Obviously, something big could happen in Pennsylvania, but barring any huge surprises.
I don't mind if you say anything top step here.
This is the
I don't know why I gave you that impression.
We're going in. Still close, though.
What are some benefits of the U-Profit accounts? Diary of Futures Day Trader. I mean, the static drawdown is pretty insane. You get a static drawdown account. And
still just waiting to make a projection.
I mean,
Texas,
yeah, that's
honestly,
probably.
We can also look at the Senate map.
One of the benefits, you get a static drawdown, no consistency rule, literally no rule really, other than just reach your. You need 5 days of $200 in profit or more.
In Ohio, so
and then after that, you just need a.
Basically, that's a 5-point shift.
What else? $5 at 200, and then the max withdrawal you can make is $2,000 for the first 5 withdrawals. and then after
it's
that
pretty
you can take
likely
out as much as you
that
want.
Bernie Moreno is going to become the new U.S. senator
Is it
from
is it
Ohio
rude to
and
ask who you voted
blocking
for
Sherrod
in
Brown
your country
from
least
winning a
estimator?
fourth term.
Usually that's private information, but
actually
I mean
now
some people share it. I don't mind if people share it, but
120,000 concurrent
I choose
viewers.
not
I
to
mean,
share
you
it
know,
just
again,
for the
thank you
sole
guys
reason of
so much for this. I think we're at
I
118
personally
now,
think
so I
it should
guess
be.
we've gone down a
I
little
don't
bit.
care. I don't care what people do,
1.2
but
million viewers total.
I have come to know and
Do
understand
you
that
have your prediction map
I
available
prefer to
somewhere
keep,
view?
unless it's directly
Yes,
with
so you can
family,
check out my
like
map on Twitter,
strangers
which
and
right here
people
was the
don't
pinned post
care.
on my
The only
Twitter.
people that
I have
care
Trump at
who you
287, Kamala
are
Harris at
politically
251. I
affiliated
think
with
anything from
is the
270
same,
all the
like,
way up
is
to
if the people that
297 right
believe
now
the
is
same as you
possible
do.
for Trump, but I
In
would say
today's age,
really
it's
the only
almost
two states where we're unsure
impossible
about right now
to
is
have
Pennsylvania
a
and Wisconsin,
normal
Michigan
civil
potentially, but really it's
conversation
just Wisconsin,
with
Pennsylvania,
the
how they
other
both go,
side
but
of the
Trump is probably gonna
coin,
win at
if
least
that
one of
makes
them,
sense.
which is all he needs. But
It's
you can check
just
this out
it's
at my Twitter.
impossible,
It's
and
election
it's impossible,
time
and it's just
underscore.
not productive.
We're at 33,000
Unfortunately,
followers.
I wish it wouldn't be
I
like
actually
that. To be honest,
didn't even start posting on
I
Twitter
wish
until a
we
few
could
months
have more
ago.
open dialogue with,
But I want to
hey,
shout out the people
this
on
is what
Twitter
I
that have
believe
been
in,
helping
and
me,
this is what you believe
with
in,
posting.
and we can agree to disagree, and we
Me
don't
too, so
have
that's been a
to.
big help.
You know, here's a shocker, but we don't
And then,
all have
yep,
to think
Sherrod
the
Brown is
same.
continuing to crumble.
We don't
His
all
lead
have
just
to
went
think the
down
same
by
thing.
another
We
half
can have
percentage
differences
point.
of
He is going to
opinion,
lose this
and we can
election.
still get
It's probably
along.
gonna
We
be
can
a
still be friends.
52-48
We don't
Senate,
all
which is,
have to believe
again,
just
exactly
one way
what I had predicted
and
here.
then spew out
Just
hate
a
and call
few
people
days
names
ago, if you look at my
when they
final
don't think
Senate
and
prediction,
believe what we do.
Republicans at 52,
That
Democrats at 48.
that makes me
Somebody asked, "Do you
sad when
think
that
they're
happens.
purposely
But
lying about the
anyway,
seltzer
all right.
or is it just late or something? What could possibly be the
Market
explanation
just
for that?"
slowly pulling back
You know,
here
the seltzer poll was honestly
all
pretty
the way
bad. It's
now
gonna be
below the 400s.
incredibly inaccurate, you know, when it all is said and done. But I would say, you know, I don't think they faked it. I don't think they lied about it.
All right,
but
let's.
just the way
I'm
the
going to
polls
switch the
determine, you
audio
can see
again
with
to
the
hear
crosstabs.
what
Polls in Iowa are gonna close in
MSNBC
just
has to
15
say.
minutes.
Oh, did they just go to a commercial break? Okay, never mind. Never
30,
mind.
Georgia 55. All right.
So right
no
now
big
they have
changes
projected Donald
the
Trump
map
at
over the last
101.
few
Of
minutes
course,
at
if you don't
least.
know, if you're new, the first candidate
Read
to
what you guys
get
are
to
saying in the
270
chat.
electoral votes is declared the winner.
Virginia,
Winner,
a lot of
winner,
people
chicken dinner.
are looking at Virginia right now. Yeah, obviously that's going to be a big thing. So 45% of the votes in, Trump is ahead by 0.5%. Again, it's unlikely he'll actually win Virginia, but he will do well. In fact, I probably overestimated Kamala Harris in Virginia. I thought she would win by just over 5, but if she wins by less than 5, I mean, that's pretty bad. For the vice president. Joe Biden really did do well there last time. People want me to look at Maryland. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Kamala Harris is the winner, but it's 30-67. Republicans don't have a chance in Maryland. You know, that's just the unfortunate fact, and that's why Larry Hogan is not going to be elected.
I have a question.
to the
I'm
US
dealing
Senate.
with
If he is,
trading
I would
at
be
night when I
incredibly
know I
surprised.
shouldn't, and I
But
overtrade when I'm past my
guess we can
stop for
check
the
out
day.
The Senate election in Maryland. Larry
Zach,
Hogan
I
at
mean,
73%,
back when
Angela
I used to
Alter
really,
Brooks at
really struggle with
22.
walking away for the
If we look at
day,
how much he is
then
outperforming Trump in the state,
that's when
we
I
see
have
Hogan at
Guardian Angel
73,
Trader that I
Trump
use,
at 67.
and
So currently,
with
based
Ninja Trader,
on
Guardian Angel
the
Trader will
14,000
prevent
votes
you
we
from
have for
trading
Maryland
once
so
you hit
far,
certain thresholds,
Larry Hogan is only outperforming
and that has
Donald Trump
definitely.
by 6%. That honestly
It's
is
kind of
not
weird
enough.
because
That
it
is
kind of
not
showed me
where he
how
wants to
important it
be.
is to walk
He
away.
is probably going to lose the election in Maryland for Senate, but he's going to put up a good fight, especially.
And once I kind of
in
learned
probably
how
one of the
important it
bluest
is to
states
walk
in the
away,
entire country.
it's actually now easier to walk away.
Um,
It's easier to
Trump
walk
wins
away
Pennsylvania,
without
Wisconsin, North
having those
Carolina, and then it's
parameters
over,
in
right?
place.
Yes. So right now it seems that North Carolina, Georgia are trending heavily in favor of Trump. I mean, look at where Georgia is right now. Trump has an 84% chance of winning, 92 now. We're going to get a call here in Georgia very, very soon. In North Carolina, Trump is at 85, basically the highest he's been throughout the night. So it's pretty clear that these two states are currently on track to go red. And then Pennsylvania is the last one. That's the last puzzle piece for Trump. If he gets Pennsylvania, he'll be at exactly 270. There's nothing else that he needs to worry about. And also, I just wanted to give a shout out to the people on my Discord server.
Here's what I don't want, guys.
Simultaneously,
I do not want
in the
Nevada
Discord chat, and you
to
can
be the
join my Discord
deciding
server
state
at
on who is president. You guys remember 4 years ago how long it took them to count votes?
You can join my Discord server.
And
The
they've
link is
had
in the
4
description
years to
below.
get it fixed,
But
and
they're
they're still
covering
doing the
these
same
races
thing.
Moment
That's
by moment
crazy.
as well. There's thousands of people where you can chat about the election there, so make sure you consider joining my Discord server. Somebody wants me to look at the Texas Senate race. I'll definitely be able to do that. Look at Texas, 56% in the presidential election. Texas in the Senate election, Ted Cruz is at 50. He leads by 2%. Cruz is going to win. It's very, very clear now. Ted Cruz is not going to lose his Senate seat. Trump leads by 6%. Ultimately, or 7%. Ultimately, he's going to win by 10. So Ted Cruz is probably going to come out with a 5 to 6 point victory. It's going to be small.
Man, the
It's
New
not gonna be
York
what he
Times
wants,
has a pretty
but
cool
it's going to be a win. And once again,
website
one of
for the
most
election.
unpopular senators in the country is going to get reelected again. So, I mean, that's what happens in Texas, I guess.
All right, market just kind of
save a lot of money
pulling
if they chose
back
someone
here.
that
Not
wasn't
much
Ted
going
Cruz
on
to run there, because every single time they've poured a lot of their budget just
right
into
now.
there,
I would
because
love to
that's the
see a
only
nice pullback,
vulnerable race that
and
Republicans had throughout this entire cycle. But we are
I don't
now just
know. I don't know.
11
This is
minutes
gonna
away
it's
from
gonna be
9
a
p.m.
while.
Eastern time.
Feel
This is
like the
another
safe
big
play here is to
closing,
go
because at
long.
this point, almost the entirety of the map, almost the entirety of the country voting
But I don't
will
know.
have ended.
We
So
shall
at
find
9
out.
p.m. we're gonna get projections and results from New York.
All right, I'm gonna
Michigan,
turn on
Wisconsin,
MSNBC
Minnesota,
now.
Iowa, North and South Dakota, along with.
Let's see what they have to say. Is he not talking, or am I just deaf? Oh, they're still on commercial break? Interesting. All right. What's the 3250 mean, Joe? That's I'm just watching the election night. He has a YouTube channel and he's trying to get to 325,000 subs. So go ahead, give him a sub, guys. You do the same thing, switching between party news? Exactly, Travis. That's the way to do it. Last election, there was what was called a Trump effect where it went up. Yeah, I feel like right now, I kind of feel like right here, this move was the market kind of coming to the realization that Trump might win. So I don't know if we're going to continue to get a push higher. Usually we get some kind of correction at some point. But hey, we shall see. We are going to wait. We're going to just wait and see. Whose channel? This is election night. This here. This guy is called Election Night. Wow, Trump is now okay, never mind. What? Trump is now at 74%. Again, this poly market, this is kind of a betting market where the odds right now are that 75% chance that Trump will win. That's very high.
Is now at a 60% chance of winning at Pennsylvania. It is the
That's
highest
very
it's been
high.
today. Things are
After Biden
playing
won,
out
we
as
had all-time highs hit that
expected.
summer.
And we look at the odds
Exactly.
When the election as a
Oh
whole,
yeah,
I
in
mean, Trump has surged
2016,
up
Travis.
to his
Yes,
highest
exactly.
point ever. There's never been a point in the 2024 election cycle where Trump's odds of winning the election are higher than they are right now. Trump is at 74.5.
74%.
When Joe Biden dropped out of the race.
That's a lot. That's a
So this
lot
really
for
is
this
an
time of the
incredible
night.
point right now for the former president. This is where he wants to be. It does seem like he will be reelected, although this is quite anticlimactic as we still have quite a few hours to go. I'm probably going to be on the stream for quite a while longer. Looking at the results here, nothing too new. Pennsylvania still is probably going to favor Trump slightly, 0.4%. So Trump's margin in Pennsylvania is growing. When we first looked at the forecast meter, it was 0.2, and then it changed to 0.3, and now it's at 0.4. So we're seeing more and more good news for the former president here. That is exactly.
Is this guy not talking, or what am I
We have our first
missing here? I
results.
feel
Trump
like I'm
leads by
missing
60
something.
Trump leads by 36%. It's 68 to 32 with less than 1% of the vote in, but 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. Somebody wants me to check poly market in Michigan. We'll see what's happening there. It's become a toss-up now
dissipates their
with
power.
Harris
Wow.
at
Gives us more
52,
influence.
Trump at 49. It might be a full upper Midwestern sweep for Donald Trump, although I probably would not expect that at this point, honestly. I do think Kamala Harris.
I thought we
can
weren't
hold
doing
on to
politics
Michigan,
tonight.
but
We're
if
not.
Michigan is
We're
this
not.
close,
But
Wisconsin
obviously,
is basically gone.
we're gonna
So,
talk about some
if you're the
things.
vice president right now, you're probably thinking about all the ways in which you've screwed up. We're actually at 125,000 concurrent viewers. I mean, thank you guys so much for that. I mean, just 125,000 people. It took me 4 years of doing YouTube to get to that point, actually over 4 years. And to see all those people here with me during the stream,
Right, I'm trying
that really
to-
means a lot. We're still trying to hit our goal of 325,000 subscribers tonight. So if you hit subscribe right now, if everybody does it, we can get to 325 in just 5 seconds. So make sure you hit subscribe. Help me out here. I really appreciate your support and for sticking with me throughout the night. We have more results from Texas. It is very likely Republican. Donald Trump at 53 points, Kamala Harris at 45, Trump at 10%. And so I think at 9 p.m. we're going to be able to make a call for the former president in Texas. We'll see what other races here are outstanding. Coming back to the electoral map. Somebody says, "Oh, excellent election coverage.
Trading with
You've become a
Travis.
#1 election
How
site
long
to
has it
source."
been
I'm at
since
West
I've had
Point
a
right
Nutty
now.
Bar?
Kevin McCarthy is one of the hosts for
Unfortunately, I have not had a Nutty Bar
Eric's room
since I've
watching
come
you
to
set
Florida.
yours up. I mean, thank you so much.
But I
really
did-
appreciate that.
Don't tell the wife,
and
but I
appreciate
did
you
sneak.
specifically,
I did sneak a couple.
tuning into my coverage. I mean, going to West Point. That's awesome.
It's only between us. Between us.
All right.
What two EMA am I using?
So
this here is the
back to
21
map. We're gonna
EMA,
make some
and this is
calls in
VWAP.
just a few moments. So we have a
All
lot
right,
of
market
stuff
now.
coming up
Are we
in
gonna
the
try to
next
get?
few minutes? We can also probably call
Try to make it move
Tennessee
higher here.
at this point. I'm not sure why it hasn't been called yet, but Tennessee is going to go red. There is no doubt about that. So with the electoral map, this is before the 8 p.m. poll closing. So this is before all of that chaos, the 9 p.m. poll closing. This is before probably one of the biggest poll closings of the night. We have 3 of the key battleground states up for grabs. The map
Yeah, this guy is
currently
not talking at
111
all
to
to the
58.
YouTube live.
And you might say,
It's very
I
frustrating.
guess we can make it 77.
I guess we'll
So
just
it's
keep
gonna be
this guy
111
on.
to 77 right now. Kamala Harris will take Illinois as most of these upper northeastern states. Donald Trump at 111. He's basically winning all of the states in the South.
I can post a
We're gonna
link
give
of the
him
channel.
Texas
Hang
very
on, give me a
soon.
minute.
So Trump's performance has been incredible here. There's nothing he should be upset about. He is doing exactly what he needs to do. It really couldn't have gone any better for him over the last few hours as his odds just continue to climb. We're now just 1,500 subscribers away from 325,000. So thank you guys so much. I'm probably going to have to make a new goal now.
There you go.
Newark
That's
and
the
Camden
link.
decided to vote from New Jersey, unfortunately.
That is the
Donald
link to the
Trump's support
channel that we're
everywhere
currently
else has been
watching.
unreal. I mean, that definitely has been
Give the
true.
guy a
This
follow.
election
Give
has
the
been
guy
very
a
different, from the last. Somebody asked me what my favorite
show the guy some
anime
love.
is.
Kyle
I don't really
Trades
watch
in
it,
the
I'd
house.
say I watch all of the
How we doing?
Pokemon episodes. So I guess
Short-term
that would
down
be my favorite.
trend down channel. It is kind of,
But
yeah.
we are now just 2 minutes away.
How do you get the
2
green
minutes
percent on the
from
top
what is
right?
probably going to be
Where
we really start to see Trump taking the lead.
I'm not
especially
sure.
in the
I
Midwest.
know
Let's take
there
one
was a
final look at
setting,
Pennsylvania because
and I
this is
forget
really
how
where
I
it matters.
got
Trump plus
to it.
0.4. That is what we want to see. If you know, of course, if you're rooting from Trump to win this election. All right, other people want me to look at Virginia again. Maybe it's getting even closer here, but in Virginia, with 50% of the votes in, Trump leads 49.7 to Kamala Harris's 48.6. This is a pretty big deal. We'll see what the New York Times thermometer has to say. It has Harris up by 5, so it's still unlikely right now that she'll actually lose the state, but her performance has definitely been pretty abysmal, and that's what I've talked about. Polling in Virginia for Harris hasn't been anything near what she needed. We're now at 130,000 concurrent viewers. More than 1.5 million people have tuned in so far throughout the entirety of the stream. So again, thank you guys so much for all of your support. But we're now just 1 minute away from the 9 p.m. poll closing. This is going to be a big one.
Now the poll's closing. The 9 p.m. poll closing.
New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, North Dakota, South
Hey,
Dakota,
Michael
Nebraska,
Miller,
Kansas,
how we
Wyoming,
doing? Good to
Colorado,
see you.
Arizona, New Mexico,
Thanks for stopping in.
Texas, and Louisiana. This is a pretty
All right,
big
guys.
deal.
I need to actually. I'm gonna wait, but I need to go get some coffee.
Closing of the night, because after this, all we have is Nevada and the West Coast. Somebody's asking, why is Pennsylvania so bullish with such a gap? So the gap in Pennsylvania is exactly what we saw in 2020, although the opposite, I would say. Trump led by quite a bit in Pennsylvania. His lead slowly started to shrink. This time,
So this is just the Kornacki cam.
First, they were able to start
that's a
that
joke.
this morning,
okay,
and so
I'm
that
sorry,
Harris
but
is up by
that's
so
a joke.
much. These are all votes that are fully expected.
We need something
to go
different.
To her.
That ain't gonna
she's
cut it.
doing worse than she actually needs to.
We need someone
which is
that
why
talks
all signs
to
point
us.
to a Trump victory here.
Ooh, can we?
have a
Maybe
lot
we
of
should
votes
watch
already
some
in
golf.
from Allegheny County. That is basically one of the two big counties for Democrats. It's Allegheny and it's Philadelphia County, and Kamala Harris just isn't doing it right now in Allegheny County. These are votes that should favor her more than normal, and she's at 70. For context, Trump won this county by 73.
Well, I don't know. We might
in
not
such a close
be able to
state.
watch anything.
That is a pretty big deal. And so we'll see. We're at 325,000. Thank you guys so much for all of that support. We're at let's check the concurrent viewership now. But we're at 136,000. I mean, that's awesome. We're going to come now to make some projections. This is a big moment in the night. We have some big calls to
Just
make.
see Associated Press.
This will just reload here. Starting off,
CBS
Wyoming,
News.
Donald Trump is the projected winner. He's going to win Wyoming, 3 electoral votes for the former president. In Kansas, Donald Trump, the projected winner, 6 electoral votes. Republicans lost the governorship here in 2022, but they're going to win it in the presidential election now in 2024 easily. New York.
Sorry, guys. I'm
Kamala
just trying
Harris
to find a little
It's not going
better
to be by a big
channel
margin,
here,
but
an
New York
alternate.
is still a pretty liberal state.
I need an alternate
Louisiana,
channel.
Donald Trump, the projected winner, 8 electoral votes for the former president. We also have North Dakota. This is another
CNN
big one,
was
3 electoral
supposedly
votes, along
going
with
to be
South
broadcasting,
Dakota.
but
2 states Trump is
I
easily
don't
going to
see
win.
them.
Nebraska, 4 electoral votes. Trump is going to win the state at large, as well as its 1st and 3rd districts. Now, the 2nd district is going to take a little bit longer. But for now, these are the calls that we're able to make almost entirely in favor of Donald Trump. So if you look at our electoral map here, I'll expand it for you guys on your screen. We can see that Donald Trump is going to win North and South Dakota, all of Nebraska except
All right,
the
well, I
2nd
guess we'll
district,
check this
as
one.
well as Kansas and Wyoming. Kamala Harris is just going to pick
But this
up
is just like
the
a
state
live
of New York.
feed.
Trump is also going to take Louisiana. I believe that is everything for now.
I don't know.
So the new updated
Let's watch
electoral
pool
map is
cleaning
Trump,
video.
138 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 105.
Least estimator, you're
This is
funny.
a pretty big margin right now for Trump. He's
You
taking
still
an
remember
early
that
lead.
pool cleaning video.
People want to ask about
That's a
California.
real one.
California is not
I
going to come out
appreciate that.
for another 2 hours. We're at 9 p.m. Our stream has officially gone on now for
we don't
3
need
hours.
that. ABC News. I guess we
So
could
3
check
hours
this
now we're
out.
into the stream.
Declare a
New
winner.
York
ABC
Times
News
is
now
Trump at
projecting
120.
that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida, his home state.
Wow,
Florida,
that is
popular, Florida
that is
Governor
one thing
Ron
that is
DeSantis
kind of
as
crazy.
well, who
That
ran
Florida
against,
is
Donald Trump in the
already being
primary.
declared
Donald Trump will pick up
a
30
winner by
electoral
Trump
votes from his
this
home state of
early
Florida.
in the
That's
night.
with
That's
77% of the vote
that's
coming
definitely
in. Donald Trump also winning tonight, Tennessee.
in
11
Trump's favor
electoral
right
votes
now.
There. He won it in 2020, wins it again. Missouri, Donald Trump picks up 10 more electoral votes. Donald Trump wins the state of Alabama, 9 electoral votes from Alabama. In Oklahoma tonight, one of the most Republican states in the country, Donald Trump picks up another 7 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris wins in the solidly Democratic state of Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden, of course, won there handily by 33 points 4 years ago. Vice President
guys
Kamala
wanna
Harris
see
winning
the-
the state of Maryland
the
tonight, 10 electoral votes there. We're going to be watching that
closed
Senate race very
caption?
closely.
You guys wanna see
the
that?
District of Columbia tonight, 3 electoral votes. The winner, Vice President Kamala
Yeah, I
Harris.
agree,
In
Travis.
Illinois
The
tonight, we're
Florida's
watching
voting
the raw numbers
system,
coming in. Obviously, too
the
early to
rest of the
call. As soon as
country
we've got
should
numbers
take
on the board,
note.
We'll go back to that. 19
The
electoral
rest
votes
of the
up for grabs.
country should
New
take
Jersey,
note.
not a winner yet, 14 electoral votes. The polls have just closed in Connecticut as well. They've closed in Mississippi. They've closed in Maine. And in New Hampshire, a lot of talk about New Hampshire in these recent days. Kamala Harris had held a commanding lead in some
go
of the
ahead and
polls.
trade.
As it got closer to Election Day, some of those polls tightened, so there'll be some interest in New Hampshire tonight. In Rhode Island, they just closed the polls there. 4 electoral votes up for grabs. In Delaware, 3 electoral votes up for grabs.
Oh my word! I thought
They've
I was
just closed
watching
the
a
polls
live
there. Let's take a
video.
look
This
at the
is
map
not
so
even
far.
live.
Kamala Harris winning 3
Oh
states
my-
and 1.
I give up. Wow, this this guy election night has 144,000 viewers. That's crazy. I mean, Fox News, I don't understand their there's the Kornacki cam, but I want to see more than the backside of Kornacki, okay? I want to hear what he's saying. NBC News, but this is nothing I want to, I mean, Methodical Man. Hey, how we doing, Methodical Man? Hole in One. What in the world? You guys can see who I follow. This is not, I'm exposing myself. So MSNBC. Hey, Alpine is live. Let's go. Or he. All right, let's go, Alpine. I didn't even see you. I didn't know you were going to go live. There's our buddy Patrick. The Associated Press. I don't know. There's really nothing else to watch, I guess. I'm going to who were we watching? Maybe we'll just put it on there. Guess we'll just put the Kornacki cam on and leave it at that. It is what it is. But I'm going to put this guy on the sound,
we'll
so
get to see Trump start to build a lead where we can feel
all right,
confident.
Trump currently
he's going to
ahead,
end up winning
120
this election.
electoral
So
votes to 99.
we'll start off. We'll just go from
Again,
east
this is
to
early in the
west.
session, early in the
Pennsylvania,
night,
Trump's
so
lead,
you never
or
know.
Harris's lead is continuing to
You know,
shrink.
still
Michigan,
too early
Kamala
probably
Harris
to
leads
go
by
out
just
and
8 points. Obviously, her
start
numbers are
calling
gonna go
anything,
down
but
from here on
right
out.
now it's
Kamala
definitely
Harris is on
in
track to
favor
win
of
by
Trump.
0.2%.
Right now,
according to the New
the
York
betting
Times.
markets favor
Meanwhile,
Trump
in
winning by
Pennsylvania,
75%.
we see
75%
Trump leads by
is
0.5.
right
so
now
again, Trump's numbers are
favoring.
going up more.
Actually,
and
one
more
thing we
in
could do. You know what
Pennsylvania.
we
This is
will do?
exactly what he wants to see. It's basically perfect. What's been happening so far. And then Texas, we already made this projection, but Texas is going to go red. Iowa, not too much from there. Colorado, 6%. Kamala Harris at 78. If you look at the New York Times projection, Harris is on track to win by 11. This is actually surprisingly high, but still, it's going to be a victory for the vice president here. Dominic said, love your channel. Been watching from overseas while in the military. Keep up the good work. I mean, yeah, I'm glad I've been able to inform you guys. And I mean, hopefully I'll be able to shed this image of being a right-wing channel when really, I think looking at how things have been going, I'm going to be exactly spot on or just one state off. Trump at a 72% chance of winning. Michigan, Wisconsin are the two swing states where Kamala Harris has a chance. And I mean, compared to this map, it's not going to be very different from what I said in my final prediction. Somebody wants me to look at New York City. I can definitely do that. It's been projected for Kamala Harris now. We're going to have to zoom in quite a bit to actually see it. But in Brooklyn, Kamala Harris at 77. In Queens, she's at 67. Manhattan, 86. The Bronx, 78. And, of course, Staten Island, Trump leads at 66. So, you know, it's looking okay for Democrats, but obviously they're going to do a lot worse as the upstate numbers
This is so
start
lame.
pouring in.
This guy.
People also want me to check Georgia and Virginia. All right, so I'm going to check Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina. So in Georgia, 70% of the votes are in. Trump, 53. Harris, 47. The state is leaning Republican. The New York Times is projecting a 2.3% margin of victory for Donald Trump. That is exactly what he wants. In North Carolina, Trump leads here as well. He's ahead by over 4 points.
They have Trump now at 137 votes.
So
oh, wow, look at that rip higher.
In the state
that might
here.
be it. I just had an update that Trump now projected at 137.
We saw Josh Stein just get destroyed.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
Destroy Mark Robinson, but that's no problem for Trump. And then in Virginia, Donald Trump is at 50, Kamala Harris at 48, with a majority of
so here we can just see for ourselves.
Harris is on track to win by less than 5. So
maybe we can just we can kind of have fun with it on our own while we listen to this guy. He obviously knows. He knows way more about this than I do. So, wow, what a move higher here.
Big win for the former president.
All right, we are at the 430s. We need to start looking at taking some trades.
And so we'll be able to call Ohio in just a few moments as well. But yeah, I mean, this is really shaping up to be exactly what Trump could have
But that is
for.
Looking like...
we'll see if we've made the projection on our Twitter yet in Ohio, but it definitely
Target filled. Let's go, D-Crown.
Soon.
It's all about Pennsylvania. I do agree.
Yet, so I guess
right here, Pennsylvania, this is going to be the important state. And
Ohio,
right now,
Trump
it is
the projected
looking...
winner of its 17.
I mean, right now we have it's
votes.
18% of the votes counted.
Back in 2016.
I mean, there's a reason that both parties were campaigning
that
in Pennsylvania. They probably knew this is what was going to happen.
Was going to win Ohio, a state that voted for Obama both times, but Trump flipped it. He won it again by a big margin in 2020, and now Trump is going to win Ohio for a third time in a row.
Trump will win Ohio. I think that is now been
at the bottom right. You can see Trump is
official.
195 electoral votes. We also, I believe, numbers from New Mexico. I believe someone in chat is saying. West Michigan. We also do have our first numbers out from Minnesota now. Probably not going to look at those until we actually get some more. Somebody said, what streaming software you use for the overlays and real-time subcounts? This is just OBS.
Duck race.
So
yes, we do need to do a duck race at some point tonight.
Add multiple different elements.
We do need to do that.
So it's pretty easy to use. You can find a lot of tutorials online. Hopefully that answers your question. All right. Wisconsin updates. There have not been any updates from Wisconsin yet. We're going to just have to wait a little bit. Wisconsin will take a while, although last time it was called surprisingly quick because they've counted a lot of votes overnight.
So the red states are the states that have declared Trump
19% now in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris's lead has shrunk,
and currently he has 137 to 99.
Trump is on track to win by 0.5%.
Very interesting.
We'll see Michigan too. Trump's lead is also shrinking there. Kamala Harris's lead is shrinking there. She's ahead by just 7 points. This is also looking pretty bad for her. Harris has just a 28% chance of winning the election right now. Michigan is the only swing state where she's favored. It's not even blue.
Yeah, Travis, but see one thing. Okay, I am kind of a geek when it comes to the elections. Like,
At least that's
every
just what I've
election
been watching
night,
in the background.
like I really like digging
during
into
this
it,
stream.
and like I actually wasn't that surprised that Biden won
But,
last
yeah, I believe
election
Georgia could be
because
called pretty soon.
the most important states that
137.99
were not complete
but right now we of course have it at
were the mail-in
195,
votes,
105.
and I always said like.
We'll start to.
Unfortunately, only there in the 2020 election,
so
only one of the
coming to
candidates
Senate
was
map, this is our
pushing
Senate
people
map
to
here.
do the mail-in
Republicans
votes.
won in North Dakota.
Only one
Nebraska
candidate
numbers,
was pushing
definitely something
people
I want to look at
to do the
in
mail-in
next few
votes,
moments here, but,
and I still
in
think
particular,
that's
Democrats
where
are going to win
you know
everywhere else,
mistakes were
especially
made,
up
where
in
it
the
was.
Northeast. So it's looking.
You know,
quite
I wasn't
good. New Jersey
surprised
has
that
been
most of
called
the
for
mail-in
Amy Kim.
votes
It's gonna be
were for
closer than
Biden.
normal
I really
just
wasn't.
because of Bob Menendez, but she is on
And
track to
that,
win.
but
And then
the
Maryland,
2020
we don't have any
election
polls
just
there,
has like this
but on the
asterisk
Senate
beside
map,
it
does seem
because of
Republicans are
COVID
gonna take the
and
majority back
everything
pretty easily,
around it,
in
and
almost the
how
exact
you
way
know
that I called it.
it was
Republicans right
just
now are at
it was
47
an
seats,
anomaly.
Democrat, the GOP's
It
path
it
to
was
majority.
different. It was
All they will
definitely
need
different.
left is to
Take
hold
that
on
however you want, but
to Nebraska, hold on to Texas, and then win Montana and Ohio, of course, as well. And then we have Utah, which is going to be solid red. So it's going to be a very easy pathway to at least 52 seats for Republicans.
so
That
I'm
is
curious,
currently
like
what I have it
MSNBC.
projected as. You can see here, Sherrod Brown.
Do
is gonna
they
go
have
down to
it
Bernie
projected
Moreno.
right now
Ted Cruz
that
is gonna
Trump
win
is
in
at
the Senate
100?
election.
See, now Trump is at
Pretty easy.
177.
Polymark predict the Biden win.
177.
Honestly,
I don't know
too
who
sure
they
about
just
that.
called.
But I do believe that the betting markets overall did predict the Biden victory. As for Polymarket specifically,
So Texas
I'm
was
not
just
fully
declared.
sure.
Ohio was just declared for Trump.
Texas has been called here. So
Again,
more
this is
and
all
more
going to
red
come
on
down to
this
PA, I
map
think.
as the night goes on.
Right now,
we have our first ever votes from
19%.
Wisconsin.
Expect 19% of the votes are in.
64%. Harris at 35. This is with 1% of the votes in, and currently they expect Kamala Harris to win by 0.2%. So based on the New York Times' trackers right now, my prediction is going to be exactly correct, as the New York Times is normally pretty good with this, not with their reporting or their polls, but when it comes to the data analysis, they are always accurate. So we are currently on track to see exactly this map that I put out yesterday. I guess
All
we'll
right.
see
I
some
wish I
other
was
states here.
focusing.
New
I wish I
Mexico,
was
the first
focusing
votes,
more on
Trump
trading.
at 73, Kamala Harris at 26, 2% of votes in. Kamala Harris will win by 5.7. That's abysmal. That is terrible. Yeah.
All right, here, let me switch.
I don't think she has it. Nothing is going in her favor right
Oh
now.
man, I forgot
Iowa,
my layout is
we'll look
different.
at the New York Times' estimate
Oh,
here.
shoot.
Trump plus
Hang on.
8.5. I mean, whoever said
Hang on,
that
guys.
Trump was going to win, Trump was going to lose Iowa, that Ann Seltzer poll, I mean, you know, that's been proven to be incredibly wrong. Nobody's going to listen to that poll ever again, it feels like. But yeah, Trump plus 8.5 right here.
I might.
This is exactly what we're seeing. We will probably be able to make a Georgia call pretty soon with 71% of the votes in. Trump is in a good position. We'll look at Fulton County, Kamala Harris at 73. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden got to 72.6. But the issue for Harris now is that we're only going to get more and more in-person votes. And so Harris's numbers there are only going to continue going down. It's not going to get bigger. So she is really going to lose Georgia based on the returns that we've seen so far. Arizona, don't have any numbers there, but polls.
I'm listening on my other
close.
ear to Cornac.
How's Virginia looking?
Because
Yeah,
I
we can
can't put it on
definitely
stream.
update. We can definitely give you guys an update.
I wish I could put that on
Virginia.
stream.
Donald Trump continues to
But right
lead.
now they're
He's
talking
ahead
about
by
Georgia and how
0.9%.
the Democrats
The
are
New
in
York
trouble.
Times meter has it at Harris 4.7, so it's
I would.
continuing to go down. Kamala Harris is just doing worse and worse. I don't think anyone really could have foreseen just, you know, how poorly she's doing right now.
I wish I
especially
could
in
have
New
a
Mexico. She's on
something
track to win
different
by
on
5.
here.
Joe Biden won the state by over double.
I guess
that
we
margin
could just
4 years
put this
ago.
on.
Really, it's getting quite problematic for the vice president's campaign. Another really interesting race to look at is Nebraska.
like
We
this
have the
is
Senate
kinda
election
useless.
in Nebraska. Deb Fischer right now is losing to Dan Osborne, 57-43. In the presidential race, Trump
All right,
leads.
now what was I gonna do?
44
Oh
to
yeah, hang on.
55. Sorry, not leads, but he's at 44 to 55. So if Trump right now is at 44%, and Fisher's at 43. All right, so Fisher's going to win. So Nebraska Senate race basically has been called, not officially, but Deb Fisher is going to win her reelection. The seat is not going to go to an independent. Republicans will hold on to Nebraska, which means that they will be able to pretty easily win at least 51 seats, very likely 52 seats. I mean, look at Nebraska here, 83% Deb Fisher wins. Ohio, 96% it goes red. Montana, 89% it goes red. So basically everything Republicans need in the Senate, they currently have. Couldn't have gone any better. Tammy Baldwin is actually looking quite weak right now. She could actually lose her Senate seat.
All right, I'm gonna try to get this set up so we can trade the U-Profit accounts.
It seems that people are worried about her based on what we're seeing right now. Who is predicted to win the House? We have been focusing a lot more on the presidential and Senate races, I will admit, but we'll see. See right now what's happening with the House races. Currently 59% Republicans win the House, so it might be just a trifecta for the GOP. If you look at the markets for the most likely outcomes for the election, we'll see if we can find it here. Yes, the balance of power. There is a 55% chance, it's the highest it has ever been, that Republicans are going to win the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It seems that is currently what is on track to happen. All the other ones, the odds are pretty low. There's an 18% chance that Republicans don't win the House, but they win everything else. I don't think that's most likely, but it's definitely possible, although things are looking up. I mean, Republicans have a 97% chance at winning the House of Representatives. They have essentially won the Senate majority back from Democratic control over the last 4 years.
All right, hang on, guys.
Coming back to the map here.
I'm getting it.
Colorado,
I'm getting it.
A lot more votes from Colorado now. Kamala Harris at 56, Trump at 42. Harris is going to win by 11 points here, it seems. Colorado is one of those few states that is actually going to do a lot better with Harris on the ballot than expected, even though she's going to do worse than Joe Biden. But Colorado is the state that has shifted the most in the last 20 years, so this isn't too surprising, but it's going to continue its leftward shift. Virginia, Trump's probably not going to win the state. He is winning there right now, but he's probably going to lose it ultimately by just under 5.
We are finally ready to
I don't
trade.
Think we'll see anything too interesting from Hawaii, but the state generally is shifting to the right. You know, Joe Biden did worse than Hillary Clinton in Hawaii, so that's just a pretty good example of that. Somebody wants me to look at Minnesota, less than 1% of the votes in. I think this will be interesting to look at. The New York Times is projecting a 4.6% margin of victory. I mean, once again, I guess I've just overestimated Kamala Harris. I had her winning Minnesota by just over 5. Pretty sure I said that in the video as well. But if she wins by just under 5, yeah, she's gonna lose.
We are finally
she needs to do better than Joe
set
Biden
up where
in
we
Minnesota.
can trade.
Joe Biden
So this is a fresh U-Profit
He's not running
account
with the state's literal governor. I mean, Kamala Harris, who
but
is,
I don't want to get in all the way up here.
defeat
I wish it would have
by a
had the
larger
account back.
margin than
The
7.
320s, which I guess I wouldn't have gotten
I'd be
filled
pretty
if
worried if I was a Democrat right
technically.
now.
But the 320s here, for those that were here,
it doesn't really matter
this
too much.
320 area was definitely an area that I was interested
Oregon,
in.
Yeah, no results in Oregon yet. But
we
can
just
come back
didn't
to
have
Polling
our
Market,
accounts.
see what the presidential results are saying. Polling Market also has an app, so you can download the app on the App Store. The link is at the top of the description.
All right, what are these
below.
guys saying?
You can download that for free using my link.
The stakes of the Ohio Senate race. So far, we've seen that Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moreno has the same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable.
All right, I'm going to wait for a pullback here.
What do you make of that?
As soon as I get a pullback here, we're going to enter.
Definitely looks like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's the one thing you feel pretty confident about.
Wow, Moreno.
Race calls.
This is a pretty close race now.
That's really important. But how Republican then? If
56 estimated votes counted.
Then that probably hurts the control there. But
U-Profit may have done that on on purpose. I don't know.
It's unfortunate. working class voters, working class men. And that's a
YouTube's
really big
bandwidth is getting
dynamic
strained.
cycle.
Right now, this is where I'm really, really
Sure,
thankful
Pablo
to have
Yako,
fiber
24
internet.
Site is going to be with us throughout the
All right,
hour
give
for
me 1
talking
second,
in
guys. I need to
real
take a
time some of
bathroom
these
break.
results,
I'll
though.
be
We do
right
have
back.
some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West.
All right, we're back.
500-year floods in the East.
Whoa, we just had a spike. We are not even getting a pullback here. Oh, well.
Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think
Wow, now they have Trump at 178 electoral votes. All right, who's talking here? Josh Stein victory speech. All right.
Raised my brother
1%. So that's going to be lean Republican. In Georgia, or sorry, in North Carolina, we currently see Trump ahead by 3 points with the votes coming in so far. However, he's going to win by 3.3. So North Carolina's going to vote to the right of Georgia. That's actually pretty surprising if you've been following this race, but I guess it's not
this
that
is
unexpected.
so bullish.
So North Carolina also going to be lean Republican. And then finally, in
Oh,
Pennsylvania,
I'm
this is
sad
the
that I
last
didn't have a
one
chance to go
that he
long down
needs.
here.
Kamala Harris
Now I
might
feel
lead
like
right
I'm going
now,
to be
but that lead is
chasing
going to
it.
disappear very,
I feel like
very
I'm going to be
soon.
chasing
Trump
this
on
if I
track to
just
win by 0.6.
jump in all the way up here.
Look
I
at the
don't want
map
to do
here.
that.
That's what he needs. The election is over. Trump is going to win. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be happy about right now if you do want Trump to win the election. So we're at 151 concurrent viewers. Thank you guys so much for that.
This guy is crazy.
Looking in the chat, see anything?
Hey, Sarah's Trades. How we doing? Good to see
you.
you.
But now
Good
we
to
are
see
able
you.
to make a major projection in the state of Iowa. Despite that one big Ann Seltzer poll that had Republicans losing Iowa, we can pretty quickly project that Donald Trump is going to win the state, and it's 6 electoral votes. Donald Trump will win Iowa. 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. He is now at over 250. Somebody's saying that North Carolina was called. I don't think that's going to happen for a while. We can look at the CNN map here, see if there's any differences. Yeah, really not too much has happened. Somebody just asked in the chat, will Virginia turn red? No, it simply is not going to turn red. It's so likely blue. Trump leads by 2 points. Although I do think that this margin could get cut down. I wouldn't be surprised if Harris wins by less than 3
Hey,
at
hedge
this
fund,
point.
how we doing?
But this would still be a pretty.
I mean, we're just
bad
continuing
margin
to
for
go higher
Democrats.
here.
This
Now
is
we're above
definitely
480s.
not where they want or where they need to be.
485s, just ripping this thing
I mean,
higher.
this map is shaping up to look very similar
Wow.
to what we saw back in 2016.
Market's very
and of course,
bullish.
that's what
Market
Republicans
is very
have been
bullish.
aiming for this entire time. We can come back up to the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris 55, Trump 43. By far, you are the best election reporter for 2024. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But Trump plus 0.6. Yeah, so that's the first one. That's the only one he needs, actually. Michigan, Trump is behind by 9 right now, but he's on track to win by 0.2. I kind of do doubt this. We'll see what happens. And then Wisconsin is basically a tie as well with an exactly even race. So it's going to go down to the wire. And it really doesn't matter at this point because Trump just needs 1. And when they're all so close, Trump's going to win at least 1, especially Pennsylvania, which is heavily leaning towards the right. We do have some numbers from Maine. Kamala Harris is behind right now, but ultimately it's pretty unlikely that the GOP will actually lose the state, where the Democrats will actually lose the state. No Democrat has lost it in over 3 decades.
Wow, we just touch the 500
Senate races. Amy Klobuchar not looking the strongest, but we'll see what happens there.
We did. We are at the 500.
Probably going to come out with
and I'm having
victory.
some serious
That's what
FOMO
Republicans
here.
want. Pennsylvania, Bob
FOMO.
Casey. He does lead. And so basically all of these Senate candidates up in the Midwest, all they have to do is match Kamala Harris and just do slightly better, and they will win just because of how close these races themselves are. In Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin's at 45. Kamala Harris is at 45. So we'll just have to see what happens. Some people are saying that North Carolina has been called. Is that on Fox? Where has North Carolina been called? All right. I mean, I guess we can call North Carolina as well here. This is probably the first step on the road for a Trump victory. North Carolina, we have our first swing state projection going in favor of Donald Trump. It's going to be in North Carolina. Give me 1 second.
Come on, give me a
pull up the
pullback here,
projection
and then
here.
we'll jump in.
But the former president is going to be the winner in North Carolina. This is a big blow to the Harris campaign. Democrats have been trying to.
So they're going to declare North Carolina already?
Basically since they won it in 2008.
Wow, that's
it hasn't
crazy.
happened yet, and it's not going to happen in 2024. Donald Trump holds on to North Carolina. This is the first swing state projection we have made out of the 7, and North Carolina is going to go red. It's going to be a victory for Donald Trump. And then we can also call Colorado. Kamala Harris is doing quite well here. Kamala Harris will win.
It's very interesting to see the different coverage from MSNBC right now.
And so we have an extra 10
MSNBC is definitely kind of
and so the map really is starting
definitely
to fill
painting
in now.
a little bit of a
We're getting
different
pretty good
picture
of where things are.
So I don't know. Keep your eyes open.
Can you go?
You're up 294. Let's go D Crown Trading. That's
The lesser
awesome.
of two evils to the audience. Well, I guess if everybody would
Just
like
past
to
2
chat,
more 50K
say
evals.
whether they prefer
Let's
Harris
go.
or
You have 4
Biden,
PAs now.
I think we
Let's
can get a
go,
good
Carl.
answer just
That's
from
awesome.
That. So just type your answer in chat.
All right, I might just start to scale in here a little bit. I'm getting a little bit impatient.
To the map here, 178.99. That's the New York Times. I currently have it at 217, 115. I mean, obviously these news sources are going to be a lot slower.
I hate going long all the way up here, but this thing is just continuing to go.
But up in New Hampshire, it looks like Kamala
we
Harris
could go
is
to the
doing
600s
okay.
today.
It'll definitely be a close race.
We could.
Maine,
Not saying we
it's
will.
not looking too great for Harris either.
I'm hoping we pull back more and I
will
can
be called
add
very
down here the
soon.
470s. I wouldn't
And
mind
of course, Colorado, New Mexico. So
adding down here the 470s maybe.
we've actually just hit 2 million views on
Patience.
the stream. So
Too bad.
2
Too
million
late, Eddie.
people, have clicked on it. Thank you guys so
We
much
jumped in.
for your support, for sticking with us. We're at
I don't know how to
nearly
show you guys my
150,000
position
concurrent viewers.
currently.
So if you guys can
Actually
subscribe
here.
right
You guys
now
can see it
and all
here.
hit the subscribe button at the same time, we may be able to hit our goal of 350,000.
Wait,
I would really
what?
appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for your support over the last 4 years and for tonight.
Oh, the clock is in the way.
We're over
Hang
2
on.
million now. I mean, that's incredible to see. We're at 333,000 subscribers. 1/3 of the way to 1 million, actually. But, you know, that'll obviously take a while.
I'm going to move my clock up here.
All right, people want me to look at Polymarket, so I guess I'll go over there and check things out. Trump at a 78% chance of winning the election. Yep, this is what we've been expecting. Pennsylvania shifting to the right. Wisconsin, Trump is looking good there too. Michigan, it seems like Trump might be able to win Michigan as well, although I would definitely be a lot more cautious about that. I personally do
Sometimes we
not
buy high and it
have
keeps
Trump
going higher.
winning Michigan, but we'll just have to see.
We buy high and it keeps going higher. Sometimes it is like that.
To everyone who moved to Colorado and turned it into a crap hole. Interesting. My map has Missouri called. Yes, I do have Missouri called. Missouri is going to go red. There's no doubt about it. Matthew says, you're seriously the best. Have loved listening to you over the past few months. Thank you, and let's go Trump. Thank you for your support. I'm glad I was able to, help guide you through this election over the last few months. It's definitely been a long one. I remember just 4 months ago, Joe Biden was still supposed to be the Democratic nominee. Clearly, I think people are going to give Biden a bit more credit than he was given before, because he simply is not going to win. Or he simply wasn't going to win, but the person he was replaced by didn't really do any better. And if I think CNN right now is showing the Kamala Harris HQ in Washington, D.C., there aren't that many people, and what they're seeing is definitely not what they want. Thank you, Sue Chang, for the
all right, getting the breakout again above the 500s.
That. But we are now just 20.
Let's go. I'm gonna try to hold this.
PM poll closing. So this is
if we look at some profit
milestone,
targets
for the election. So let me just get.
Let's look at some realistic profit
targets here.
What's
going to happen at 10 p.m. Eastern
realistic
time.
targets.
We have our final poll closing
we will hold
in a battleground state. That will be Nevada. Nevada's going to be the final
so
battleground state.
If we
where
go,
voting will end. We also have Utah, where Mitt Romney is
right
going to be
here.
replaced. He is retired from the Senate.
really think
and
there
then
we could see the
Montana,
600s right here.
This is where John Tester is probably going to lose his re-election. So Montana,
I think
Nevada,
we could see the
600s. Big
600s.
races to watch there. Polls will be closing in just 24
we'll see. We
minutes.
Can't. We'll try to hold
now,
for it.
Back to the map. Again, no big updates. Pennsylvania, though,
we're in it. We're in it
9
now.
points away. He's gonna
so we're
going
to hold, and if we get pullbacks, we can trade up to 4 minis. We can trade 4 minis on this. So
here, Trump plus 0.2 based on the New York Times
we will
forecast.
continue to
Michigan,
add until we we'll add on the pullbacks.
It really seems like red Michigan is coming. It seems like Trump might actually win Wisconsin and Michigan.
Maybe all-time high soon.
Surprising to see.
By the way, did you guys know that with UProfit 0, you can actually hold overnight? You can actually swing trade. It's crazy.
I mean, it's something
All right,
surprising how well he's
520s.
doing right now. Although I wouldn't say too much because I did, of course.
See, we can ride it all the way up to the 5/600s. Wow, there it goes, 530s.
They really could go either way.
Ripping it, boys.
But I guess
she's
as of this
ripping
point,
it.
seems like Trump
540s.
is going into this in a,
wow. I mean, this is basically confirmation. I mean, I think we're at the point in the night where I don't want to speak too soon.
In over 100
I don't want to
years
speak too soon, but at this point, it will take a miracle for Harris to win.
I appreciate that.
I think
I do my best to be
it'll
as accurate
take a
as
small
possible.
miracle for Harris to come back and
The
win.
New York Times is now
I don't.
popular
There's
vote,
not many
B plus
paths
0.4.
that
Okay,
she's.
that's pretty big.
There is not many paths
looking
available
at
for
the
her to
Electoral
win.
College estimate right now, New York Times gives
Nice.
Trump
Let's go,
286
Travis. Nicely
electoral
done.
votes. My forecast gives him.
I mean, I'm
287.
I'm
This is
sad
just
that I
because of,
didn't.
like, a rounding error, basically.
Yeah,
when they're allocating
this
the votes.
should be even
And
better
then
trade, but
the
we'll
election
take
as a
it.
whole,
I'm not
leaning towards
complaining.
Trump, 68% chance.
Let's
of
rip
a
it,
Trump victory.
boys.
We're probably only going to see his odds continue to go up as the night progresses. It's still early. I mean, we've only been here
Live beats, hey,
for less than 4 hours. It's only
we don't-
9:38. We still
Yeah,
have
it is what it is.
quite a long ways to go. I'm going to do my very best to stay until we get a full projection for the winner of the election. To be honest, I don't even have slides for an actual election winner. I probably should make that right now, just because I did not expect the race to be called so fast. I didn't think Trump would actually perform nearly as well as he is right now. But again, we are just 21 minutes away now from 10 p.m. We're also going to be able to call Georgia and North Carolina soon. That's going to be or North Carolina's already been called, but we're probably going to be able to call Georgia pretty soon. That's going to be a big deal for Trump. But I'm literally making my slide for Trump to win the presidency right now, just because I never actually made one, because I didn't think I'd be able
All
to
right,
call it
let's get to that
so
50
early.
level.
But in North Carolina,
I mean, are we not
it's
even
pretty
going to get a
clear
pullback
Trump is
here?
going to come out on top here.
I
He's
actually
on track
want a
to win by
pullback, and then
3.2,
we're
much
going to
better
add to this
than a lot of
trade.
people expected. Georgia also leans Republican. Trump leads by 5 points. With the final votes coming in, he's on track to win by 2.3.
This is just going crazy.
Margin.
Yes, I want a cookie.
Some people asking where Washington is at. Polls will
Cookie
close in
through the
Washington
closet
at
door,
11, so we're
guys.
not going to see anything from
That's
there
good service.
for
I don't care.
another 2
Honey,
hours.
you know
but
what
there's
would be
a lot
even
else
better?
on the map
Yeah.
that we have to cover.
If you could just like put it in the
especially when it
microwave
comes
for a minute and
to
30 seconds.
Nevada, Arizona. We don't have any votes
I
in
love it.
Arizona yet, but they should be trying to get.
You know,
numbers
have
out
I
to
told
us
you guys?
pretty soon? Although
I don't know if I've
obviously
told
that
you guys lately,
hasn't happened
but
yet.
I have the best wife. I know you. I've got the best wife out there. I just want you guys to know that.
I mean, Virginia, Trump is
Look at this
still
thing
doing
rip,
incredibly
baby.
Well in
Let's
the state. I mean, I
go.
think Virginia has been a pretty big surprise.
Wow.
Donald Trump at
And I went in with
50%,
the smallest
Kamala
size
Harris
too.
at 48.
Unbelievable.
And I really don't know how he is able to pull this off at this point.
Oh man, this is a pump.
But we'll see.
She is
4.9%,
pumping.
So Harris is still on track.
We're
win.
at the
Somebody said,
560s
"Please explain how
now."
Trump is so far behind in PA with
Actually,
a projected
just getting
win.
ripped
I mean,
here.
you know, just the votes that have come in, these 31%. It's now just a 5-point margin for Harris. We've seen the margin
The best
continuously
one,
go
the
down
one micro
throughout
you've
the
ever
entirety
placed
of
on
the
your
night, and it's
XFA.
only
Let's
going to
go.
continue going down
Tell her
more
go
and
in
more
trades.
every
I will tell
single
her
time
again, but
a
I do
new
tell her.
state, or every single time new batches of voting is
All right,
counted,
I'm
votes are
very
counted.
curious. I mean,
And in the end,
it's
Trump
kind of
is on track to
interesting.
win
I'm
by
also watching
0.9%.
MSNBC,
This is
and
pretty big in favor of Trump at 0.9%. It really seems like he just isn't going to lose the state. Poly market is kind of going crazy right now.
like, okay, so this is what's
Trump at
interesting.
76.
Like,
All three
right now,
of the upper Midwestern
MSNBC
states are
doesn't
currently on
have
track
any
to
swing
go to Trump
states
based
called.
on the
They
polling
don't
market
have
forecast.
Georgia. They don't have North
We'll have
Carolina.
to see what happens
Like,
there, but
they
it
are
does
very.
seem like things are over for Kamala Harris.
It's
before they even really
interesting. They're
started.
projecting
It's going to be very narrow
pretty
victories,
hard.
though.
But we'll
we will
see.
see
We'll
here.
see.
Wisconsin, I think, could still go the other way. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
ultimately.
D-Crown Trading.
But this is incredible news.
What is the
for a
account
Trump
you're trading,
supporter,
Chet Mick?
because
This
he's
is my
basically doing
UProfit
exactly
Zero account
what
that
he
I
needed
just
to do.
passed.
Georgia will.
I just passed this. This is a funded account from UProfit Zero that I just passed
right after the 10 p.m.
yesterday.
poll closing. Some people are
purposely
asking about
passed
the
a trade
vote.
on election
That's honestly
night.
something haven't been fully updated on, but we can definitely.
All right, we're getting a pullback here. I will
find
add a
that for you
contract here if we
guys.
can get a pullback. Honey, thank you. You're the best.
Wow, I guess Google has really improved.
Oh my gosh, that's hot.
With their map here this time. This is a lot better than what we're used to.
We're live.
But with the popular vote so far, obviously you have to take this with a huge grain of salt because we
now
still
we got
do
our
not have
coffee.
the popular vote yet.
We
from
got our
California
cookie.
and a lot of those
We are
big
living
states out
life.
west.
We are
California's
living
gonna
life
take a long
right
time
now.
to count the votes, so we're not going to really
Living the
know
dream.
who won
We're
there
living the
for a
dream,
while.
folks.
But Donald Trump has 34 million votes. Kamala Harris has 30. Jill Stein is actually in third place with
we are going to be
Chase
bold
Oliver
and
at
hold.
234. Robert F. Kennedy, who basically ended his campaign, is at 196. So Trump currently is leading in the popular vote. Do I think he'll win it in the end? Probably not. But he will definitely get close, and the polling is going to be pretty accurate. Somebody said, your videos and projections have really helped me with my understanding of the election. Thank you so much for the work you do. Yeah, of course. I mean, I love hearing that. That I've been able to help to, guide you through what's been happening.
Wow, I have to say, I was not. I thought there was a chance we would see a landslide, but actually, I was
that we will probably.
I was hoping one way or the other. Like I said from the beginning, I did not want a close election.
Where she will, of course, concede the election. So
just chaos.
I think that at some point tonight, if you stay with me here on the stream, we will be able to call the election. Maybe not the big news outlets, but at least unofficially, it'll be pretty clear which way this race is going. I mean, Georgia is solid red. Trump has a 92% chance of winning. North Carolina, 95% for Kamala Harris. Arizona is gone for the vice president too. So it really couldn't be any better. Yeah, so let me try to look through chat, see if anything.
I was really hoping to get a pullback here to add another
Ted
contract.
Cruz is going to win his re-election to the Senate. Obviously, he was one of the most vulnerable Republicans out there, but Cruz is going to win his re-election to another six-year term. Ted Cruz, the projected winner in the Lone Star State. So we can also fill this in on our Senate map now. We can probably make another projection in New York. Kirsten Gillibrand is going to win there. We're going to wait a little bit for the rest
Mr.
of
120,
states,
I currently I'm not
Texas,
affiliated
Ted
with
Cruz,
you Profit Zero.
winner.
They don't offer any discounts or anything, so.
And yeah, I mean, some people are saying that they haven't called North Carolina yet.
I'm just
really
trying
depends
them
where
out.
you look, but North Carolina is going to go red. There's no doubt about it. Trump leads by 3 points right now. He's on track to win by 3.2. It's not going to change too much. I'd be extremely surprised if he lost it. We're going to be able to call Georgia as well pretty soon in favor of Trump. He's doing literally exactly what he needs to do. So, nothing to worry about there. In Iowa, the New York Times predicted margin is 8.7, so he's going to do better than he did last time.
Okay, MSNBC is now officially calling Trump for Ohio.
I guess.
Or calling Ohio for Trump, so they're just now calling that?
Trump's doing well, and he's continuing to do that. It's not really my specific preference or anything, but I'm definitely not going to hide the fact that he is doing quite incredible right now, especially compared to what a lot of people are saying. I mean, somebody asked me about Alan Lichtman earlier. I think his career is over, although that's perfectly fine. He is quite old, so I don't think he really needs anything else. But yeah, I mean, lots of good news coming out for the Trump camp.
Oh no, Eddie.
Is Trump leading in New Mexico? Trump's probably not going to win in New
Hey,
Mexico,
Adrian, let's
it's gonna be a
go.
lot closer
If
than
I'm
what
in
I
a trade,
expected.
yes, you can
Kamala
see.
Harris is going to win by 5.4. It's going to be
We
around
are
that
in a
margin.
trade.
And obviously, you
Got in
cannot
at the
take these New York Times
493s,
projections
looking for a
at
100-point
face value,
move.
But they normally
Currently,
are
we
pretty
are
close.
up
So if they have Harris winning by 5,
$1,400.
she's not going to win by too much more than that. I mean,
At
Joe
this
Biden,
point,
for
I
context,
honestly
won
want to
Mexico by
pull
11
back
points
and then
4 years ago, so you can
get
see
an
how
entry
big
long
that
or
drop
get
off
another
really
add
was. I
another
think Democrats
position.
going to start to
I think we're going to
realize the
600.
impact of having a nominee that nobody really wanted. If
Actually,
Kamala Harris
we
ran
should
in a
probably
primary,
take.
if Joe Biden ran in 2020, it's pretty unlikely.
We should probably move our
that,
stop or a target up there.
Kamala Harris would be the nominee in 2028. She simply doesn't campaign that well. Thank you, Banana Crypto, for gifting 50 memberships. Really appreciate that. Hope you guys enjoy it. Can you explain why Trump will lose Virginia even though he has a lead? Yeah, so I mean, again, the votes that have been counted so far, a lot of them are coming from these rural counties. I mean, look at
if we get to 602, you'll pass. Okay, let's go 602. What are the funded rules for you, Prophet Eddie? Basically, there's very little rules.
Right outside of
very little
DC.
rules.
And so it's going to be those
you have a static account
are going to get Harris over the top,
and you can basically get
so the race can get close, like I've been saying for a while.
Can you still pass Apex in one day, Cody Burns? Yes, you can. Right now, honestly, passing Apex evals right now is
this would actually
pretty
be a good time.
As a pretty great time to pass evals right now with this kind of points action.
Republicans are currently at 95. Democrats are at
wow, we might
70.
get to the 600s on this move right here.
Many flips yet.
Wow.
No flips have been called so
crazy.
far. But Republicans are doing good in the House. We probably will see a trifecta.
Thank you, Bowie. Thank you, Bowie. I appreciate it.
Come back to polling markets.
Yeah, it's literally just wait for the slightest little dip and get in and hold on.
I mean,
as soon as I say that, we'll probably make a 100-point move lower. But
for Kamala Harris at this point, just look at this graph. This is exactly where Trump wants to be.
But again, if this continues,
so this is the big problem for Democrats here.
We could see an insane move.
Republicans are not just on track to win the Senate and the presidency, but also the House. They have a 64% chance of doing so. And so, I mean, this is the red wave that people have been talking about. This is what Trump needs. Obviously, you know, he's not going to win Minnesota or New Hampshire like some other people on this platform have been saying. You know, not to call anyone out, but
the YouTube channel that I'm watching is called Election Night.
With these 7 swing states, Trump couldn't be doing any better. We'll look at the new New York Times projections: 0.8 for
election
Trump
time.
in Michigan, and
sorry,
in
it's called election
Wisconsin,
time.
we currently have 0.3. So, I mean, these states could still go either way, but it does seem like Trump could sweep the entirety. It's going to be the same map as we saw in 2016, which would be quite something. And we're now just 10 minutes away from the 10 p.m. poll closing. It's going to be the last poll closing with a swing state. That, of course, is going to be Nevada. We still don't have any votes out of Arizona, though, which is quite frustrating because that's something, a race that we want to look at. Yeah, I mean, I think it's at this point that Democrats have realized that
so right now MSNBC has Donald Trump projected at 185.
They kind of lost it from the beginning with Joe Biden running.
So they actually have him projected for more than what they have here. That's
really
interesting.
Against Trump. But
so 185.
You know,
I'm trying to see what the difference is.
He should have realized that, you know, he was simply too old, and what was he really going to gain from a second term? And so, you know, with Kamala Harris, I mean, if she had
again, Pennsylvania is going to be the key state here.
I mean, people know. I mean, people just simply aren't as enthusiastic about her because nobody really chose her to be the nominee. People just support her because they don't want Trump. You know, whether or not that's a good reason or not is not really. I don't really care. But you know, we saw the exit polls earlier, and it was clear that Trump just had a lot more enthusiasm. There was a much higher percentage of Trump voters that were voting because they supported Trump, and less that were voting for him just because they didn't want his opponent. You know, and that was an issue for Harris. She simply doesn't have the enthusiasm, and that is why she's losing. People want me to look at the overall forecast. Trump at 286, according to the New York Times, 69% chance of victory, so it's still matching up basically exactly with my projection.
What a move.
The Ohio Senate
Imagine
race,
getting long down here at the
Bernie
320s.
Moreno in the lead. Yeah, this is what Trump and Republicans.
If I'm cutting in and out, am I?
We're probably not going to see too much of a difference in the results here. Trump has already won Ohio. He's probably going to win it by 10. So Yeah, I do believe we can probably make a call for the Ohio Senate race pretty soon, but we're going to be a little bit more cautious here. Although there are some Senate races that I would like to project at this time. We have a lot of results from Maryland now in. Angela Ulster Brooks is going to win there. In Maine, not too much yet. Virginia, Tim Kaine is struggling as Hung Cao. This is going to be probably the closest election for Tim Kaine ever. Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar is losing. So yeah, all across the map, Republicans just are not seeing what they're looking for. Democrats are not seeing what they're looking for. And so, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the theme of the night. I wouldn't say Democrats have lost by a lot, but they're definitely not where they need to be. Trump, CNN just called Louisiana. New Hampshire, yeah, I can look at New Hampshire. So 47%, Kamala Harris +7 right now. She's on track to win by 4. I wouldn't say that she would flip it. That's pretty unlikely, but we'll have to see.
Profit chart froze. Oh, it did.
Missouri as well. I mean, Missouri's going to go red. It just hasn't
You're
been
right,
called
it
yet.
did.
We don't have the Trump votes in at
Hang
this
on.
point. What's going on in Georgia? I mean,
that's
yeah,
what
Trump
you get
leads
sometimes
right now
with
by 5
trading.
points. It's going to shrink, but he's going to win it by 2.5.
That's sometimes what you get with trading.
For this race to go
Trading
any other
View.
way. And so at this point, we can make another major projection, and that is the one. Give me 1 second here. All right. We can project that Donald Trump is going to win Georgia, 16 electoral votes. The second swing state for us to call. Georgia is going to go red. It's going to vote for Donald Trump for a second
So now
time.
Georgia, so this guy is calling Georgia now.
2016, lost it in
MSNBC has
2020.
not
He's
called
gonna win it
Georgia
back
yet.
again. So 16
This
electoral
guy,
votes
though, has
from
been ahead
Georgia.
of the
You can see
game
at the bottom
every
right,
step of the way.
It is going to be
He called
red.
Ohio, and about 15 minutes later, MSNBC called Ohio.
Pennsylvania, a lot of
So
people want me to look at
let's see if this
Pennsylvania.
continues.
I mean, yeah, I think
If-
Trump's going to retake the lead there soon.
Let's see if
We
they
also have a
call
projection
Georgia
in
here in
Maryland.
about 10,
Angela
15
Ulster
minutes.
Brooks is going to defeat Larry Hogan to win her first 6-year term. This comes as Ben Cardin is retiring. So on the Senate map, Maryland is going to be blue. Then you guys want me to look
Top
at
Step froze
Pennsylvania,
as
so
well.
I'll do that
MFF
in just a
froze. Oh,
second
really?
here. Pennsylvania, it's about to flip. Kamala Harris at 50, Trump at 49.
You're
Trump is on
holding
track to
from
win
the
state by
339s
1.2%.
live beats.
This is
Let's
quite
go.
incredible.
Here, I
Just
got
how
some
easy
for
we-
you.
I think
Oops, no, I don't.
we
Never
should be
mind.
able to make some calls soon. Michigan at Trump +1. I mean, yeah, I guess I would say we may have underestimated the former president a little bit here, but in terms of margins, it's basically exactly the same. Yeah, so right here, Trump at 287. This is according.
Man, am I
to
gonna
New York
have to
Times
add one right
projection.
here?
Matches up exactly with my final forecast. 287 for Trump. 287 for Trump, according to the New York Times as well. Yeah, Pennsylvania's going to flip soon. That's probably going to end the night for Republicans.
Okay, so Trump.
We, of course, do have 4 more minutes, though, until...
I feel like this number hasn't
4 more minutes
updated
until
yet.
the 10 p.m. poll closing, so that'll definitely
The
be interesting to
178
see.
number.
How much left of the Philadelphia vote is in, or is left, I guess.
Yeah,
so far,
it should be like at
Philadelphia County,
185.
32% in, but these are the heavily favoring Democrat votes.
All right, I'm gonna.
These are the mail-in votes, the early votes.
I'm gonna have
so
to
Trump's
add one right
only going
here.
to go up from here, and we also, of course, have a lot of these rural counties left to report a lot of results. So Pennsylvania is only going to get better and better for Trump, but we're probably not going to be able to make a projection there for quite a while, especially if we only have 40% of votes in. It's going to be at least at 80 or 90% that will be confident enough to make a call. But, there are many other states that we can also...
I'm probably going to take this one off right here
project
at the
pretty
double
soon.
top.
I'm keeping an eye out on states like New Mexico, you know, Iowa, I think we already called, Minnesota too. Kamala Harris,
All right, let's go to
4.3%.
600. Let's go.
Margin.
Come
Honestly,
on,
worse
baby.
than I expected. So, yeah,
We have officially
it's
locked
been pretty
in.
disappointing.
What was
The
it?
Democrats. I don't really know how else I could put it.
So we've locked in 900 on this account.
Can you
locked in
Harris
900?
Iowa. Yeah, I mean, oh wait, no. Okay, so the results so far, Kamala Harris is winning in Iowa, but a lot of these votes are from Des Moines.
Again,
Des Moines
if we pull back here, I'll just add
Iowa,
more.
and we
I'll
have
add another
60%
contract
of the
here,
votes
but
in 60% for Harris.
for now, we're gonna ride this up to the
she definitely needs a lot more
600s.
than that to actually win the
I
state.
probably need to
Iowa's gonna
actually
remain
move my
Republican.
target.
Trump is on track to win Iowa by 8.8%. This is better.
I'm gonna move my target. We're gonna just look to trail
he's
this.
definitely gonna win. No
Hey, if this wants to go to 700, I'm here for it. I'm here all night.
Michigan again. All right.
We're here all night for it.
Pennsylvania and Michigan. I guess with Wisconsin, right now this is the electoral map. So
let's go, Adrian.
We've made most of these.
Hey, Mr. Push-Up, how we doing?
Georgia, the two swing states we've called.
Up means Trump. Yeah, I mean, obviously, right now the markets feel like
they can get him to 270 the quickest.
The markets feel right now like Trump is going to win. I think everything that I'm seeing, Trump is going to win. Trump is favored by almost 80% to win.
He's going to win at least one of these.
It's going to be a small miracle at this point.
It's also very likely that he actually wins all three.
For Harris to come back
we'll have to see.
at
all
this
of them,
point
though, are going to be decided by razor thin margins.
All right, we need to
really
let's see if we can get across, get above that 600.
It's going to go down to the wire. But in terms of winning one of the three, which Trump needs, it's almost a guarantee that that is going to happen. Wisconsin has just flipped in favor of Trump.
MSNBC is still not calling Georgia.
On track to win by
MSNBC is still not calling Georgia, so that's very interesting.
67%
Let's see.
Win. Michigan 62.
We also have more polls that are closing at 10 o'clock.
So yeah,
we can expect a big push here.
Right
Hopefully
now.
that will get us across the 600s.
But we will just have to wait a little bit longer. We're just 1 minute away, though, from the 10 p.m. poll closings. Voting about
What I'm hoping for
Montana,
here is just a big
Nevada,
rip
and
through the
Utah.
600s.
3 big states,
A big rip
especially
here through the
Nevada and
600s.
Montana. We have, of course, a
And
very
then
close
hopefully we can
presidential
trail our
election
stop.
in Nevada, and then in Montana we have the big Senate race where John Tester is fighting. To
Oh
stay
man, it's
alive
10 o'clock and I'm
hold
ready to
onto
go.
his seat.
I'm ready to go. Empire Steve. Empire Steve, are you from the
Right.
Are you from the Tampa area?
So it is now 10 p.m. Eastern time. Polls have closed.
Oh, there it
in
goes.
Montana,
600s,
Utah,
baby.
And Nevada.
There she
At
rips.
This time, we
The
can
polls
call
closed at
the
10,
state of Utah
and it was more
in
good
favor
news.
of Donald Trump.
Okay,
He's going to win
now-
Utah, and it's 6.
I'm
and
not
it's
sure what
4,
to
or
do
I guess
here.
It should be 6, but I guess I put 4 there. But it's 6 electoral votes for Trump in Utah.
Right now
And
I have
then
my stop
in
set.
Montana, Donald Trump is going to win the state's 4 electoral votes.
Hang
We can
on.
see Trump
I need to
creep up
zoom
just
way
a little
out.
bit more. He is now at 243 electoral votes.
Let me
We
change
also
this
do
to
have a
the
projection
1 hour
in New
chart so
Hampshire.
you guys can see what
Kelly
I'm looking
Ayotte,
at.
the former senator from the Granite
But right
State,
now,
will
the
become
2 hour, like,
the
right.
next governor of New Hampshire, succeeding Chris Sununu.
I feel like if we
She
get
was
through the
defeated by
600s
Maggie
like this,
Hassan in
we could
2016
see,
to win her
I could see a
re-election to the
move up
Senate.
to the
She's
6.
now going to be elected the governor. She's going
I
to
mean,
defeat
honestly, the
Democrat Joyce
670s.
Craig in what was supposed to be quite a
I don't see
competitive
a
race.
reason
And
to
some good
get
news
out.
for
I really
Republicans
don't. There is no reason to get out here. We might as well
yeah, we're
hold.
now at 10 p.m.
We
Utah's
might as well
red,
hold
Montana's
for the
gonna be red
670s.
Very, very soon. Pennsylvania, Trump takes the lead. Michigan, Harris is ahead by 8.
We like
Wisconsin,
this.
Trump has
This
taken
is
the
what we
lead
wanted to
there as
see.
well. So everything is now turning into
Actually,
Trump's favor. This
just
is what we've
ripping
been
straight up.
expecting. The
Six
map
tens.
is shifting more and more to the right.
I mean,
Any
every
updates on
single
Nevada?
poll
Yes, the polls
closing is
just
just
closed
more.
in Nevada. We're probably
It's
not
more-
going to see numbers out of Nevada
more Trump,
for quite a
and
while.
Trump
It is
means pump.
always one of the slowest states to count votes.
Trump
I mean, it's
means
quite
pump it
frustrating,
higher.
but it simply is just gonna
Oh,
take
this
quite
is
a
starting
while.
to be like I could take my profit here. at some point we're going to get a bigger pullback.
All right. The Senate map here.
I'm
let's see if we have any updates
to
here.
bank on we get a
Senate
pullback
race,
here.
This is a big one to watch.
All right, we are
Democrats
up.
could lose
We are
their second or
currently
third
up
seat here if
2,500
John
on
Tester
this
doesn't win
new
re-election.
on this fresh new
And yeah, we're actually
account.
now at over
2,500. We're up on this zero account.
We've been pretty consistent.
Please
at
give me a pullback,
150,000,
please.
Concurrent viewers. So thank you guys so much for that. Thank you to Happy Family.
I might have bailed there a little bit too
Take a
soon.
break after 10 p.m. I appreciate
But
that.
I'm just hoping we get a pullback, and then if we get a pullback, I want to get in with 2 contracts
of who's going to win,
and just ride this to the 670s.
We are still trying to hit our goal of 350,000 subscribers.
It might not give
so
me
if all
any
of you guys hit
pullbacks,
subscribe
honestly.
right now, we would be able to instantly get to 350.
Wow, that's
Let's
crazy.
see how high it can go up if we all subscribe together. So thank you guys so much for your support and for sticking with me throughout the night. But hopefully we can hit 350 in the next few hours. But I guess we'll continue on now, looking at some of the new results that have just poured in. Montana projected for Trump. He leads 28.
Oh, I'm getting FOMO here already.
There. I don't know how
Shoulda
that's
held.
possible. And
We should have held, guys. We might see all-time highs today.
Trump taking the lead in Pennsylvania. Yes, Trump has taken
I mean, that's
the lead
kind of funny, but
in
we actually
Well,
might.
I guess he just
It's
lost
crazy.
it again, but it's going to come back to him. He's going to win Pennsylvania by
Here,
probably
let's
around
look.
1%.
Let's go back and
Michigan is a toss-up as well. Wisconsin too. But it seems that all
here,
three of these
look at
states,
this
according
chart.
to the
This
New York
is
Times
crazy.
projection,
Look
Donald
at this
Trump
daily
is favored
chart.
to win all
From
3
here,
of them.
I mean, what a bullish
yeah,
move.
I mean, that's what he needs
Absolutely
to do.
crazy.
I guess I will say, I've been predicting 312 for Trump for months now.
I mean, we're here. I mean,
I think ultimately at the end, it seemed like Harris's
the
numbers,
7,800s is going to be the
were
next
looking
area
quite
of
good. So that's
resistance.
probably the main reason why I gave to Kamala Harris.
I messed
But I said
up
in
by
the
getting
video,
out of that
it could go
trade. I
either
see
way,
that now.
and I just had to give it one way or the
And
other.
we are not that
But
far away
Minnesota,
from
Donald
all-time
Trump
highs.
leads by 16 points.
You never know, man. We could see all-time
Harris is
highs
on track to
by
win
tomorrow
4.2.
morning.
Again, that's definitely not what Kamala Harris
Yeah, we're
needs.
up
This is the home state of her
2,500.
running
We're
mate. She
chilling.
can't just win
We're chilling, but we
by
ain't
4
done.
points. She needs to at least
We're
outperform
not
Joe
done
Biden,
yet.
who won Minnesota by
We
a
want
whopping,
more. Give
by a
me
whopping 7
more.
points. Alan Lichtman is pointing out that most of Trump's counties have dried up. Philly and Pittsburgh are still actively counting. I don't know why the New York Times is giving it to Trump at this stage. I mean,
all right, now getting a pullback.
It's clear now that Pennsylvania is kind of gone for Kamala Harris. I mean, there's going to be no projection for a while, but I mean, it's gone. Nothing else really to say about it. Iowa, though, has flipped for Trump. Trump takes the lead in Iowa. No surprises there. He's going to win the state by 8.9. Thank you to Zeracker for gifting 10 channel memberships.
See, I feel like if we can pull, I mean, I honestly think we could see the 800s.
We have our first results from Oregon, even though polls don't.
If we can
fully
get in,
close there
if we can get in
11,
again,
but we do have a voting.
I think we
in
look for the
parts
800s
of these eastern counties, and here Trump.
I mean, that sounds crazy, but
26. Now,
it is what it
I'm not
is.
sure what that means, honestly, but I mean, he's winning. He's not going to win Oregon, though, but those are the first votes from the state. Although we do have another big drop of votes from Arizona. 36%.
All right, we are getting a pullback. First pullback in a while.
Trump and Kamala Harris are in
we
literally
pull back from the 640s, now
However,
pulling
a lot
back
of
to
these
the
votes are coming
620s.
from Maricopa County. That is
I'd
the
love
most
to get a
liberal area,
pullback down to
as
the
well as Pinellas
580s,
County, which is
even
right
the
outside of Phoenix.
600s. If we can get a
Compare this to
pullback,
2020 and you see the issue for
but
Kamala
we're
Harris.
probably going to have to be
Joe
pretty
Biden
aggressive
won
here.
Maricopa County today with
And
mainly
I might
just
add
early
one
votes
here
in. Kamala Harris is barely
and
ahead
look
in
to
Maricopa
scale
County.
in.
She's not doing well enough. That is why it is lean Republican. Trump is on track to win Arizona by
Now, if we continue to pull back, that's okay. I'll add another one at the 580s.
From just a few days ago. So Arizona probably going to be called pretty soon as well. But for now, we'll keep it there. Although New Mexico, we have 22% of votes in.
I'm waiting for MSNBC to call some of the states like Georgia.
53 to 46. Harris plus 3.8.
And also just kind of see if they start to
smaller and smaller. Now, obviously,
I guess come around or at least acknowledge that right now
just how poorly
it's a long
doing.
shot.
New Hampshire, Kamala Harris 53, or sorry, not New Hampshire, but Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris 49.2, Donald Trump 49.9. The flip has happened again in Pennsylvania. Trump is now on track to win by 1.9%. I mean, wow, that is quite the significant margin. Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Okay, getting a
all
bigger
looking
pullback
good
here
for
down
Trump
to
at
the
this point. Kamala Harris's lead
600s
is
now.
about to get taken
We get a
away
pullback
from
once
her
we to
in
the 580s,
Michigan.
then we'll add one,
Thank
and
you
then we'll be
to
cautious.
Senor Diarrhea.
Then we need
for
to be
gifting
careful.
The 10 memberships.
We need to be careful because we could see a bigger
But
pullback.
Michigan, Trump 1.6.
Hey, Aaron, take
I mean,
care. Appreciate you
really
stopping in.
surprisingly well. Somebody
Is
asked
that a
about
live
Virginia
account or
again,
a
so
prop
we'll go
account?
back to
This
that
is
in
a
just
live
moment.
funded account.
But Wisconsin, it
It's
seems
a
like
live
Trump's lead is
sim
expanding
funded
there
account,
too.
whatever you want to call it.
In Virginia, Kamala Harris is
But
on
it's
track
real
to win
money.
by 4.5,
All right, okay,
so
not
she's
real.
probably
It's a
going to
sim
win it,
account.
but it's going to be by less
But
than half
you can
of Joe
take a
Biden's
payout. It's a
10-point
prop
margin
firm
from
account that
2020,
is
so
funded.
it's still going to be a pretty bad performance.
Yeah, if Trump gets PA, it's
maybe not
definitely going to be
nearly as
over.
bad.
I definitely.
As
I don't
some
know
of these
that
other
that's
states
going to
like Wisconsin,
happen
Michigan,
like
Pennsylvania,
anytime
where
soon.
she is
but
losing, and I think if you're a Democrat right now,
all right,
you're
we're
probably
definitely getting a
melting down,
pullback here.
because it's pretty clear that this election is over. No matter how you want to put it. New Hampshire 50%. Colorado has just been called for Kamala Harris. This is one of the few states where she might actually outperform Joe Biden, although that's unlikely. But at least she'll get close. I really still haven't seen a single state where she's going to do better than the incumbent president. I mean, in New York, Kamala Harris is winning by 20%, which is actually not as bad as
Hey,
expected.
Kiss Me I Cook. Good to see
but
you,
still,
man.
Joe Biden did do better
How we
there as
doing?
well.
Hope you're
Nevada,
doing all
we don't have
right.
any votes there yet. Arizona, things are still looking good.
It says
for Trump.
LV
I would say
50K.
this is my tentative map
No,
here,
Rich.
so, I'm going to give
Raptor
Arizona to
Visual.
Trump
This
on
is a
this
U
map.
Profit Zero
So
account.
now he is just 8
This is a
electoral
U
votes
Profit Zero
realistically.
account that
It
I'm
could
trying
obviously
out.
be closer, but
I don't want to trade my
yeah,
Apex
it's kinda
accounts
over.
in this
If we look
volatility.
at
Actually,
the poly market forecast,
I mean, in hindsight, I wish I did.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
In
they're all
hindsight, I
on
wish
track
I
to go
was
red.
trading
Donald
my
Trump,
Apex accounts.
87.4%.
That would have been a
Kamala
crazy
Harris,
good move to capture,
12.9.
but
I mean, this is almost exactly
it is what
I
it is.
predicted. In my final projection,
The
I said
top is
Wisconsin
in. Do you
and
think
Michigan were
so?
basically pure toss-ups.
I mean, you might be
and
right.
things are going perfectly as expected.
I hope you're wrong.
And so, if you appreciate it, consider subscribing.
All right,
We're at almost
down to the
2.5 million
580.
viewers.
580s, we will
If you
add
all
one,
subscribe
and
right
then
now,
if we
see
drop
how high
down
that
below
number
the
can go up. We're trying to hit
560s,
350 tonight, and I think
we got to
can do
consider.
it, with your support.
We got to consider
So,
the
thank you guys
possibility
again so much,
of taking a exit.
for all that. For all the support and for
All right, here we are at the
continuing to stick with us
5.7. Man,
tonight.
this is just ripping through now. I'm a little bit worried.
Donald Trump flipped the popular vote. I'm not sure exactly what that's referring
Let's
to.
be
It
patient
does seem
here
that Trump's numbers are starting to creep
before
up
I just dive in.
more and more. We'll see the 2024. I guess if I could just see everything at the same time.
Oh man, I don't
Coming to
know.
Google. So with the popular vote now, Donald Trump leads with 52.5% of the popular vote. Kamala Harris at 46.3%. Trump is at a raw vote total of 41.3 million. Kamala Harris at 36.5 million. So it's looking very, very good here for Donald Trump. He might even win the popular vote. I mean, if you look at the poly market forecast for the popular vote, it seems that Trump is actually on track to win it entirely. I mean, look at this graph. Look at what's happened in the past day. Trump
Trying
has
to
a
wait here to
76%
see if this
chance
holds. If this
of
doesn't
winning
hold,
the
I will
popular
probably
vote.
just have
Things
to
really
bail
are
here.
going his way. I mean, I'm watching CNN right now. Seem like they're looking very happy on screen. We're probably going to see Van Jones cry again, although this time for a different reason. All right, let's come back and see what the presidential map is showing us. see if we
Okay,
have
so
any new
now
updates
supposedly
from these
Arizona
races.
is
Not
getting
too
some
much.
votes in.
Pennsylvania's at 50% though. Donald Trump has taken the lead. He leads by 2.1. He's on track to win by 1.9. I think we could be looking at a projection here at some
Wow.
point. Wisconsin is
So Maricopa
also
County,
favoring Trump. Trump
almost
plus
half
3
the
right
vote is
now.
in.
He's on track to win by
It is neck
0.8.
and neck. 50, very
with
close
Iowa,
race. That probably was the news
51-48.
That was probably the
Kansas, of
news
course,
that we
Trump is
just
gonna
saw,
win
the
there.
spike.
There's no doubt about that. North Carolina, Georgia, we've already called for Donald Trump. Virginia is still Trump +1. Yeah, thank you guys for all the new subscribers. You know, I couldn't be more appreciative.
All right, I do like this
for
now.
your
If we can
guys'
put
support. But we now have 48 minutes to go until our 11 p.m.
all right,
closings.
we are
And
into our 2
not gonna be the
contracts
most
now.
important ones, but it's gonna do a lot to fill in the map
All right,
more. So
let's rip it,
Washington, Oregon,
boys. We're
California,
in.
Idaho. The polls will close in those 4 states, and then at midnight we'll see voting end in Hawaii, and then Alaska will be at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So, you know, things are continuing to go basically exactly as we've expected, exactly as what Trump would have wanted. All right, Poly Market has Harris at 9%. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna leave this here for you guys to look at it for just a second here. Kamala Harris has totally crashed. This election is basically over. I mean, it's 88.6% chance that Trump wins, 9.7%.
Okay, now that's not the continuation I wanted.
9.7% that Harris will come out on top. But, I mean, obviously, that just isn't going to happen at this point. Do you think CNN is absolutely fake news? I mean, I would say that they try to be objective, but you know, it's clear that the people they have on their panel they're extremely left-leaning, which I don't think is a problem. But I mean, I feel that, you know, I think they're better than MSNBC. But you know, I feel that with the election reporting,
Hey,
at
let's
least,
see if
it's
we can
pretty
get above
objective. I
this.
mean, they're going to call it Trump victory pretty soon. Is Virginia actually in play? Probably not. With 70% of the votes in, Trump is going to lose his lead soon. Harris is going to win by around 4 points. That's what I currently expect. There would have to be a big shift in favor of Trump for him to actually win it. But we'll see what happens. Arizona, we're now at 40%.
And I'm just not getting good vibes
Republican.
on that
Trump
trade. I'm gonna get out.
Behind by 1%, but he's actually on track to
I'm
win
gonna get out
Arizona
on it
by 4
just
points.
not feeling it. We should have ripped through it.
Pretty big.
We're kind of stalling here.
We're gonna be able to make a projection.
I'm just
there
gonna wait,
pretty
be more
soon,
patient.
In all honesty,
Just
New
wanna be
Mexico hasn't
patient
even
here.
been called yet. Kamala Harris is on track to win by less than 5. I mean, once again, I've overestimated the vice president. I kind of thought that
maybe we get a pullback down through this
nearly as
this
poorly
540,
as she is
550
right
area,
now,
maybe.
But I mean, I guess anything is possible.
Let's just be patient. We don't need to rush anything here. We got all night, folks. We got all night.
All right.
The Electoral College is going to decide it in the end anyway.
Somebody wants to
What do you mean? That is what's happening right now. The Electoral College is happening.
52, and then Kamala Harris at 46. This is mainly because all of the Kansas City votes are coming in at this point, and then
wait, is Bitcoin at 75K?
17. That's
what?
better than 2020 in Maine?
Why didn't you guys tell me to invest
in
in some Bitcoin?
Trump is leading by 4, although ultimately he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it by 6. Yeah, that's not what Democrats really want.
News,
Angus King in the Senate, he is ahead. It does seem like he's
sorry,
gonna
my
win his
brother
race
sent
up
me
there. I don't think
he
I actually
said
made
he
a slide
claims
for
to have
him,
a better
but
map.
It's fine. Go to the New York Times tracker. If somebody could put the link to the New York Times tracker, I'm not exactly sure what that is referring to. Of course, I see this. I guess maybe there's a popular vote one, or yeah, there it is. So the New York Times has Donald Trump winning the popular vote by 0.6%. This is the first time that Republicans will win the popular vote in 20 years. The last time, of course, being with George W. Bush in 2004. And then before that, you would have to go back to 1988 with the election of George H.W. Bush. With the Electoral College, Trump is on track to win 295 right now. My projection originally was 287. We'll see what happens there, but Trump 295. And then in terms of winning the election as a whole, the New York Times gives Donald Trump a 79% chance of winning the election. Poly market here, we'll see what the update here is. 88-9. I mean, Trump has got this election in the bag. I think something else that would be fun to do is just to see how all these forecasts have updated in the final day, because there was a pretty notable shift in favor of Harris this morning. So, I mean, if we look at the 538 forecast, see what they have there. In the final moment, they gave the election to Kamala Harris. So once again, they're wrong. They were wrong in 2016. They're wrong now in 2024. The Economist, on the final day, they gave Kamala Harris a 56% chance of winning. They're going to end up being wrong as well. And then we also have Nate Silver's forecast. He'll end up being wrong once again, too. He gave Kamala Harris 50 to 49. I mean, obviously, these are just odds, but it's funny how they all shifted in favor of Kamala Harris
here we
on
go.
that final day,
I like this.
which is basically this morning.
So right now, we can have this showing.
Coming back
Hang
to the
on,
map
I need to
here,
zoom out.
Iowa, Trump leads by 5. His margin's only going to expand there. Arizona, we have a majority of the votes now in. Kamala Harris leads by 0.8, but it's still very likely.
So they're
Trump
showing
plus 3.9
Trump at
is the current
198
margin
votes currently.
for the former president.
Hang on.
Yep, we'll see, how this continues to go over the next 40 minutes, because in 40 minutes we'll have another big poll closing. And then, of course, 12 p.m.
All right, here we go. This is better.
1 a.m. with Alaska.
My brother giving me pointers. All right, let's zoom in so we can
get caught
see.
up on chat real quick.
All right, so here we can now. I like this. Okay, so
I mean,
there's
no
there's
votes
Ohio.
from Nevada have come out yet. It's still just 0-0.
Okay, why is it like...
They're gonna
okay,
take
so
a
right
while.
now,
It took a
obviously,
long
Pete.
time back in
So Pennsylvania.
2020.
Oh wow, we might need to get a.
Kind of just
I'm
something
gonna try this.
that Nevada likes to do. I really don't know why they're so slow, but
We're gonna
it's
try
just
another
something you have to
long
deal
here.
with. But the good thing is that Nevada's not going to decide
We're gonna
the election.
try
We're not
another
gonna wait
long.
until Nevada to actually be able to know who's winning. And the race is going to be decided a
And
long
now we're just
time
gonna
before Nevada is actually called, especially
patient.
at this rate. And we
What
already
is the
have
YouTube
North
channel?
Carolina,
This is
Georgia
election.
going red. North Carolina,
What is it
Trump
called
holds
again?
onto
I
a
keep
5-point
election
lead.
time.
Let's take a look at
Election time
let's
is
take a
the
look at
channel
update.
that we're
Trump's on track to
listening
win by
to.
2.6.
Go ahead and trade. You're out of bourbon.
And so we're going to be able to call a lot of these states
And
pretty
now it's
soon.
trying to pull back on me.
New Hampshire right now, Kamala Harris at 52, Donald Trump at 46. It does seem like she's going to be able to hold on to her lead, at least for now. So that is good news.
So again,
I guess for the Democrats, they
I'm
don't
looking
lose New
at
Hampshire,
so in
but basically
Pennsylvania,
the election is gone at this point.
so uncounted votes.
Check Virginia. People want me to check Virginia.
This is interesting.
All right, so New Hampshire, Virginia, 71% in Donald Trump at
74% votes counted. Obviously, Philadelphia, only 40.
This is looking good.
So Delaware
looking
County, only
quite good for
25%
Donald
of votes
Trump.
counted. Only
We'll see if the meter
42% of votes
changes, but
counted.
Right now, Harris is still favored. It's at
Obviously,
4.5,
Harris is going to get
although
those
this number
counties.
does continue to go down every time I check it.
And you can see, so right now Trump is ahead by about 2 points.
But instead of
About 2 points,
10-20,
but Harris is going to get quite a bit of
night
votes
is
here
probably going to end
in
pretty early
Philadelphia. Most
CNN
of the
currently has
Pittsburgh
it at
votes are in,
178.91,
74%.
But we, of course, know that they're heavily underestimating Trump in many of these races.
I mean, you're going to, Kamala's going to pick up a couple votes here.
People want me to
Only
look at polling
30%
market again.
votes
Apparently
here.
Trump is finally at 90. Yeah, it seems like Trump is now at 90. It seems like it's a lock. He's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Honestly, a little bummed
But
out.
I don't see how she's going to,
by less than 1%.
I don't see how she's going to make up the
both
deficit
Wisconsin and
because
Michigan.
Trump has a
So
lot
I
of
apologize
counties
for
here
that. I guess
that
if I point to
are
my prediction
going
from 5
to.
days ago, that would have been absolutely perfect. But
I don't know.
Obviously,
I don't know. I don't
we had
see.
Trump winning, and the map wasn't going to change too much from there. The margin in Illinois right now, we'll take a look at what that is saying. It's 11 points for Kamala Harris. This is actually quite bad. The last 3 Democratic nominees here have won the state by 17 points. I mean, Kamala Harris up by
All right.
by 10.
We got to keep a monitor. We got to
11.
monitor this trade here.
That's-
This is not.
That's not
I
what
don't
we
know.
need.
I'm not that excited about it.
For the Democrats. Now we're going to look at Arizona. We have a Senate election there with Carrie Lake running as the Republican nominee. Now, you know, people will get upset at me because I like to bash on Carrie Lake, but it really doesn't seem like she's going to win, even at this point. So, look at Arizona on the presidential level. Trump is at 49, Harris at 50. The Senate race has Ruben Gallego at 53, Carrie Lake at 45. So Trump is outperforming Lake by 4% right now. Kamala Harris is leading by 1. Trump is on track to win by 4. So we're basically going to see a 5-point swing in terms of the margin in favor of Republicans.
You've been trading your XFAs, Travis.
Hours.
Let's go.
Carrie Lake.
This might pull back another 100 points before it keeps running.
It does seem like Lake is going to lose again. And
I hope not, but it could.
It's just that they
You're not wrong. It definitely could. I'm getting a little bit. I think I need to get a little bit cautious. It does feel like this run up was the move,
if Republicans put up
and now we might see a little more retracement here.
Masters
So
even they would have been able to win. But
might need to be careful.
I've been saying that the entirety of the election cycle. People want me to look at Texas. Trump leads by 13 points in Texas. It might even be a solid margin. Maybe he might even win by more than 15. This would be the best Republican performance here, maybe going back to 2012, or maybe even going all the way back to the Bush era. Somebody said, is this a red mirage or legit good news for Trump? This is most definitely legit good news for Trump. I mean, right now, basically what we have is it's pretty clear that Trump is going to sweep Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, the 3 must-win states in the Sun Belt. Now, all he needs is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And according to the betting markets, according to the New York Times projection, according to just the votes that are coming in right now, it seems pretty clear that Trump is going to win at least one.
Yeah, Travis, he does.
3 of them.
This guy's gotten more subs in an hour than I've gotten in 2 years.
There's not going to be a blue wave.
It's crazy.
I would say if you're a Republican right now, you have nothing to worry about. Obviously, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident that if you're a Republican right now, you have absolutely nothing.
Hey, Zach just passed the 25K account on Apex. Let's go. Nicely done.
Here at 10:30 p.m. Obviously, the race, isn't going to be called that fast, but it will be called pretty soon. I do feel. What are people saying about Carrie Lake? People want me to check Arizona. We're at 51% of the votes are now
I'm just watching in Pennsylvania right now.
By 0.8.
Feel like this is
he's going to win it. He's on
does
track to
this
win by
automatically
4
update
based on the numbers so far?
Looks like 920 it updated.
Said this is so much better than networks. I appreciate that. I mean, I try to do my best here. I try to read the chat and see what you guys want me to go over.
So 45% of the votes are now in.
Enjoying the coverage, but we can also make
right
another
here,
projection.
We need a breakout right here.
It should be updated on our Twitter. And that is that New Hampshire will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is the projected winner in the Granite State of New Hampshire.
Need a big push here.
Kamala Harris' performance is
I will probably take one off up here at the 630s.
Win the states. And New Hampshire is going to be blue on our map. We can also project that in Ohio, Bernie Moreno is going to win the Senate seat. He's
I did not mean to do that.
The incumbent Democrat. This is going to be a flip in favor of the GOP.
We're just going to pretend like that didn't happen. Everybody good with that?
This basically means that the GOP is going to win 52 Senate seats at the very minimum. Coming back to the map, see if there's anything else interesting that we can take a look at here.
All right.
Michigan is now leaning Republican. Michigan
need to get above this 610.
Pennsylvania.
Need to get above the 610s
here. I mean, that's the biggest surprise, isn't it? In these Senate races, though,
kind of struggling.
The Senate election in Pennsylvania
to get above the 610s.
Is now a pure toss-up. I mean, we might see a red wave for the GOP. It might be 54 seats for Republicans, it seems like Tammy Baldwin
Yeah,
currently is
I
on
don't
track
know.
to lose
Man, this thing is
her reelection.
it's struggling to get
to
going.
a third term. I mean, that is a really big deal here. Tammy Baldwin is ahead right now by less than 1%, and I mean, she was crushing it in the polls just a few months ago. Trump leads here. Baldwin is outperforming Harris by around 1%. I mean, this race, it really could go either way. So the margin right now is around 0.8. So we're going to see another 0.8 increase for
I don't like that.
Republicans there.
I don't like
And so
that.
with the Senate race, yeah, it seems like Tammy Baldwin might be on track to lose. We'll have to see what happens, but the Wisconsin Senate race is going to be among the most competitive.
We might be in a
Michigan,
chop
seems
zone.
Like Slotkin is actually
We might be in a
quite well.
choppy.
At least that's based.
I guess they didn't move all the live. Patrick Whelan been trading his XFAs and is up
in
9K.
the betting markets.
Yeah, I think it was only one
second
account,
to
Travis.
Take a look at that.
It was only one account that is being moved to live on Patrick Whelan for Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a surprise.
You're
for
so
Republicans
confused
to
who's
sweep
winning.
3 upper Midwest
I mean, right now
seats,
Donald Trump
but
is
it really
projected.
seems like that is
Right now,
incredibly
Donald Trump has
possible
an
right now.
80% chance
But
of winning
unfortunately,
the election.
that
So
does not mean that Carrie Lake is going to win.
it's pretty. I
because
mean,
Carrie Lake is still probably going to lose.
unless
With these
something
Senate
happens,
races, I will
Trump
say,
is going to win.
Republicans are
I
doing
think
a lot better than expected.
unless something crazy
I had
happens.
them personally at 52. I might have underestimated them by a seat or two. But
Some of
obviously
like
not everything can play out
MSNBC, they haven't
as you
called
would
some of the
expect.
states. So I don't know. They're right now Georgia. They haven't called
Pennsylvania
Georgia
update, we're
yet.
56%
For
of the
example,
vote. Donald
like if
Trump
we
takes a bigger lead. He's now up by 3 points.
so
He's
if
on
we
track
look
to win
here
by
now in
2%.
Georgia,
Yeah, it seems that
Georgia
right now, Donald
has-
Trump is on track to perform better than he ever has in the past. That's what the polls have been saying. Now, it did say the polls were going to be more accurate than they have been in the past, and that has proven to be incredibly true, at least so far. Trump has still been
51,
underestimated
48.
in some instances, but it's,
where are we?
it's well
Where
within
are
the
we
margin of error this
percentage-wise?
time.
Why can't I
the
not
polling
see that?
has actually been pretty reasonable. So, the polling is not something that we should be getting upset about this cycle, unlike the last
So
two, where there were
88% of
just huge
votes
misses.
counted, and
But
Trump has a
Georgia's done.
3-point margin.
But the news media is going to call it.
I mean,
soon.
I don't.
Trump's going to win by 2.7.
And the
91%
big
of the votes say that
counties,
Trump leads already.
like
by
82% has been
2.1%, or
counted
3.1%.
here.
His lead is gonna shrink a little bit,
82%,
but he's gonna win.
72%. I guess Kamala could
Carolina,
pick up a
we have
couple more
76%
votes
of the
here.
in. Trump leads by
But
6.
83% counted
Arizona,
here.
again,
There's
it's gonna be
just not
another
enough
big
votes
win
here in Georgia for
former
Kamala to
president,
make
or
up that 3 points.
or for the vice president here.
But,
in
New
Mexico.
MSNBC hasn't called Georgia yet for Trump because it's a swing state. Once they do, I mean, I'm waiting to see if they do it or when they do it, because so the guy we're listening to, he's called it for Trump for about 20 minutes now.
Georgia just got called by MSNBC.
Oh
apparently.
boy, I better
So
watch
there you
my
have it.
trade.
Basically aligning perfectly with our map here. Now, in the 2nd district of Maine, Trump is doing very well there as well.
Oh, this
probably be
is
able
kind of painful here, but we might
say
have to
something
just
about
take our
that
loss
pretty soon.
if we break this.
Somebody said, thank you for your unbiased and useful election content. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I do my best to not stay in the middle, but to try to take information from both sides, which is why I'm not one of those people that gave Trump 340 electoral votes. Not going to say their name, or the people that said that Carrie Lake was going to win Arizona. But definitely, I do my best to be as realistic as possible. And I think, that's done me quite well. 2020 exact margin. This time, we're going to get very close. Maybe not the exact margin, but at most just 2 states away. But of course, with the correct winner projected.
I'm going to watch this position pretty closely here.
Yep. So Missouri has just been called. Josh
I'm just going to
Hawley
get
will
out on
defeat
one
Lucas
contract.
Coons to win his
Take
re-election.
one off.
We called this a lot
and then
like a
watch
while
this.
ago. New York Times
Feels like
forecast
the
apparently
bull
has
run is
Trump
over.
winning the popular vote by
the
8%.
bull run, the bull move.
Yeah, the election really would be over if that.
I don't know that it's over, but we're definitely resting.
Yeah, Trump was 0.8. I mean, this
the
is
bulls are taking a breather.
A big milestone for Republicans. Their first popular vote.
And if that happens, we can easily see a 50-point move lower.
They haven't been
and
able
I
to
do not want to be a part of that.
But now they finally have. I think somebody wanted me to look at the New York Times update or the MSNBC.
So right now, North Carolina, MSNBC still hasn't called North Carolina yet.
I mean, they're just more cautious with their calls. I mean, with me here, I mean, I called North Carolina, Georgia pretty early. They're going to call those states very, very soon.
Let's look at North Carolina here.
100% in the clear.
So North Carolina has 75% votes in.
That, you know how each state is going to go. Basically,
6-point lead for Trump.
Come in. But you know, here with me, like I'm not here to waste your time. And
so Harris needs to gain 286,000 votes somewhere
like this.
And
thank you guys for the
there's already 70.
I mean, that really means a lot.
She can maybe gain 80,000 votes
a lot of
preparation
here. Has gone into this.
No votes there. Nothing there.
For over
maybe
4 years, I would say hundreds of videos released.
20,000 there.
2024. Then of course we also did the midterms.
Yeah, I don't see how she can get North Carolina at this point.
That started on August 28th, I believe. So it's been nearly 3 months of daily uploads.
But you know, we'll wait
daily
and see.
uploads, I think, for the last 4 months. So, and that's something else. Feel pretty good.
You think we pull back to the 400s? Kiss me, I cook. Ooh, I hope not. I mean, it could.
Somebody asked, why is New Hampshire a battleground state with only 4 electoral votes, but states with the same amount aren't? Not sure if I know exactly what you mean by that, as New Hampshire isn't really a battleground, but it's among the more competitive ones. It is one of the states that I knew that I wasn't going to be able to call at poll closing time. So, you know, I mean, New Hampshire is obviously going to be close this time, but Democrats do have a clear advantage. That is definitely shown through. What do you think the popular vote will end up at? I mean, I think Trump +1. I mean, that's going to be a huge shift. For context, Joe Biden won the popular vote by 4.5%. So a 5 to 6 point shift with the popular vote to the right. I mean, that would be incredible for Trump. And I mean, for Kamala Harris, I think Democrats have realized a long time ago the mistakes they've made. If they had just gotten rid of Biden a long time ago, and if they had ran a primary like normal, they wouldn't be losing Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The economy has really been the big issue for Democrats throughout this cycle, and it's really starting to bite them in the butt here.
I'm getting real close to just failing this trade,
unfolds.
just getting out.
You can care about democracy,
I don't like it.
You can care about abortion, but ultimately, the economy has always proven to be the most significant factor. And even though Alan Lichtman likes to say that, for some reason he was wrong. Somebody said, I've been watching 4 different election channels. Yours is best by a wide margin. I really appreciate that. I'm really glad you're enjoying the content. We're actually just less than 5,000
All right, I'm getting out. I don't like it.
From
I do not like it.
350,000. So if everybody here subscribed right now,
gotta take or loss.
Instantly shoot past that goal.
We gave back about 1,000 on that
for this
couple. We had what, 4 trades
I really
there.
Appreciate you guys sticking with me, but if everybody could hit that subscribe button
now,
right
we just wait.
Help me out. After 4 years of covering this race, that would mean a lot. CNN right now is showing the exit polls in Pennsylvania for Latino voters. Harris at 58, Trump at 41. I mean, that is terrible. Latino voters need to go to Democrats by 70-80%. So yeah, I mean, there's just more and more.
Okay, so now MSNBC is
all of the bad
saying that
Democrats
it is
right
looking
now.
good for Trump.
We do have some more votes from Minnesota, though. Donald Trump at 59, Kamala Harris at 34, but ultimately, of course, Trump is on track to win the state. It's extremely unlikely that he'll lose it.
And there we go, dropping lower.
Thank you,
just
Carl.
be patient.
Thanks for your effort through the election this year. Yep, of course. Glad I was able to be of use. But right now, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they're all toss-ups. Trump only needs 1. He leads in basically all of them. Michigan, Trump is about to take the lead in Michigan, and once he takes it, he's not going to lose it. People asking why didn't Georgia get called yet? That's just because the news channels like to be very cautious with it. But I mean, look at it. It is very likely Republican. The New York Times is never going to say that it's very likely Republican unless it is. He has an over 95% chance of winning.
Where is
Georgia's
this
red.
guy?
We've called it. In North Carolina here is likely Republican.
I need to
It's only
find
gonna go
that
up
New
as
York
more votes
Times.
are counted. But yeah, I mean, 3.3%, even better than Georgia. New Mexico, I'm hoping we can call this state soon. Once the New York Times moves it from lean to likely Harris, I'm really surprised that hasn't even happened yet. I mean, Kamala Harris' performance has just not been good. We'll come back to make some more projections right now, though, as we do have a few more states to call. Yeah, so we'll start off. The 2nd District of Maine, Donald Trump is going to win for a 3rd time in a row. He's going to win the district's 1 electoral vote. Kamala Harris has already taken the state at large as well as the 1st district, but the 2nd congressional district, Donald Trump is the projected winner. So you can see on our map here that Trump is at 244 electoral votes. Now, we still do have the 2nd district of Nebraska left. That currently is favoring Kamala Harris. Supposedly, it was reported that the
did I miss
Harris
my entry
campaign
here?
is working on a concession speech. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she gave that speech tonight.
I'm not going to chase this though.
It's probably gonna happen
Oh man,
sometime
this
soon.
is
Somebody just shout out from
unfortunate.
Washington. I appreciate your
I was
content
not paying
and keep up
attention.
the good work. You know, of course, you know that's what I'm here for. I'll be here for as long as I can. Hopefully, until we get a winner.
I might.
Yes, P. Clark says, I'm going to love to see Alan Lichtman's excuse this time.
I'm going
He
to chase
refuses to
this.
admit
Might
he
not
was
be a
wrong in
good idea.
2000. Yeah,
I want to chase it.
I definitely am excited as well to see what he has to say about this, because he has spent the past half year streaming every single day telling us about how Kamala Harris is going to win. And because a lot of people do trust him, they've all been misled. And I mean, I would say the certainty that he says it with is the biggest issue. You know, the way that he says that his keys are a science. I mean, how could his keys possibly be a science? I mean, it's literally just 12 or whatever, 14 arbitrary, you know, issues. Now, obviously, he picked them well. I think he's done a good job with them so far. But the fact that he's so confident and the fact that he tries to convince people of that, I think is definitely an issue, because he's going to be wrong this time.
Hey, let's go. Okay.
New Hampshire
okay,
gets
we
4
have
votes.
this.
Rhode Island gets 4.
Okay, I like this.
Nebraska
I
gets
like
4.
this.
Why is New Hampshire considered a more important state than others?
Okay,
for the party?
so
What makes New Hampshire special?
this is what I wanted
New
to
Hampshire is
check.
a lot more competitive.
So we
I
have.
can show you guys. 2016, New Hampshire was
Where
decided
am I?
by less than half a percentage point. I think a lot of people are surprised to learn that New Hampshire was so close 8 years ago. In 2020, Joe Biden won it by 7.
So right now they have
Today, Kamala Harris is gonna
Pennsylvania.
win it by around 3 to 4. Basically, the middle of the two margins between Harris and Biden. Basically, exactly.
Right now
what
they
I've
have
been
it as a
saying. It's
toss-up,
kind of
but
what
it's
the points that
it's
I've
right
just
on
been
the
saying over
verge
and
of
over again
leaning
when it comes to Maine and New Hampshire, that the
the
margins
other
is
way.
exactly between.
Oh my gosh,
Biden and
I'm
Clinton's
getting
margins from the past
destroyed
2
now.
cycles.
I'm getting
Michael
chopped
says
to
the way you
pieces
present
here.
the data is a much needed medium these days. I'd appreciate it.
This is what I need.
Yeah,
I
thank you
need
so
to
much.
learn not to do this.
I'm just,
Chasing.
you know, doing my best here to keep up with the chat. If I miss a message, you know, I really apologize for that, but trying to just keep up with the chat and answer all the questions you guys have. Nelson asks, why do Maine and Nebraska have 2 congressional districts? Well, Maine actually has 2, and then Nebraska has 3. So basically, the Electoral College and just with voting in general, the laws are all made by
babe,
the
yeah,
states, and so
as
these
long
2
as
states
you
just
don't
decided that they were
hyperscale
gonna
for small
allocate
T
2 electoral
provinces.
votes from the state as a whole, and then one per congressional district. And so as it's played out, basically, we
You're
basically
treating
have
your
one
lives.
district in
Sorry,
each
guys,
state
I've
that
not been
goes
reading
with
chat. I've
the
been a
other
bad
party,
streamer.
not with the state. Somebody says, greetings from a former Democrat in Texas turned Trump supporter. Thanks for your meaningful content and unbiased coverage. Yeah, of course.
You need 700 more,
Glad you're
Mikey?
enjoying it so far.
Is this an eval or funded? This is funded, investors.
Thank you to Christian for
This
that
is a
super
funded
chat. I really
account.
appreciate it.
We were up.
Taking information from multiple sources and presenting it in a non-biased way.
We need to get it back. We
of course, that's
want to
what
get it back.
try to do.
Just
with
realize
this
I passed that profit account for no reason.
So I guess we'll now give you guys an update on Wisconsin, Michigan, and
No way,
Pennsylvania.
Adrian. You got denied a Rise account a while
by
ago.
3. Michigan, Trump leads by 0.6.
So wait, can you?
Trump
I think you can get a different payout
1.5.
method,
Wisconsin
Adrian.
and Michigan are now lean
With
red.
you profit,
If the New York Times says this, it's pretty clear that he's going to win.
Let me look.
And then with Pennsylvania, Donald Trump at 51. It's still a toss-up, but it's probably going to fall into that lean red category very, very soon. We're now less than 1,000 subscribers away from 350,000. So if you guys could hit that subscribe button right now and get us over the top in just 5 seconds, I mean, that would be cool. Really appreciate you guys.
All right, let's see if we can break out to the above the 600
3
here.
million views, 3
we
million
need to
different people
break
watching
above
this.
the 600.
I mean, that's just unbelievable. So, the support, has just been crazy over the last few hours. But yeah, we'll come back. We'll see if we can make any projections pretty soon. I'm trying to get these states.
So you can do,
of the
Adrian.
way.
You can do coin payments, Rise, and pay retailers are the different options to withdraw.
All right, we're now less than 200
So I don't know
away.
if
So we're
those
probably
are,
going to see it
if
cross
that's an
very
option or
soon.
not.
There's a little bit of a delay. But now we're at 350. Thank you guys so much.
So right now we have a toss-up
I
on
didn't
PA.
even think
This
that
is
we were
going
gonna
to
get to
be
300 during this
this is
stream,
going to
'cause
be
we
the
were at, like,
important.
the 280 range when this first
Right
started.
now,
So this
Trump
just
has a
been
2-point
incredible.
margin.
I mean, I guess we can go for 400.
61% of the votes are in.
I would probably bet that it doesn't happen, but I think if we get close, I mean, that would be awesome.
Can you guys even
have been
read
amazing
this?
Sticking with me.
Probably not.
I'm gonna try to keep this going for as long as possible.
It's really
'cause
small.
There's a lot of other races to cover as well. And of course, I think with the mainstream media,
Life
the
is
problem
good,
that
and I got
they're
two
just so slow with it.
XFAs again.
Because we actually have some.
I
more
want to go
projections
top step
make
badly.
right
What's,
now. Ones
oh
that,
yeah.
CNN,
I mean,
MSNBC, they're simply
it gets
not gonna
very
make at this
expensive.
point, even though they're pretty certain that the race is going to go one way or the other. So we're actually going to replace the goal now for the 3rd time in this video. I mean, thanks to your guys' support, we're now going to up the goal to a whopping
Captain Crunch. I wouldn't be
400,000.
too worried
So,
about.
again,
I wouldn't be
thank
too
you guys
worried
so
about
much.
that. All right, we got
I
to
mean,
break
this really
above the
means a lot to
600s
me.
here. Come on.
That you
Come
guys are
on,
enjoying
man.
the content. All right, so we're gonna
Hey,
now
Oba
we're now
FX,
just
let's
16
go.
minutes away from the next poll closing. The next poll closing will be at 11 p.m. Eastern time. Voting will end in these 4 states: Washington, Oregon, California, and Idaho. They're going to be quite consequential.
All right, we have more
actually, they're not. I
polls
really don't know why I said that.
closing in 11 at 11
but
o'clock.
Kamala Harris is going to win them, and they're going to be consequential in the way that we'll get the map filled in a lot more after
Man, this
this.
isn't.
Idaho,
PA is
go to Trump,
coming
of
right
course.
down to the
But we do
wire.
have some projections to make right now. We have a few more. These states, I think it's going to take a while for Fox News or CNN to do this, but for us here, we can definitely do it a little bit faster. The 2nd District of Nebraska, we are projecting will go to Donald Trump. He's going
He
to
just
win
made
the
$5
2nd
on my
district-
election
or,
night
sorry, the
trade.
2nd
Let's
District of
go,
Nebraska
Mikey.
will go to Kamala Harris. She's going to win the
Let's
2nd district
go.
after the lines were moved.
Does
to
you
make it
profit
even more
reset the max
left-leaning than
drawdown
it
to
was
50K
before.
after taking a
That's probably
payout? Yes,
the
they
only reason
do.
why she's
They
winning
do.
the 2nd district right now, but it's gonna be blue on. our
Oh,
map.
really?
This is
You
gonna
weren't
give her
aware of that
one
consistency? Yeah, that is
additional
something to be aware of. So
electoral vote.
they basically do the same thing as Top Step.
People want me to drink water. I mean, yeah, I guess I am starting to lose my voice at this point, but we'll see how long. We'll see how long we can keep this up.
I doubt it. All right, market. Come on.
But yeah, so Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we have more updates from those states. Pennsylvania now, Trump +3. Michigan, Trump +1. 1.3. Wisconsin
Now
Trump plus 1.3.
Trump just gained a
If you look
little
at the
bit
Senate
in
elections, the Republicans
Pennsylvania
are
just
in
now.
a great place. They might even flip some of these upper races. It seems
Very
like Bob
interesting.
Casey right now is on track to lose. Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin is on track to lose. Only Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan is actually going to win. We have two Democratic incumbents.
I need to
right
go
now
grab a bottle
that
of water.
nobody
I'll
thought
be
was
right
gonna
back.
lose. I mean, look at the odds in Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin had an 83% chance of winning basically throughout the entire year. And then in Pennsylvania, for Bob Casey, it was at 86 at one point. So these two races getting close is just a huge surprise. Now, they could still go both ways, but the GOP should be pretty happy with where they are at this point. A 54 Senate would be incredible for Trump. I think at this point, the House races, I think Republicans will definitely hold on to the House, given how well Trump has been performing on the presidential level. I love this channel so much. Found out about it a month ago and have been hooked. You've very professional, well spoken, and make these videos fun to watch. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that a lot, man. Alan Lichtman is having a meltdown. If someone wants to update me on what he's doing, I think that would be pretty funny to hear. But we do have two more projections incoming. These are two big states. And then afterwards, we will have the 11 p.m. poll closing with some more projections. CNN just projected Texas in favor of Ted Cruz. So obviously he was going to win there, but we had already had that projected quite a long time ago. New Mexico, the Senate election will go to Martin Heinrich. He's going to win his re-election, even though many of his fellow Democrats couldn't be struggling anymore. Angus King will also win up in Maine. So we have some more Senate projections to make at this very moment. So Maine is going to be blue. New Mexico will also be blue. And then Nebraska is probably going to end up being blue, but we're not going to make that projection yet. We also have in Virginia, Tim Kaine leads by 4. Kamala Harris right now is ahead by 2. So we'll make the Virginia call in just a few moments. But we're about to approach another big poll closing. You know, I mean, something else I just want to say is just how ugly the CNN slides have been this election cycle. I feel like they've just been so much worse than they have in the past. I mean, CNN used to be the one that people liked the most, but now, honestly, it's the one that I like the least. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me there, but the CNN slides just have not been it this cycle. All right, so we're now going to make a few additional projections at this time. We have a few more races that we can call based on the numbers that we're seeing. First off, Virginia. We can call Virginia in favor of Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is going to pull off a very strong performance in the state, but ultimately, Kamala Harris is going to come out on top. Her lead is going to expand slightly. She'll win by around 3 to 4 points. This is terrible compared to Biden's 10-point margin from 4 years ago, but ultimately Virginia is a pretty blue state, and the fact that Kamala Harris is just winning it now, is yet another sign that her campaign has completely gone off the rails. We can also project New Mexico going to Kamala Harris.
Whoops, sorry about that,
She's gonna
guys.
win the
I was
state's
muted.
5 electoral votes. It's going to be
We are
another
back.
small margin, probably even less than 5% or just over. For context, Joe Biden won New Mexico by 11 points 4 years ago. So another huge drop-off. I mean, Kamala Harris should be embarrassed by how poor her performance has been
this
cycle.
This guy is
really couldn't be any
roasting Kamala
worse.
Harris. Oh, this guy is roasting her.
But yeah, so at this point, we're going to...
Jeez, like, geez, take it easy. Take it easy on her, man. She's having a rough
Basically,
night.
we're left with just the states out west where we do not have.
All right, we need this thing to break
polls have not
above the
closed yet,
600s here.
And then we have
If
much
we
of
can't
the
do
upper
it here
Midwest,
soon,
but
I'm gonna have to
basically
just
everything
bail on
else
this trade too.
Has basically gone one way or the other. I'll expand the map here just so that you guys can get a clearer look on the right of your screen. Donald Trump is at 244 electoral votes, while Kamala Harris is at 138. Donald Trump needs just 26 more to get to the presidency. It's
So
not
Donald
gonna
Trump,
be
he
that
has him
difficult,
projected at
especially considering that
244
he is
right
gonna get
now.
Idaho. He is going to get Alaska. There's no doubt about those. And so really, he should have nothing to worry about. He should probably just be practicing his victory speech at this point, because that really is what he needs to be doing.
This guy is not holding back, man. This guy is not holding back. Oh,
Again,
man.
we're now just 9 minutes away from the next poll closing.
We
This
just
is
can't
at
get anything
11
going here. I
PM
think the market has
Eastern
now
time.
officially kind of absorbed the fact
Mexico
that
likely
Trump is
blue,
going to
Virginia
win.
very likely. So basically, the way we've been calling this
And now
is once the needle
we're
is
just in a
called to the
resting
likely or very likely
resting
category,
phase.
we are very likely to make a call.
I think we're just in a
for these
resting
races,
phase now.
because ultimately the New York Times is going to be right
Mm.
if they put a race in the likely or very likely category.
Yeah. You got to go into the 530s. Well, you might
people
be
want me to
right.
drink
It's
water.
definitely not looking like it's going to go higher.
I will try to do that. But we do also have new numbers coming out of Arizona.
This is where I always struggle
Couple
the
more
most with my
percentage points
trading
here and
is
there.
when we have
Donald
these
Trump
nice
at
moves.
49.7.
I'll
It still
capture the
doesn't seem like
moves,
Carrie
but then
Lake
on the
is gonna win, though.
pullbacks,
That's still a bit of a stretch.
it's hard for me to just.
And then New Mexico,
I struggle
Kamala
with it.
Harris, 53%.
When we start just
Donald Trump,
slowly
45.
bleeding lower,
I mean, I'm watching CNN right now. They're at Kamala
I'm
Harris
just
headquarters.
terrible.
Doesn't seem like they're having too fun of a time there. You know, they are waving their flags. Not really sure why, considering that this couldn't have gone any worse for them.
This guy's just roasting them. Oh man.
But yeah, we're just 7 minutes away now from
this
the
guy,
last large poll
this
closing.
guy's
So all
just-
the so after this
guy's
the
brutal.
only states that will be
This guy
outstanding
is brutal.
are going to be Alaska and Hawaii. So this basically
Yeah,
will be
yeah.
the results from states all across
OBFX,
the
it's
map
crazy.
now.
Hey, Vitaly, how we doing?
To the electoral map. I mean, I can show you guys where the map is right now
It's
based on
crazy.
where candidates are leading. So we've already called Georgia and North Carolina in favor of Trump. And when it comes
Yeah,
to
the
swing states,
commentary
Trump
is
leads
pretty funny.
in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin,
I thought the
and
guy-
Arizona. We don't have numbers.
The guy is
from
not holding
Nevada
back.
yet,
The gloves
but at
are
this
off.
point, if all voting were to stop, Donald Trump would win 306 electoral votes. Kamala Harris would win 226. So, you know, this is going to be, Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2016 at this point. And Kamala Harris is going to be the worst performing Democrat since Michael Dukakis in 1988.
Okay, MSNBC talking about North Carolina. They still haven't called
But
it.
for now, North Carolina, Georgia, those are the two swing states we've called so far. I do think we will be able to call Arizona relatively soon. People want me to look at Poly Market again, so just give me 1 second there. Donald Trump is at 92%. I mean, this is pretty much a landslide now. Kamala Harris
92.2% chance that Trump will win the election.
Pennsylvania is dark
I think
red.
we can call it, folks.
Is dark red. Only
We'll be
Nevada
the
isn't
first
as
official
red.
YouTube channel to call
Trump's
it.
odds went up 31%
It's
today,
official.
as he is now just on track to win the election.
I'm just kidding. I'm
thank
not
you, Sean,
gonna-
for the super chat. Thank you for all your unbiased coverage as well as the speed of data presented. Well done from the Finger Lakes in upstate New York.
man.
I'm glad you're enjoying the content.
Yeah,
polls are about
Carolina.
to close in
North Carolina
California,
is
which
now
of course, my
at.
home
Let me
state.
switch to North
Dropped
Carolina
off my
here.
ballot just a few days
So
ago.
North Carolina is at 86% of the votes are in, but what's key here is
All right. So right before
most of the votes
the
are
10
in
PM
for
poll
the
closed,
counties
right before the
that
11 PM poll
Kamala is
closing,
counting
went to
on
a
for
quick
votes. So
bathroom break, get some water.
I'm very
I
interested to
think
see if they're going
a lot
to
of
call
people
it
want me
now
to do
for
that,
North
so
Carolina
just
on
give me
MSNBC.
1 second right here.
Doesn't look like they are going to do it. Yeah, they did not call it, so again, you can see here New York Times is calling very likely for Trump for North Carolina. The only thing they have as a toss-up right now is PA. And I mean, I would have to agree. Oh, and look at that. Pennsylvania just went to leaning Trump. Just went to leaning Trump in the slightest bit. Interesting. Hey, Liz Gardens, how we doing?
All right,
Kamala
guys,
doesn't have much riz.
I'm now back. We're gonna be, powering through this. Probably.
Wait, is my breathing heavy?
More breaks after this. Thank you guys.
It is sometimes, but
for staying with me
it's
here,
because of my lungs.
But we have just 4 minutes to go until.
Yeah,
the
it is.
last
PA is going to be the
poll
important
closing
part.
of the
Sherrod
night.
Brown loses in Ohio.
Looking at
Yep.
the map here,
Not only an incredible trader, but willing to
things-
call
the
election
pieces are
results
coming
before anyone
in
else.
place.
I'm telling you,
We're at
you heard it here
353,000.
first. Nutty Bar Trading.
It would be amazing.
Called the
if we could get
election
to
early,
400,000
and he was
tonight.
right.
So if
We'll
everybody
wake
here
up in the
watching
morning and we'll
could
say how
hit that
how
subscribe
right
button
we
and
were.
see how high it goes in just one moment. I would really
Just
appreciate
just
that.
like trading, we do
I would
hindsight
say,
hindsight election results.
when it comes to tonight, I'll probably be here for another 3-4 hours. So any support from you guys would be
I don't know.
incredibly appreciated.
So 68% of the votes are now in, and we're
Are you
just
counting for mail-in ballots.
I mean,
though?
this
'Cause
is
that
starting to
seems it could
lean
be an
more and more
issue.
toward Trump.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to
what is the
these
FTT
three
CEO
races,
doing now? What's he doing now?
When it comes to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, a lot of the mail-in ballots have already been accounted for, which is why Democrats had such big leads when the night first began, when the polls first closed. But now, with more time, but now as more time has gone on, as more of these other ballots have been counted, yeah, the numbers have gone up quite a bit for Republicans. And so, yes, the mail-in ballots and the early voting, that has most definitely been accounted
Twitter's
for. We're just 2 minutes away from 11 p.m. Eastern time. This is, again, going to be the last major poll closing of the night. Joshua Murphy, hey, brother, been watching the whole time over this election, and you are spot on. This $20 will fill in your tank 2 months. Yeah, thank you so much for that, for the super chat. Apparently, the news networks just called Georgia. I mean, yeah, that was definitely expected. It's the first
Wait, had they
big
still
blow to
not
Kamala
called
Harris.
Georgia?
That was the first
Are
one
you
for us as well, along with
serious?
North Carolina. Brian asks, what map are you using now for updates? Not seeing this. Also, slow mode.
They're still saying too close to call for Georgia.
I just like it because it
Wow.
updates faster. Also, I think it looks a lot better than
that's where things are going to start falling apart.
Really, what is this? But the New York Times map, I think, is probably the best looking one. And then, yeah, where are we in Pennsylvania? Somebody asked. Pennsylvania, Trump +3 with 68% of votes in. It's going to be lean Republican. It's going to be a Trump victory there. Trump's also going to win Michigan and Wisconsin.
I see now.
He's gonna
Scott says, "Tell Matt when I buy MFU."
So really nothing to worry about there. But it's now 10:59.
This is why I don't. This is why I have Twitter. This is why I have Twitter.
When that finally comes.
Man! Hey, we're going higher, boys. Come on, baby. Rip this through the 600s. Do it now. Look at this guy. Scott says to my funded future owner, Matt, tell Matt when I buy MFU, he can be my bookkeeper.
Basically, right now, we'll start to be able to see some of the more specific things.
Dude, how about you focus on paying your traders first?
PM Eastern time.
How about that?
Also, thank you.
There's
Adam,
an
for the super
idea.
chat. Thank you, Cooper.
There's an
Really
idea.
appreciate the support. But it is now 11 p.m. Polls have
that
closed
guy
in Washington, Oregon, California, and Idaho. All four.
Okay, I
of
can't
these
take it
states
if we
voting
go.
has finally ended, and so we can make some projections.
This price
at
action is
this
starting to
time.
get
All
me
four
irritated.
races, in fact, they're all pretty solid for one party or the other, and this is really when you start to see the map start to fully fill up.
We just can't
Washington,
seem to
Kamala
make a
Harris,
move
the
here.
projected winner, 12 electoral votes going to the vice president. Next up in Oregon, or next up in California, 54 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, another solid blue state falling in line. Meanwhile, in Idaho, Donald Trump is the projected winner, 4 electoral votes
All right,
from the state
polls
of Idaho.
closing here
going
at
to the former
11.
President. And then, sorry, for some reason I filled in Oregon. I apologize for that. It's California, but the last
Too close
projection
to call.
is going to be Oregon. 8 electoral votes going to Kamala
Georgia,
Harris.
too close to call.
Probably going to be a pretty clear
then.
victory, but we'll see about that.
I
Oregon
don't know, man.
is going to be solid blue. And so this is where the map is now. Thank you, West Power 13, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So basically, at this point, we are having, we're just a few electoral votes away from declaring a winner. If I expand the map here, Trump is at 248 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 212. And so Trump is now just 22 away. And I guess the most likely scenario is obviously he's going to win Alaska. That is for sure. He is not going to lose Alaska. But then he just needs to win any one of these other upper Midwestern states along with Arizona. It's pretty clear he's going to win Alaska and Arizona, plus Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's where we get Trump at 306, maybe even Nevada 312. So the map is looking exactly how Trump would have wanted to. But for now, based on the projections that we
If
can
I'm
actually
buying,
make,
no, I'm not,
Donald
Mike.
Trump is officially at 248 electoral votes. Kamala Harris
Biden
at
thinks he still has
212.
a
The
chance to
mainstream media is
win.
gonna be a little bit behind on this.
I saw a tweet earlier that says,
Trump is just in an incredible
breaking
spot
news,
right
Biden
now.
still thinks he
Pennsylvania,
has a chance to
69%
win.
of votes in. Trump holds on to a 3-point
it's
lead.
too funny.
Michigan, 29% of votes in. Trump leads by 4. Wisconsin, 61% of votes in. Trump leads by 2%. California there. We're not going to get a lot of votes from California because California is incredibly slow. They do have a lot of votes to count. Poland Ball, hello. Can you read this super chat? I'm a big fan. Yeah, of course. I'm glad you're enjoying the content and I appreciate your support. How do I think Trump would do against Newsom? I mean, to be honest, I feel that I think the issue that Democrats had was that with 4 months to go, Joe Biden was still going to be their nominee. They had a big fight over it. And then after Joe Biden finally got kicked off the ballot, they didn't do any sort of voting. All they did was replace him with his vice president, who was one of the most unpopular vice presidents in American history. Yes, her popularity has gone up since, but she has never been known to be popular. And so so they chose her, and then they chose Tim Walz, who was even further to the left, which wasn't the smartest move. They should have chosen Josh Shapiro because Pennsylvania is what they needed. Now, obviously, they would have lost anyways because they don't have Wisconsin or Michigan either. But choosing Tim Walz was a huge mistake for Kamala Harris. I mean, she's barely winning in Minnesota. She's going to win the state by just half. She's going to win by 2.5% now. This is based on the updated projection. It's a toss-up, according to the New York Times. She could potentially even lose Minnesota. Now, obviously, she's not going to lose the state, but it is too close for comfort for Democrats. They made a huge mistake putting her at the top of the ticket. Minnesota is still going to go blue, but by a much smaller margin. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, though, basically a lock now for Donald Trump. And we have actually just hit 3 million views on this stream. Over 300 million people have clicked on it. I mean, thank you guys so much. We're still at 150,000 concurrent viewers, even though I went to take that break. It means the world to me that you guys are sticking with me here. We're now 4 hours in. And so if you guys could help me get to my goal of 400,000 subscribers, I mean, that would just be absolutely incredible. If everybody subscribed right now, we would get there within the next few seconds. So if everybody could click subscribe at the very moment to help me out. I've been covering this race for over 4 years. People are saying that the map is too big. All right, there, we'll make it smaller. Sorry about that. All right, anyways, continuing on here. In Oregon, we have 42% of results in. Kamala Harris at 59, Trump at 38. Pretty much the expected margin at this point. Troy Evans asks, why do I think Fox hasn't called North Carolina and Georgia yet? Or why do I think? Well, I mean, with the mainstream media, they have to be
Man, this trade has got me.
Even though they know. I mean, if you look
I
at the
don't
New
know.
York Times site here, I mean, it's a very likely Republican in Georgia. North Carolina's very likely Republican. And, they know that Trump is going to win these 2 states, but I guess they
Okay,
just like
we
to be
have
extra cautious. And I guess for
72%
me
now in
here,
PA.
I mean, there's no point in me doing that.
We are at
I just wanna get you the information as
72%
quickly as
counted in
possible, 'cause
PA,
it's clear he's going to win.
and we
North Carolina,
are
Georgia. There's really
leaning
no other
right.
way that this is going to happen.
Projected Trump to win by
Greg Gardner says, please
2.2.
read the super chat. Robert is watching and wants to see your future
estimated margin.
Study. Please say hi, Robert. Well, hi, Robert. I'm glad you're enjoying the content, and I appreciate your support, Gray. And then Red Blue War says, I've watched you every day. Your analysis has been most accurate and consistent. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the content. Thank you, Tenacious Tom, for your super chat, as well as to you, Daniel.
This market really has slowed down significantly. What video feed I'm watching? Actually, hang on. Let me just
at the map
post
here,
that comment.
We're not seeing too many big updates right now. Arizona's lean
give me a
Republican.
second.
It's almost guaranteed to go red. On the Senate level, though, I do not believe that Kari Lake is going to win. And I think that's something that I've made pretty clear over the last few months. And yes, some people are upset that I like to just dog on Kari Lake, but she was not the right candidate, and she is not the person that Republicans should have chosen if they want to win. Now, if they want a candidate that they want the most, sure, Kari Lake appeals to Republicans the most, but not to the people in the center, and that is why she is running behind Trump by 4 to 5 points.
All right, I'm going to pin this message that way.
Lichtman's claims
that way everyone can see it.
I mean, I knew he was going to be wrong this whole time. I mean, his whole scientific method, quote unquote, it was never scientific. I mean,
yeah,
it's
we're
just
definitely in a
random list
range
of 14
now.
keys and like,
we're just ranging here from the 570s to the
a good
580s, 590s.
To focus on, and it's proven to be very accurate. I don't think his model has been bad, but he has just become so liberal. He's come out with live streams every single day talking about how Kamala Harris is going to win, how Kamala Harris needs to win, and it's become so clear that he just supports her so much. I think it's really impacted the way that he's interpreted his keys this time, even though he constantly likes to say that, he's not being influenced by his own personal beliefs.
I mean, this guy is going hard.
And balance. A big part of the issue is
this guy is not holding back.
I really hope we rid ourselves of
I've got a feeling that he's been getting a lot of, because he's been doing like election he's been doing election projections.
I think this is one of the big surprises.
And it feels like he's been getting a lot of hate for it, and he's on
by 2.4%.
He's letting himself be heard right now.
I mean, just look at what's been happening. I mean, just look at 2016. Hillary Clinton wins Minnesota by 1.5%. I mean, that is really, I mean, that's small. That was bad, and this was pretty notably bad. But then in 2020, Joe Biden wins it by 7. Joe Biden with Kamala Harris as her running mate. Today, Tim Walz as Kamala Harris's running mate. He is, even with him on the ballot, Kamala Harris is winning Minnesota by just 2 points. I mean, it really couldn't get any worse for the vice president here. And I do believe, though, that this will be the end of the political career of Governor Tim Walz. He is never going to get chosen for something like this again.
All right, they're going to...
maybe he'll be chosen to succeed Klobuchar if she ever
73% of votes are now
in the Senate, but I mean, his career is over. Minnesota was something he was supposed to deliver by a 10-point margin. He won his re-election by 15 points in 2022. Today, today Minnesota is among the closest states in the country. Brad says, your channel has even gotten my 77-year-old mother to follow the entire race. Thank you so much. She used to be a Democrat, by the way. Well, yeah, I'm glad.
Okay, I might need to bail here.
I try to present things in an interesting and digestible way.
I can either add one right here or bail.
Which is what I've tried to do basically this entire time. Now, we do have more results from Maine. It's now likely Democratic. Kamala Harris at 53. New Hampshire as well. I will say that Minnesota, we probably will be able to call soon, but it is looking good for Trump. I think if you are in the Trump camp,
I'm going to add one.
Feeling extremely happy about where this is headed.
I'm going to add one, and we'll see what happens.
But, I mean, still, it's good. Somebody said that the 400K banner is off by 1 pixel. Is it to the right or to the left? Because I personally cannot see it, but I will adjust that for you guys here. All right.
Someone complaining about the banner being
Give
off
me
by
1
1 pixel.
second. I think that does it. Let me know if the 400K is now centered. Somebody asked if Pennsylvania
Someone's
is
trolling him.
decided by now.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
Travis. He's like,
Pennsylvania
his career is over.
pretty much decided. I mean,
how did I
73% of the
find this
votes are in.
guy's channel?
I will expect
I mean, I was
to
following him
call the state
for
before I end the stream, so it should
just
be
like his
pretty soon.
election results or his
But
election
yeah, I wouldn't expect it to
predictions.
take too
So
long.
I started following
Somebody
him
wants
on
me to check
that.
Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. So Georgia, it's a
Yeah,
lock
he's
for
going
Trump.
hard
He's
on
won it.
Waltz.
North Carolina.
I mean, honestly,
he's won it.
Waltz
Virginia,
deserves it.
Kamala Harris
I mean,
is
he's
gonna win. It's
barely
not gonna be
even
by a big
winning
margin.
in Minnesota.
It's actually incredibly small.
That's pretty. That's a
4.7%
pretty
is the
bad look.
projected margin. Kind of embarrassing, honestly. She's going to do worse than Hillary Clinton.
And he keeps
in the
saying how
state. And then
embarrassing it is.
Pennsylvania, Trump leads by 3. He's probably going to come out on
This
top.
guy doesn't hold
by
back.
around 1 to 2.
This guy does
And so,
not
yeah, if I
hold
missed your
back,
chat,
man.
I'm really sorry. I'm trying to get through all of them. Somebody asked, thank you for keeping
Come
me
on,
sane
market.
in spite
Let's
of
pump
the
it
madness
higher.
here in Seattle.
Can we
Good.
do another
Pragmatic
run like we
reporting.
did here? That
I
was so
appreciate
much
that.
fun.
Taylor Daniel says, what will you be covering after the election? I'm new to the channel since this election started. I would say definitely just focusing on the midterms.
I'm gonna remove. I'm gonna get one
races
out
there,
here, up here.
and then of course 2028 as well. I think Democrats are going to be doing a lot of regrouping after this cycle. This has been a gut punch for them. It really couldn't have gone any worse. And I mean, this is my
he keeps
full-time
talking
job,
about
so I will
this could not have
enjoy
gone
slight
any
break.
worse for the
I will have,
Democrats.
doing
Meanwhile,
all this, but I've definitely enjoyed
MSNBC,
doing
I'm
it.
listening
I mean,
to them,
I've been waiting 4
and they're
years,
like,
ever since
you can kind of
2020.
hear in the
We put out
MSNBC,
hundreds of videos with
you can kind
2020
of
and now
hear that they're
2024.
they're prepping, they're getting ready, and they're
Somebody says
prepping
Milwaukee's
for
votes are
the
coming in late. Will
inevitable.
Wisconsin go blue?
Yeah, we're
It's
gonna,
unlikely Wisconsin will go
we're
blue.
gonna lose. You
Trump
can
is probably gonna
tell.
win it by a
You can
few
tell that
points,
it's
maybe
about
like
to
1
happen.
3, I would say right now.
Come on, fill me. Hello? Okay, there
Why
we
they
go.
haven't they called Georgia, North Carolina? They will very soon. I mean, they're trying to be.
All right,
cautious,
we
but
got to get
it's gonna
through this
happen.
600
Somebody asked
level.
what's going on in Nevada? Nevada just is slow.
That was the
they're
right
always
call,
slow,
adding to
so
that
you just don't have to
trade.
wait,
Let's
but
go.
It seems like there's no way Trump is going to lose it.
But we
Daniel
got to
says, "My
break
favorite
through the
channel for accurate
600s,
election
please.
forecasting and reporting
Do
information.
it for
My
the
go-to place for
stream.
political races." I mean, yeah, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah, Waltz is done for.
You know, I'm glad
He will.
that, you know, I'm able
He
to
will
be a
definitely be.
source that
Okay,
you guys,
we
get,
have
you know, that you guys
above the
trust in.
600s now.
Look to.
Can we get this big
We are
push
now just
above the
47
600s
minutes
and
away
make
from
a push
next
for the
poll closing at 12 a.m.
make a push for the
Eastern Time.
700s?
It will
That'd
no
be
longer
sweet.
the 5th,
Come
but it
on,
will
baby,
actually
let's
be
go.
The 6th of November.
You
So
can
this is
do
pretty
it.
big.
You can do it.
We're now on the next day.
Trump will
and
introduce
we're getting
Waltz
close
to
around the time when
McDonald's.
Trump was projected the winner against Hillary
Oh
Clinton in
man,
2016.
you guys are rough. You guys are
And the same
brutal.
thing could happen now with Kamala Harris. I mean, we've heard
I'm
reports
interested to
that
see
the
how many
draft in
people
her
are going to
campaign
move out
speech,
of the
her-
U.S.
her,
now. I
her
saw a lot
concession
of people kept
she's
saying
probably
how they're
give a
going to
call
move.
pretty soon.
They're going to
It's pretty
move
clear
out of the U.S.
direction
if Trump
that
gets
this is headed
elected.
in.
So
James asks, do you think JD Vance will
you should
run
be a
in
man of your word.
2028? I mean, I'm sure, you know, he will try. I'm sure he has that ambition.
Come
And
on, man.
I think he
Rip
will do
it.
well. I think at the beginning, a lot of Republicans doubted him. Personally, I was more in favor of Glenn Youngkin. I think he appealed a lot more to moderates. But I think JD Vance, with that debate performance, he really changed a lot of people's minds.
I'm
And so he
trying to
went
think if
from
I just want
being
to take my
somebody people
profit
thought
here.
that Trump made a mistake in choosing to probably being the front runner now for the
I'm going to
2028
take my
nomination.
profit.
It is not going to be Ron DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis is popular. He's
Just,
done well in
I feel
Florida,
like we might be
but-
range bound for a while.
But I mean, after challenging Trump,
But I'm
he's
going to
lose
keep
support
buying.
there.
I'm going to
And
keep
just
buying
add
at
on
the
fact
bottom
that
here.
His 2024 campaign,
We are not going to short. We are
was
not
pretty
going short
abysmal.
the rest
You know,
of.
I think that JD Vance is.
We might not
poised to
go
become
short
next
the rest of the
Republican
year,
nominee, but
guys.
Of course, I mean, things like
No
that
short
could change all the
trades rest
time.
of the year.
Will you watch the winner announcement live? I mean, I
No
hope
more
so. I hope
shorts.
to be here for as long as possible. That
Hey,
we will be
Raider
able to
Life,
see a
how we
winner
doing?
projected
European
in the
markets are
race.
down hard. What?
Nicholas says, "What makes you think Georgia
I see.
is a
That's
lock
interesting, though.
for Trump?" Well, it's gonna be. It's very likely Republican right now, with 94% of the votes in. Trump leads by 3%.
Any account, Dream
If you think about it,
Chaser.
Kamala Harris would have to win
MFU just
almost all
gave
the
out
votes
20 free
to win the
accounts.
state. She would have to win an overwhelming
Are
majority.
you serious?
And that just isn't going to happen.
They gave away 20 free accounts in Alpine
North
Stream.
Carolina, same thing, 88%.
Wow.
What's my full-time job? I'm
That's
actually a
awesome.
student, so I don't have a job. I
Hey,
guess.
if it's still going on, go grab yourself an
I
account,
guess that's all I
man.
really have to say to that.
Let's go.
Somebody says nobody cares about one pixel except that one OCD dude. Yeah, I mean, I guess just on my other monitor I couldn't notice, but we're now approaching 359. We're 41,000 subscribers away from our goal of 400,000. So if you guys could all hit that subscribe button right now, that would mean the absolute world to me.
Okay, we are now at 76% of the votes counted
there's a lot more time
in
for us to get to
Pennsylvania.
that goal, but
Trump
I'm gonna
is
be here
maintaining
until we
his
have a
lead
winner, because I do think that we
of
will.
three,
It'll take a long
basically
time,
3
I
points.
believe,
So right
but,
now it
I'm gonna
is.
stay with you guys here until the very end.
Okay, now he lost
We've
a
been doing this
little
for 4
bit of
years,
his
I'm not just about
margin,
to give up
and
now.
it's back to it's a
Somebody
toss
said,
up.
is this going to be closer than
All right,
2020?
all right.
No, this election is not going to be closer than 2020. Right now, Trump is not only on track to win more electoral votes.
But let's go
than Joe
back and
Biden
look
won
at
in
Georgia. Right
2020,
now,
but he's
they
also on
still
track to win
have
by
not
larger
called
margins. If you look at the
Georgia,
2020 map, Joe
which
Biden
is
won the election
crazy.
because he carried Wisconsin, Georgia, and
Georgia
Arizona.
is at
If he lost these
93% of the
states, all
votes
states he won
counted.
by less than
North
3/4
Carolina
of a
is at
percentage point, he would have lost the
87%,
election
and they
entirely.
still
Today,
haven't
Trump is
called
going to
it.
win Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina.
That
by
is
at least 2 to 3
crazy.
points.
It is
He's also
very
probably gonna
likely
win
Trump.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and
95%
Pennsylvania
or
by
more
1
chance of
percentage point or
winning.
more. So it's not going to be
But they
closer
still
than
haven't
it was
called
in
it.
2020. It'll be similar, but there is a clear shift to the right across the country. Donald Trump is performing much better than he did last time. I
don't know where they think they're going to get those votes
so
from.
far that Kamala Harris has outperformed the incumbent president in, and I think part of Joe Biden will be happy because
Like
he does have a big ego, and he will, say that I told you so to all the Democrats. But of course, this is bad for his legacy, as his vice president couldn't get elected after him.
Now we are at
Somebody said, "You're much more
95% of the
reasonable and less
votes
talk
are in.
elections." I mean, yeah, I think.
What are they waiting for here?
It's pretty clear that he's been catering to the Democrats. He wouldn't have it any other way. I guess we can actually pull up his final prediction just for fun to see here. Comparing it to what we're seeing right now. I mean, I'll pull up my prediction first. I made it pretty clear that Wisconsin and Michigan were pure toss-ups.
Yeah, I just don't see how that. I don't understand.
Very small margin. I think I actually have a forecast from 5 days ago that I can find for you guys. I think this one's actually going to turn out to be incredibly accurate. I believe I released this just a few days before the election. If you'll give me just a moment here to find the forecast I released before the final one, probably the one 10 days before, actually. Yeah, this one right here on October 26th, I had 312, 226. That is probably what the map is going to end up being. I think this map would actually be nearly perfect, even in terms of the margins. But, I think the race trended a little bit better for Harris in those final few days. But I mean, we were still always pretty confident in that Trump victory at the very minimum.
Hey guys.
I mean, yeah, I guess I do want to look now at the let's
Sorry, guy. Yeah, I don't really want to do a duck race yet.
Interest.
I feel like we're kind of in the thick of it. Okay, they just called North Carolina.
Just to pull it up.
At least the New York Times officially declares North Carolina
final Senate
for Trump. So
end up not being as
I'm
bad. I think the Senate
curious. Let's see.
prediction wasn't as
Let's see
terrible.
if
he had basically Republicans.
MSNBC
at
does the
52.
same.
He'd have the GOP winning.
They
North
still have not
Carolina, or
called
winning Ohio,
Georgia.
along with Montana. And then
They
for the
haven't
presidency,
called. Yeah, they haven't called
this was
Georgia
his
yet.
Map, 292, 246.
Trump.
He's
They
just
have
gonna be
now.
totally
They have
wrong
Trump
here.
at 230.
Somebody said, how many subs did you have at the start of the
230,
night?
so,
Your channel is great. Say
again,
Ethan Smells, my watch party.
If they
Ethan
if
Smells,
Georgia is
and I guess his
declared,
prediction stinks as well. But at the start of the stream, we were at
I don't know.
286 or 287, I believe was the number. So, I mean, the support tonight has just been incredible. North Carolina has been called by the mainstream media, I hear. Isaac Lightning, thank you so much.
Okay, is North
for your super
Carolina
chat.
being called? I think
2020 happened until a state has been called. Anything can
I don't
happen.
understand why
You know, I
Georgia
definitely
wouldn't
agree
be
with
called
that.
here. That's
Lewis,
crazy.
thank you for the support as well. Yes, North Carolina is now called. The New York Times, North Carolina projected to win a Donald Trump. Georgia will be called very, very soon as well. Now, the reason why we aren't able to call the remaining races, if I pull them up here right now, I guess I can explain to you why there is this slight stall.
So Virginia, what's Virginia looking like? Virginia looks like it's definitely going to go to Harris. Yeah, very likely for Harris on Virginia.
Here. Let me know
not
if
on
the stream
not
is lagging in any way.
a surprise, but 82% of the votes are in, and it looks that's going to go to Harris.
All right, so
but
just
then
looking at the map,
I mean, here you got to think
Minnesota's taking a while just because of how bad Kamala Harris is doing. That's really just the main reason. And then Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
All right, Georgia.
We're just gonna have to wait a little bit, but we are gonna get we're gonna get a projection there pretty soon. And then Arizona, we just need more votes in, but we're gonna get it soon. And then Nevada, they're just gonna take a long time to count.
Chance
So really,
of
when it
winning
comes to
here
these
is
these
live
6 states
presidential
that remain,
forecast. Chance
we know
of
that Trump
winning
is probably gonna win 5 of them.
currently
It's only
90%
Minnesota,
chance
where
of
Kamala Harris
victory.
is on track to win.
You
But
heard it
just
here
as of right
first,
now,
guys.
We just can't call them yet. Just I guess
We called it.
The most unlikely.
Yeah, Georgia's going to be called. I mean, there's I don't see a reason or there's no way.
Pretty likely Trump is going to win them. I'd be incredibly surprised if he didn't. The New York Times currently has it at 230, 179. My map is 248.
Let's see how soon they call Georgia. The guy we're listening to,
soon.
he's called Georgia an hour ago. An hour ago.
We're now just 38 minutes away from the
I mean, this guy's been way more
closing.
accurate than any news media that we've listened to.
Close to
He
it
hasn't
now,
been
so-
wrong at all, and it
We might
makes
as well
sense.
actually update the
I mean,
Senate
Georgia's going to
map
be called.
at
I
this point. The
definitely
Senate
agree.
elections are
PA
going to
right
be
now is just too early to call.
surprising as well. Republicans are doing
77% of
incredible,
votes
by the
in.
way.
I would say it's
John says,
definitely.
send a
It's
golden
looking
image
like
that is a
Trump
little
is going to
more
take
specific to your
PA,
X email.
but that is
Great
still
job,
too
never
early to
fake
call. But
sponsors.
there's no need. There's
All right,
no
thank you. I'll
reason
make sure to
why
take a look at
Georgia
that.
hasn't been
But
called.
we'll look at the Senate races first
But-
right now. Virginia just got called for Tim Kaine. He's going to defeat Hung Cao.
What about
He's
Michigan?
ahead
I
by
wanted to
6
see what
points. He's
Michigan
probably gonna
looks
win by around
like.
8. I mean, that's a weak margin for Tim Kaine. Definitely disappointing for the Democrats there. Has Amy Klobuchar's been called? No, but Amy Klobuchar
Meet
is
Kevin
probably
Channel
going to
also
win
doing well.
in
Oh, okay.
Minnesota.
Good
She
call
is
on
performing
dropping
a
the
lot better than
trade.
Kamala Harris. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
worried
I'm
about
glad
her
I
there.
did. I just feel
Texas
like
has
we're
been called.
back to
Nebraska,
trading in a
Deb
range,
Fischer is still
and
behind, but she will come out.
I'm okay with it. Let's
victory,
wait
but we
for a
do, of
nice
course, have the
pullback,
Senate
and I'll
races
enter
out
long
west.
again. I
Washington,
am not
California,
interested at
solid
all
blue,
in going
Utah,
short.
solid red.
I do think
And
that
then
the
in
market has
Montana, with
officially
6% of the votes in, Tim Sheehy, it does look like he is
Trump
on
being
track
president,
to
I
defeat
think, has
incumbent
been
Senator
priced in
John
now.
Tester. This is another flip
The move we
for
got here,
Republicans. Sheehy has an 89%
this
chance
move
to win.
right
This has
here
been
is
a
when
terrible night
the
for
market
Democrats.
realized that
But
Trump
looking
is
at the
going to
latest
be
numbers here,
president.
this is actually
And
really
now
surprising.
I
We
think
might
we're
see
just
Republicans
kind
win
of
Wisconsin, Michigan,
consolidating.
and Pennsylvania. I mean, that would be unprecedented. I
I
don't
wouldn't
think
be
anyone could have
surprised if
predicted
we
that.
see this pull back a little bit more
You know, I certainly had Republicans
before
winning Montana,
morning.
West Virginia, and
But
Ohio,
tomorrow's
but these
trading,
additional three,
tomorrow
I mean, that is a
trading
big deal. We
should
have
be
two big
interesting.
incumbents here, Tammy Baldwin and Bob
it should be
Casey,
interesting,
two of the most
man.
prominent members of the Democrat Senate delegation, and with them losing their re-elections,
I just
this is gonna
hope
be
we don't have a
dumpster fire
huge.
of a night for
I
Democrats.
don't want
So
to.
we only have a few
Here's what I
races left to
don't
call.
want.
Senate
I don't
level,
want tomorrow
Hawaii
morning
will
that
be
we're
called for
opening at the
Democrats
750s.
at midnight. But with the rest
John,
of the
exactly,
map,
John
presidential
Bailey.
level,
Look, if we open at
here,
the
you know, we're
750s
just
tomorrow
waiting for some more
morning,
results to come
it's
in
going to be
before we can
difficult
be
to go
sure
long.
and
It's
make
going to
these
be difficult.
projections.
You got to think we're
Carl
going to
Folks, you're
get some
doing great.
kind
Keep
of
up the good work.
pullback,
Drink
but
water. Yeah, I'm definitely
know,
doing my best to do that.
it's kind of like when we were in this move.
Stevie says, "Can you check the
when
House?
this move
It's
was
not
happening
looking
at the
good." I mean, the House
450s
was always going to be difficult, but I will
or
say
the
that considering
490s
just how
all the
low
way
Trump
up
is doing
here,
right now,
I
think
wasn't really
Republicans
sure
will
about
take back
entering
or will hold
long.
on to the House. I think
But
Mike Johnson's gonna
look
get
at how
another
much
term
further it went.
as the Speaker. But I'll, yeah, for sure, I'll be able
Sometimes
to look at the House
you just
numbers
gotta
here.
pull the
Republicans at
trigger.
164, Democrats at 109. I don't believe any flips have been called yet. So we're basically at where we were.
Spread right now is very, we're seeing like 8 to 10 tick spread right
but in
now.
terms
So
of most competitive districts,
I don't know if there's
Democrats are at
something
4,
that's
Republicans are
supposed
at
to be
2.
coming out here at midnight,
This doesn't
but
really say too much. But we can look at Polymarket and see the odds here. Republicans have a 78% chance of winning the House. They have a 97%
you can tell
chance of winning the
MSNBC,
Senate, and they have an 85%
the demeanor,
chance of winning the
the
presidency.
demeanor
I
with
mean, this really
MSNBC
couldn't
has, they're
be any
starting
more
to
sure than
realize
this.
what is
Republicans are on
happening.
track for a trifecta.
They're starting to
It's gonna be
realize
a
and
huge
accept
victory
what is about
for
to
the GOP. I
happen.
think a lot bigger than
And
what
there we
anyone could have
go.
expected. Jess Hernandez, this is
Man,
the
do
best
I
analysis
jump
I've
in
seen,
here?
and more networks should have something like this without bias. Is this your professional area of study? I would say I'm studying international relations and economics right now, so I'd say it's
But
pretty
this is
similar,
crazy, like right
but
here.
not specifically political science.
This is kind of,
Thank you,
we're
James
seeing
Reed,
tonight the
for
red
super
wave
chat.
that people were
Thanks for such
talking
outstanding
about
work. I
in
followed you as much as I
2020.
could, and I have to say I learned a lot. You're the best. Yeah, I'm really glad you're enjoying the stream. We still have a little bit to go, but if you stick with me here, we are going to get a winner tonight. I do wholeheartedly believe that we're going to be able to project Donald Trump as the 47th president. We're probably going to be able to watch Kamala Harris's concession speech as well. But I do just want to remind you guys, we are at 361,000 subscribers, just 39 away from our goal of 400,000. I mean, there's one.
This guy, when we started watching him, his goal was 325,000 subs.
We would instantly hit
Now his goal is 400,000.
If all of you guys can
Man,
go down
maybe I
there,
need to
hit that
start
subscribe
making
button.
goals.
You can unsubscribe after, honestly. Just hit that subscribe button.
Hey, we're at
and, see that number shoot
13,250
up.
subs, man.
I'd really appreciate
that's
your
insane.
support there.
That's insane.
Alex says, thanks for your coverage. It is way better than everyone else.
Look at his numbers, how fast they move
Wanted to give him a shout out.
versus mine.
Shout out to
Mine
you,
move like
Drew Peacock.
just a little bitty at a time. And this guy is getting, it's crazy.
We have any
I love
updates
to I love to see it.
Pennsylvania,
I love to see it.
77%, Trump leads by 3. Michigan, 35%, Trump leads by 6. Wisconsin, 68%, Trump leads by 3. So it's clear Trump is going to win these 3 states. And then in the Senate, it's going to be a little bit closer. But, it's definitely going to be a big victory for the former president. Arizona, we're stuck at 53%. I'm hoping that we get a little bit more from there in the next few minutes. Georgia's going to be called very, very soon. Nevada, nothing there yet. Nevada is just the slowest counting state in world history. It really couldn't be any slower. Somebody said, I've been living for your video predictions. Thank you for all you do. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Doing it daily is definitely, not been the easiest thing to do, but, there's a lot of enjoyable factors in that.
All right, we're just definitely still chopping back and forth here.
Headshock, you missed my previous super chat. If you can remind me what you said in the last one, but if you want to shout out to you, Headshock. But I'll try my best to get to all the super chats. Honestly, I don't know if I can just isolate them themselves, but I really am doing my best to get this to work. Combat Carl, thank you so much for your support. Tom Klein, thank you for becoming a channel member. We'll come here and look at the betting markets here again. I think that, they're just going to continue to move more and more in Trump's favor, and you can download the Polymarket app yourselves with the link in the description below. You can get it for free. There's going to be more races and a lot more data to look at in the next few days, so having that in your pockets is going to be pretty useful. Tom, thank you for your support. Trump is now at a 96% chance of winning. I think the Polymarket site is, being overused right now, which is why the images aren't even loading, but 94-5. Yeah, this is pretty terrible for Democrats. I would say this is the worst election defeat for the Democrats. Obviously since 2016. That was the biggest surprise. Lizzie Woodson says, do we know what time the election winner will be announced? It really just depends. I would say it comes down to the Midwest. It really depends when projections can be made in these states, and it's clear. I think everybody knows that Trump is going to win. Kamala Harris knows that he's not going to. Kamala Harris knows that she's lost, but it will take some time. They're going to want to, obviously Kamala isn't going to want to upset her supporters and give up so quickly. So they're just going to wait a little bit, but I think a speech will be coming out tonight. And the phone call, of course. Edgar Medina, you want me to say your name? So big shout out to you. Thank you for the support. J.A., shout out to my friend Tyler Savely. Shout out to Tyler, who put me on to you. So I appreciate that. All right, Ron and Jerry, thank you for keeping us well informed. Thank you for your support. Brody says, how old are you? Very good job. Glad I found out so I don't have to watch mainstream news. I will say this is the first time that I have voted, so that gives you a hint. Dax Zim, what will you do after the election? Just focusing on the midterms. There's still a lot of elections going on, a lot of
All right, they still haven't called. They still have not called Georgia
than we did this time. And the Senate map for 2024 was pretty boring. And then, of course, 2028 will start to heat up a lot quicker than people expect. And, this is my full-time job,
we just had a breakout. Oh, no.
As well. I've been doing this every single day on top of,
I'm going to chase this a little bit. We're going to chase
it. Totally okay with and regret it later. A little bit from this. Tom Klein, thank you again.
We will regret it later.
For your super chat. I think I noticed this is at least your second or third one. So thank you so much. Lisa says, we've only watched your coverage tonight. Thanks so much for the non-drama results. Excellent content and explanation. Easy to follow along graphs.
Just trying to get a push up through the 640s, up through the 650s now.
Give a shout out to Mark Cuban. Shout out to Mark Cuban. I feel like he's really been trying to.
If we make new highs here
the last few months, we'll see what he does with it. Thank you, John, for your support. And so I guess we'll come back to that. Pennsylvania is now at 78%, Michigan 38%, Wisconsin 68%. I would expect that before 1 to 2 in the morning, we probably should get a full projection, or at least very close to it. It'll be abundantly clear how this election.
Need to be careful here. This market's starting to be very volatile.
They still even haven't called this for Kamala Harris.
I'm not sure
yet, just
why.
She isn't doing that well. Virginia as well, and up in Maine and New Hampshire. Although ultimately, these
did they call something?
Mark says, been watching you for weeks. Thanks for the hard work. Buy a beer book on me. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. And thank you so much for your super chat.
Still don't see anything here.
Kenneth, I'm so glad I found you tonight. Not having to watch the network.
Hey, thank you, Coach Captain Crunch. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that.
Did you? Yes, least estimator. We were talking about the Buell-Knox thing earlier.
Trying to get to everything.
We were talking about it earlier.
Perfect, but I'm trying to give you guys what you guys want. Huffy says, thanks for the updates over the past few months. I look forward to
investors
them every day.
Say what?
Does the New York Times have
I'm hoping you and Patrick are like
Michigan,
trolling.
Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Yeah, so I can show you
what
those
do you mean?
three right
Me
now.
and Patrick are actually good.
Currently, the margin is going to be.
We are actually good at the moment
for Donald Trump. Definitely a lot
bigger.
Than
I don't have beef with Patrick anymore.
But still, this is a good victory, a good number.
Or why do you say? Why do you say that? Why do you say that, investors?
And in Michigan, Donald Trump is on track to win by 2.4.
Did I miss something?
To Biden's margin from 2020, he won it by 2.8, and Michigan is supposed to be the bluest of the three Rust Belt states. And then
you're all good.
Pennsylvania, Trump is on track to win by 1.9. So all three of them,
I call things out when I see it, but hey, recently
just look at the betting
he's been getting his payouts. He's been killing it. He's been trading really well.
That is possible.
And he paid back the $800 that he owes me.
Somebody said it's Anthony.
On top of that, for interest of $5,000 interest.
Yeah, shout out.
He made a $5,000 interest payment on top of it.
Appreciate the super chat.
So
thank you.
I got no beef.
Thank you to Jay. I'm stationed in Japan and was worried about not being able to stay fully informed.
I got no beef.
And such great job. I love the non-bias. Let's help this man with his student loans. Well, I do appreciate that.
1 year of interest payment on $800 was $5,000.
Your super chat as
pretty
well.
Crazy. All right, I definitely chased this.
I just want to show you guys these graphs.
I'm okay with it, but I should know better.
Insane how
now
this
we just need to wait.
Has played out over the last few months. I mean, look at where Trump was before Joe Biden dropped out.
I want to see what
he was at a 70% chance to
I'm
win.
still waiting for
People thought
MSNBC.
at this point that
I'd like to also. I
the
wish I could
Democrats
show
were
you
done,
guys
but then when they
MSNBC and their
replaced Joe
coverage.
Biden as the nominee, they were able to really do a lot to increase their odds. But then now, as we headed into election day, Trump's odds.
All right, let's go back.
Up. They dipped down a little
let's
bit.
see
in the
what
last few
PA.
days. And then ultimately, of course, Trump came on top by a big margin.
PA is
not even close. Really.
78% now.
You know, this election has definitely been one of the most interesting.
78%, and Trump is now increased his margin.
But you know, Trump is in a good spot right now.
So I mean, it's just continuing.
Very well with what I've
it's about a 200
over the last few months.
A 200,000. 80% votes are in now. So 80% votes are now in.
I'll do my very best. I'll be here for as long as
Trump continues to increase his lead.
So maybe we'll go for the record.
Very interesting.
We're almost
here.
approaching 6 hours on the stream, so a subscribe would be really appreciated. Thank you to Yahiko.
Yeah, Matthew. I understand that MSNBC is leaning left, which I'm okay with. That's why I want to listen to what I always like to listen to both sides. I want to hear someone that if I'm listening to someone that is leaning to the right, I also want to listen to someone that is leaning to the left.
Super chats. Thank you, Richard.
Oh man.
Thanks for
okay, we definitely messed up by
for
jumping
us,
in this thing early.
Data without having to hear the politics. I
mean,
I think.
Okay, what is going on? We got something's going on.
Talking about random things that nobody really cares about, and then when it comes to making these projections, they're incredibly slow.
Yeah, investors.
So being able to bring
PW and Nutty going fishing and riding in the Lambo soon.
I think it's definitely helpful.
I will not go fishing. I will not go fishing in the ocean. It's not because I have any issues with
watching your videos so far.
I don't have any issues with Patrick regarding that.
Thank you so much for your super
I just
chat.
don't like. I'm scared of going fishing in the ocean.
Glad you've been enjoying the content as well.
I don't even do it to go on Lake Erie fishing. Once you take me out on a boat and I can't see land, if I can't see land, we have a problem.
Continue here. Look, we do have a big drop.
We have a problem, and I just can't do it.
We haven't had too many big updates over the last hour or so, but we do.
I don't think we need to panic out of this. We just keep holding. I still think,
we have
and
a big drop from Hennepin County. Which
I'm hoping we push up through the 640s and then push up through the 7. Like if
further and further.
What we had looked at before
is going to be.
The 780s could potentially 750s.
7.7. It's not a good margin at all.
If we're really bullish,
there.
We could do it.
Thank you so much for your support.
I get seasick. Yeah, Patrick or Travis, that's my fear. I mean, yeah, I just know what's going to happen if I go out on the ocean.
You know, you've enjoyed the content.
If I go out on the ocean where I can't even see land, I'm going to get seasick. And I'm going to literally die in the middle of the ocean, and they're just going to throw me overboard. I don't want that. I have better ways to go.
It does seem
there's better ways to go.
That's why I have them as lean.
I just choose not to do that.
Outperform my expectations by a few.
Sorry, I did call you Patrick.
Are going to win 55
I'm not sure that's
seats in the Senate.
I'm not sure. Is that an insult or a compliment?
They've had since right after Obama won in 2008 in those midterms 2014. I think that was the best.
Come on, market, just go higher, would you? It was so much fun, this trade that we took here. From the 490s to the 6590s.
Republicans were at 54.
I want to do it again.
Republicans are going to have a larger majority.
That is one thing I will say, that
which was a huge blue wave midterm for
once you start to get some really big trades, then it kind of
margin in the Senate
can kind of be a thing where you
going all the way back to 2000.
It's a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing, where it can make you be greedy and not taking your profits.
All the comments,
because not every trade is going to be a 100-point trade. There's just no way.
Definitely will. Glenn Clinny, thank you so much for.
And I'm not a millionaire. Oh, stop being humble, Travis.
County dive. Yeah, we can definitely
stop being humble. We know you're a millionaire, Travis. Come on.
Of Detroit, Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor. You know, Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Joe Biden.
I have no idea if you are or
She's
not.
down by
I'm just giving you a hard
all the
time.
big cities, and that's going to have a huge impact on the overall numbers in the state, which is why she's going to lose Michigan, a state that she really cannot afford to lose.
Okay, this is
And I think at
starting
this
to
point, we're
roll
not even
over, and I
talking
don't
about
like it.
how she can win. It's really all the conversation is focused on
It's
what
testing
she
my
can
endurance.
possibly salvage from her situation right now. Texan for life, thank you for all your updates. I watch all your updates. You've been the most
Oh, now they're
informative
going
YouTuber over
to
the election.
they
Keep
are
up the great work.
declaring
Yeah, I
Virginia
appreciate that so
for
much. Thank you for your
Harris.
support. Hazen
Officially,
Dunnigan, thank you for the super chat as
Virginia has been declared for
and
Harris at 83%.
The Snowman, Crush My Oreo, Richie
This is where
thank you guys so much.
Okay,
for the
so
super chats. Really
MSNBC just
appreciate it.
declared
Really
North
trying to get to all of
Carolina
them,
for
but,
Trump.
You know, it is difficult, but you know,
And they claimed
has just been incredible.
Virginia for Harris.
Somebody wants to see New
And
Jersey
they still
compared to 2020.
haven't.
We can definitely look at that. New
They
Jersey
still
right
haven't
now, Kamala Harris leads by 4%. I
given
actually
anything
did not
like
focus on this race.
They
all
haven't
that
declared
much,
Georgia yet.
but this is This is terrible.
Crazy.
I mean, this is unbelievable. Kamala Harris is going to win New Jersey by 6.5%. For context, Joe Biden won New Jersey in 2020 by 16%. In the Senate election, Andy Kim is going to win by 8%. So Democrats have been significantly hampered as a result of Bob Menendez. I don't think people expected him to have that big of an impact, but his scandals have totally destroyed the reputation for Democrats in New Jersey. It might even become a battleground state in the future. If Republicans put more money into that Senate race, I think they maybe could have even won. But New Jersey, with Trump campaigning in New York as well, I mean, this is just incredible. Donald Trump behind by just 4 points in one of the bluest states in the country. Even Hillary Clinton won New Jersey by double-digit margins. Somebody asked if Georgia's been called. Yes, Georgia has been called. It's going to go to Trump 100%. Sen said, thank you for this.
Okay, North Carolina has been called, but Georgia has not been called. Not according to MSNBC, it hasn't.
Think about the upcoming results. Yeah, so right now, Trump leads by 3 points in Pennsylvania.
Okay, what do we do here?
It might go up a little bit more with some new batches, but it's going to go down.
This is where we would add, if we would add.
The New York Times needle is pretty accurate when it comes to this kind of stuff. So it is going to go down. The mail-in ballots are going to help Democrats, but it's not going to help them enough for them to actually win. You can see here the New York Times just predicted that Virginia is going to go to Kamala Harris. Finally, it's going to be close, though. This is yet another state where her performance just has not been up to par. She leads by 4 points. Ultimately, she's on track to win, I believe, by 5.1. So I guess that would align perfectly with my prediction, but not where she wants to be, really. Doug said, only day I might view tomorrow just to see them cry. Well, I mean, I think this could not have gone any worse for Democrats. And I'm looking at CNN right now, and I don't even hear what they're saying, but it definitely seems that a lot of people over there are upset. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. I'm going to sleep. Do I think Trump wins 100%? Well, I wouldn't want to say 100%, but I would say maybe 99.9. So at this point, it doesn't seem like the election is going to go any other way. Donald Trump his performance has been probably one of the best for Republicans in modern history. I mean, he's the first GOP president to win the popular vote in 20 years. And only the second one in the last nearly 40 years, going all the way back to the Reagan era. We have now crossed over 3.5 million viewers on this stream over the last 5 hours. Thank you guys so much for that. We're still at around 140,000 concurrent viewers. I would really like to hit my goal of 400,000 though. If you guys could, just hit that subscribe button right now, it would mean the world to me. I've been covering this race for 4 years, and this night has just been incredible, the outpouring of support from you guys. But if we could all hit that subscribe button right now, see that number shoot up. If we all did it, we'd be at 400 instantly. But I mean, again, no matter what, I mean, I really appreciate your guys' support tonight. Somebody asked about Maine. Maine it's going to be blue. Kamala Harris is going to win. Probably not by the biggest of margins, but she is currently on track for a victory. Harris plus 5.9 in the middle of Clinton and Biden's margins from the last 2 elections, which is another one of the talking points that I use exactly in my most recent videos. So, nothing too surprising here. I think some people want to see Louisiana. Trump is up by 21 points. This is a really good result In 2020, he won it by 18.6. So we're seeing Trump improve basically all across the map. Indiana as well. Kentucky, Trump is up by 31%. I mean, that is a pretty big margin. Trump is doing really well in these rural states, the states that he always wins, but he's doing a lot better than anyone could have expected. Real Anarchy says, when been watching for the past month, you have been spot on. Thank you for keeping us informed. Yeah, of course. I mean, I appreciate that so much. And I've really enjoyed doing this for
sorry,
you
I
guys.
was muted.
I mean, look at the margin in West Virginia.
I'm at a point here where I need to either add again,
you know, imagine all the people in West Virginia.
cut the trade,
7
but
out of 10
we're at the
for
bottom
Donald
of this
Trump.
channel.
Every single county is red. Trump is leading here by 42%. This is his largest margin in West Virginia. I believe it's even outdoing how he performed in 2016. Yeah, we're about pretty close to that. And then in Wyoming, Donald Trump is leading by 48%. So another
Who is the stream dove, Gordon? The comment that's pinned to the channel. That's the link for the channel that we're listening to.
I get nostalgia of news from 30 years ago. You don't pull any punches. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad that maybe I
There's
get
a ladybug in my closet.
Whatever before you prepare for your show. I'd love to check out your show as well. It's cool that you're a lawyer as well, because I guess that is probably what I want to do after school. Thank you, Sham Graval, for the super chat.
Oh,
appreciate that.
I'm gonna add one
Shark
here.
Nugget asks, what time will all polls be closed? Yeah, so basically, polls have closed in the entirety of the continental U.S. So basically, that's all 48 states up top here. And then in 13 minutes, polls will close in
I'm not going to
Hawaii.
add,
This
but
is
I'm
at
not going to
12
close this one.
a.m.
I'm
Eastern
just going
time on November 6th.
Just going to wait
and
and
then
watch
it will
this a
close
little
in
bit.
basically all of Alaska at 12 a.m. as well.
I'm on the
except for
fence.
Aleutian
Part of me
Islands,
wants to
which is
close
even
this
on the map
trade.
here. That closes at 1 a.m.
Right here.
So that's why technically Alaska polls close
I'm
at
just going
1.
to close it.
But really, it's all done. We're not going to get results from Alaska, though. They're slow, just like Nevada. It's
I think we
take
could
a very
drop.
long time
We could see this
for us to
thing
see
drop
any
lower and
changes
retest
there.
at 560. I do not want to be a part of that.
She says, I love how important I felt living in North Carolina. Yeah, I mean, living in swing states, I think is very different because you actually get the attention from the candidates. I mean, California, you'll get nothing. Here in
Ladybugs are good luck. Let's go.
You only get
Let's
something
go.
whenever
We're
Kamala
going all
Harris
in.
is doing something
4
that she wants to do
cons.
nearby.
4 cons long, baby.
Cooper says, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, does he win the election regardless of the other states? Yes, because right now there are some states that haven't been called yet, but we all know how they're going to go. So if you only leave the 7 battleground states, all of the other states are going to vote the way I have it on this map. They're not going to change. That simply isn't going to happen. But Donald Trump has already won Georgia and North Carolina. Some networks haven't called Georgia yet, though, but it's 100% he's won the state. And so all he needs is Pennsylvania, and he'll be at 270. We can basically end it there. But as of right now, it
all right,
seems that he's gonna
Georgia.
win every single
Let's
swing
see
state.
when they call
It does seem
Georgia.
that he's
I'm
gonna come out on
waiting.
top
I am
with
waiting.
312 electoral votes to Kamala Harris is 226. And again, 226 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. That would be the single worst performance for any
just don't
Democratic
understand
nominee
how they're
since
not calling this.
1988. That was when Michael
Am I missing
Dukakis
something?
was on the ticket against George
So right
H.W.
now,
Bush. So that was a very
in
different
Gwinnett
time.
County,
You would have to go
only
all the way back
85% of the votes
40
are
years
in.
The last time that Republicans did so poorly, that Democrats did so poorly. But one other thing I would say here is,
I mean, I just don't understand why.
Somehow the Midwest is going to keep its streak of
150,000
candidate
votes
in every single election. Since 1992, they've all gone to the same person, and somehow in 2024 they will continue that streak, but in favor of Trump. He's so far in the last 30 years, he's been the only Republican nominee to be able to win Wisconsin, Michigan, or
Man, now it's tempting me to go long again. Ugh.
How does New York look compared to the last few elections? Yeah, we can definitely take a look at New York here for you guys. 56-44. This is terrible. This is a likely margin. This is not where Democrats need it to be. Kamala Harris, this is terrible. I mean, this is half of Joe Biden's margin from 2020, and this is one of the main reasons why Trump is going to win the popular vote, because in these blue states, even in states like
I full on bought a little
Kamala
Debbie
Harris
Donuts
simply
and Nutty
hasn't
Bars
been
today at the store,
doing
and you
what she
thought of
needs
me.
to do. She hasn't
Let's
been doing what
go.
Democrats should be
You ate so
expected
many,
of.
you got home and you feel
And
sick.
so, yeah,
you
it's
know what
just
I'm
not
hungry. You know what I'm
looking like it's a
hungry
good
for right
night.
now? I am
you're on
really
the left,
hungry
while
for
I
a
think the
nutty bar
issue
right now.
for Democrats is that
Oh
they
yeah,
won
look
in
at this.
2020. They
Looks
won
like
a
we are
trifecta,
going lower.
but they simply haven't done what people have wanted them to do. People are not happy with what they have done. I'm not saying
Oh yeah,
this, I'm
Jim
not saying that
Cramer.
Republicans are going to magically do a lot better.
Did you guys see
but,
that too?
Democrats
Jim
simply haven't
Cramer
been
tonight
responding to what people
predicted
wanted. They
that
forced
Kamala Harris would
Joe
win.
Biden down their throats.
And
when nobody
guess
really
what?
wanted him to run for re-election, and then
That
they
was
finally
ugly.
changed their minds when
That
when
didn't
they
end
realized
well.
that it would be
That
impossible.
did not end well.
And so, yeah, I mean, Democrats just haven't done well. They did well with Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the right
Man,
nominee
I'm gonna try
4 years
along
ago,
again
but
here.
This time, they've made huge mistakes.
That might have
throughout the
trapped some
campaign,
shorts.
And now, they're finally paying for it. Donald Trump is going to be reelected to a second non-consecutive term. I mean, that hasn't happened since 1892. Somebody wants me to shout out Chip Pip in Indiana. So shout out to you, Chip Pip. And thank you, Mark, for the super chat. All right, I guess we do have a projection in Minnesota.
So it looks like
though. Amy
Colorado's
Klobuchar
going to
is
go
gonna
to
win her
Harris.
re-election.
That's
She
interesting.
leads by 19
I did not.
points against
Yeah, I
Joyce
thought
White. I mean,
Colorado
Amy Klobuchar won by
going to
24
Harris.
points last time.
Very.
She'll probably win by a little over 10 this time, maybe even less than 10. The numbers for Republicans here are going to get better in the next few hours. But the Senate map will have Minnesota as solid red. Nebraska, it seems that Deb Fischer is going to pull
We're
off
now
a
at
victory, but we're gonna wait
82%
a little bit
for PA.
on that. In Montana, Tim Sheehy is going to win. There's really no other way around it. It's going to go red. And in Arizona, Kerry Lake is still on track to lose. I mean, I feel that for the people that think that Kerry Lake is such an incredible candidate, or not just such an incredible candidate, but for the people that don't think that Kerry Lake was a mistake, I mean, if Republicans can win in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in these Senate seats against some of the most popular incumbents in the country, I mean, look at how those 3 elections went back in 2018. They were blowouts for Democrats. Bob Casey won his re-election by 13 points. Now he's on track to lose. Michigan, Stabenow won by 7. Now Alyssa
Seeing some
Slotkin is on
very,
track to lose.
very volatile move
you know,
here.
in essence, it's the same. Wisconsin
Being very volatile. We're seeing 8
Now
tick
she's on
spreads
track to
here.
lose. If in this environment where Republicans are able to win these 3 states, if Kerry Lake cannot even win against a non-incumbent, I think you know that there's a problem there. And it has been Kerry Lake this entire time. She just has not run a good campaign. She is not appealing to the people she needs to appeal to. And that is why
Georgia is still too close to call, according to NBC.
I think she would be the worst possible choice.
All right, then.
S4V4 says, I absolutely love your channel. What are the odds that Trump wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin? If you want a number, I would say right now that number would be around 90%. I think it would be very hard to see Trump lose any of these 3 states. He's just doing so well. He is outperforming the polls like he always has. I did expect the polls to be more accurate, and they have been a lot more accurate than they were in the past. But still, Trump has managed to outperform expectations just a little bit by around 1 to 2 points, basically across the country. And that's when he's been able to do so well. Someone wants me to shout out Rosie O'Donnell. So I guess shout out to you, Rosie O'Donnell. Michelle King asks, are you still studying political science in school? You definitely have a future in it. We've been watching from Chicago for the past year, and you are all we trust. Studying international
NBC is on a mission
right
to
now,
lose
so
more
pretty similar,
credibility.
I would say government politics has, a big part to do with that, but also the econ side.
I thought Ohio is full,
Fox,
right?
The Senate has 51, 2 seats flipped red. Yeah, so we're
You
gonna
fell
see some
asleep?
more
Did you
flips.
miss the
We already
duck
got
race?
flips
No, you didn't.
With
I actually
Ohio
feel
and
bad.
West
Maybe
Virginia.
we should
Those are
just
the
do
2
the duck
flips
race and
we've seen so far in the Senate.
I don't want to keep
Mike
people
Leach is
waiting.
gonna get a shout out.
I just don't want to miss
Fort
anything. I don't want to miss anything. But we could do. We could.
Shout out to you, Michael.
We could get the duck race started.
Kentucky. And then at Trent Smith. So why is Nebraska separated into different zones? Think we should do something similar in Georgia? Well, it's just with the state laws. So with the elections, they're all governed by state laws. And for some reason, Nebraska, Maine, they just chose to do that. And so that's simply what they're doing. And there was a petition to change it because Trump would get an extra electoral vote from that 2nd district. That didn't end up happening. But if Trump was able to do that, just hypothetically, it would mean that he
the
would
duck
able to get
race
270 just a
is
little bit
on.
easier if this scenario. Sorry, not
You
this
can
scenario.
enter the duck race now! Exclamation mark!
Exactly
Nutty!
which one it is. But
Exclamation
there was a
mark!
scenario
Nutty!
where Trump
And
could
we
get
will
to
do the duck race.
270 with that 2nd district, but wouldn't be able to.
We'll do the duck race, and I'm trying to
then
think
he'd just be at 269.
how we Donald Putin.
Honestly,
I love it.
Don't remember exactly.
Donald
which
Putin,
one
man.
that
Some of you
is.
guys.
Some
of you guys are.
But that 2nd district was
something else with
that
your
Republicans
names.
tried to fight for. Ultimately, they lost that battle, but it's not going to matter because Trump is winning everywhere else.
All right, we still do not have
what battlegrounds can Trump
listed.
afford to lose? This question asked by Dylan.
So right now,
we already have
PA,
Trump winning Georgia and
Wisconsin.
North Carolina. He can afford to lose Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So he can afford to lose all
Wisconsin
3 of these.
leaning Trump by a small margin.
All he
Not
needs is Pennsylvania.
crazy.
So all 3 of these states,
76% of the votes
clearly
are
on
in.
track to win. That's all he needs. He doesn't need anything else. So it's going to be a pretty easy victory for Trump. It's basically smooth sailing from here.
This
Minnesota on the presidential
this guy
level,
is calling
Kamala
his
Harris
shot.
leads by
He
8.
is calling his shot now.
Amy Klobuchar
Hey,
is doing
Trades by
significantly
Slade,
better.
how you
That's not
doing?
too
Good to
surprising.
see you.
Harris is on track to win by 3.6. Pretty weak
Man,
margin though. Yeah, I mean,
Seriously, you
this
want
is
to?
not what she could have hoped for. CNN is just doing some projections. They're finally projecting Nebraska to go to Donald Trump. Yeah, CNN has just been so behind this entire night. I feel like as I've been watching it, that's pretty much the only thing I've been noticing. We still do not have results out of Nevada yet, though.
Man, this market is.
That's just something.
The market has slowed down to a crawl all of a
That's just something
sudden.
that we just have to get used to. Although I think at this point, Nevada is looking very good for Republicans. I mean, looking at the betting markets, Trump has a 79% chance of winning. But in the end of the day, though, it's not going to matter. Nevada is not going to change the result. Robert says, your neighbor from the Great White North watching here. Thank you for keeping this election focused on the numbers and not opinions. Great content. Congratulations from the Republicans in Canada. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you supporting me all the way from Canada. I was actually born in Canada, so I have Canadian citizenship. So it's pretty cool.
All right,
Republicans
exclamation
right now are
mark
just,
Nutty. Also,
Democrats right now
Karina,
are at just a
thanks for the
3.4%
sub.
chance
Larry
of winning.
P,
I mean, really couldn't be
thank
any
you
lower.
as
I mean,
well.
Look at this map. Look at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all in the darkest shade of red. I don't think anyone would have expected this just a few days ago. Trevor wants me to shout out my gay friend Trevor, so I guess shout out to you, Trevor. Thank you for the super chat. Are you gonna make a video about the results after the election? Yes, I'll definitely be.
Yeah, this
comparing
guy.
my prediction.
This guy is
the
not
results,
holding
talking
back
about
any
what happened,
punches.
because I think Democrats have a lot of work to do.
It's crazy.
They haven't been in this bad of a position. I wouldn't even say 28-16 was as bad.
Yeah, I
as
would agree with this
2024
guy. This
right
is
now.
like for the
I would say
Democrats. This is worse than
in general, in
2016.
terms of being able to rebuild
Because in
and come
2016,
back, they
didn't know.
They haven't been in as poor of a
like,
position as they're in right now.
they were kind of clueless
Going all the way
regarding
back to the
Trump.
Reagan era,
They didn't really know
1984,
what to expect.
I mean, I guess I can just
But
show you the map
this
here.
time around, they knew full well what was
1984,
happening.
This was
I mean, I think for the
last time
Democrats, you got to
the
look
Democrats
back
were in
to
this bad of position. Now,
like,
obviously, this is a
you
big
gotta
victory
look
for
back to
Republicans
a
here, but the country was also a lot less
I
polarized.
don't
So
know,
getting
like
something like this
the way
was
that
easier. I would
Biden,
say that today,
Harris,
even compared to
that whole
2016,
transition happened.
Democrats
That did
really
not
don't know
help
what they're going to
any,
do
I'm
now at this
sure.
point, because Kamala Harris didn't just barely lose. It's not like she got unlucky. Maybe if she held one more campaign event in Pennsylvania, she could have won. I mean, she lost it, and it just wasn't even
This
close.
guy's just
And
not
so with
holding back.
them losing their Democratic senators in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it's basically impossible for them to win the Senate at any point. Trump's probably going to hold on to a trifecta throughout the entirety of his second term. This means that he'll be able to get whatever he wants done for the next few years. They'll have they might even be able to, get Democrats on their side. They only need 5 now if they're at 55.
Yeah, now we're going
really,
lower.
It's just not going to be close at all. Yeah, I think Trump has really.
Oh, we're pulling
Trump
back
has really,
more.
Outperformed
All right, now
everyone's
we're chilling.
expectations. Cam Shaft wants me to shout out Peyton. Shout out Peyton.
Okay,
in
do we have a?
Chicago.
Oh, we did have a poll
Appreciate you
closing
guys,
at
fans of the
midnight.
channel. Harris
Poll
campaign released a
closing at
statement
midnight.
reaffirming their confidence in the blue wall. Mail-in ballots are
So
still
that
being
should be an
counted.
interesting.
Really, has the Harris campaign released a statement. I'll take a look at that.
Okay, the giveaway.
I really don't know
I'm going to
why
open the
Harris
giveaway again.
hasn't given up yet. To
Just
be
in
honest,
case
I
for
feel
those
like
that did
the
not get a
writing's on the
chance to
wall.
get
It
in,
couldn't be any clearer.
I'll keep it open here for a couple more minutes.
Her campaign is over.
I'll keep it open here a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't.
Okay,
if you could send the link to where
I want to see what happens here at the
personally, I haven't
580s.
seen anything. I haven't seen any posts from her over the last 5 hours. However, we are approaching 369,000 subscribers. We're now actually just 31 away from 400,000.
Hey,
so
Alpine in the house. Let's go.
Right now, all at once.
How we doing,
shoot up
Alpine?
to maybe 375. You know, we'll get to 400 hopefully. But again, thank
Man,
you so
I'm
much for your
thinking
support
about
throughout the night. Really appreciate it more than anything. But if we could all subscribe right now, see that number go up. You know, if we all did it, we get to 400 basically instantly. But we do actually have a poll closing in Hawaii. It is now 12 a.m. It's midnight on the East Coast. Obviously not midnight in Hawaii, but voting has just ended. We have just one final poll closing after this, and no surprises here, of course. Donald Trump is going to lose Hawaii. Sorry, don't know why I said it like that. But Kamala Harris will carry Hawaii, and it's 4 electoral votes. This is obviously one of the most expected calls of the night. Although it'll be interesting to see the margin because we've already seen Democrats crash and burn in New York and New Jersey. Kamala Harris is also doing poorly in Illinois. This is probably going to be one of the worst margins ever for a Democrat in the last few decades. And so New York, New Jersey, it's looking bad. Hawaii, I will be interested to see, because even though this is one of the top 5 most liberal states in the country, it generally has been shifting to the right every single election cycle. But we also have another projection to make here, actually. That is the one in Nebraska. Incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer is on track to win her re-election. She was one of the most vulnerable incumbents on the map for Republicans.
Man, I'm tempted here to check if we hold at the 570s here.
I mean, you know,
if we don't hold,
Osborne on a lot of issues,
this thing could pull back quite a bit more.
As an independent, he's run a good candidacy. You know, getting close to the incumbent senator, I think that's definitely something to be proud of. I think Republicans.
It's so tempting to go long right here.
They had to put in a lot of money there in the very end, but ultimately things have gone well for them. But Nebraska should not have been this close by any means. And so on our Senate map, we can give Republicans another seat. They are now at 51, and so it's official. Republicans have taken control of the U.S.
Hey,
Senate.
John, no problem. Thanks for tuning in. All right, guys, what was your largest trading day ever? With a funded account, I had a $12,000 day, I think, with.
And, well, that's it for
now.
I think
that's how much it was with Top Step.
In just a few hours. Montana is going to come very soon. Tim Sheehy is no
on
doubt
one day or one overnight trade, I believe. Okay, we have.
Map, we can see
we're right here at the 580s.
Of it has been filled in. Arizona, no updates there, but Pennsylvania, we're at 84%. I would feel pretty comfortable with making a call here sometime the next hour, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Wisconsin, Trump leads by 4 points. There's no doubt he's going to win.
All right, I might.
Chill says, can I get a shout out to my wife? Username.
I'm gonna take a stab here.
Purse. Shout out to your wife, to Turtles and Chill, and to China Purse, I guess. Hope that was what you wanted. But yeah, I mean, the Midwest is all swinging to the right. Minnesota, we probably will be able to call for Kamala
we
Harris
can do the duck race.
Even though this is an embarrassing margin for her.
All right, guys, let's do the duck race.
70%
Actually,
for Kamala Harris.
let's
looking at where the results were in 2020, you'll see a huge drop-off. This is in Tim Walz's home state. So Tim Walz is probably just going to have to hide now in Minnesota.
I'm going to mute. I'm going to mute. We need to mute so we can focus. All right. It's time to pick the names. It is time to pick the names. I'm trying to think, how do we want to do this duck race? All right, guys, I'm going to close the entries. I'm going to close the entries. Exclamation mark Nutty. If you want to get in, last chance, last chance. And we are going to close it. All right. Time to pick the names. I think we'll just do just a regular OG duck race. We are going to... Wait, why can I not pick the names? What am I missing? Oh. Here we go. Looks a little different. Okay. We're going to do 15. 15 names, fellas. We're going to do 15. Actually, we're going to do 15 names, and then we're going to do a Harris duck and a Trump duck as well. If Trump or Harris wins, basically, how do we want to do that? We'll figure that out, but we're going to add them as a duck just because. All right, first name. First name in the duck race is Snake Pro. Nice, nice. Snake Pro. Good luck, sir. And the next name is Nitro X. Nitro X. Congratulations and good luck. Here we go. Next name, Cinema. Cinema, nice. I think you were in the duck race prior. Neo. Hey, let's go, Neo. Neo, familiar name in the duck race. Chicken Dog. Chicken Dog is in the duck race. You guys have some great names. All right, here we go. Next name, AO44. Let's go. I remember you. And the next name, hey, look at that. Investors. Investors. Congratulations and good luck. I like seeing the OGs get in. Marco Polo. Good luck, sir. And the next name, Gene Jerwin. Gene Jerwin. Gene Jerwin, here we go. Next one is going to be Justin Turner. Justin Turner. And here we go. Next, now we have to eliminate a couple names here. Don't worry, you're still going to be in. Don't be freaking out. All right, next one is going to be Shredder. Shredder with an entry. Good luck, sir. Next name is Coach Captain Crunch. Okay, let's go, Coach Captain Crunch. You got in. You are in the race. All right, here we go. We have 3 more names to pick. And Kinja. Kinja is in the race. Nicely done. Good luck, sir. 2 more names to go. Dustin S. Dustin S. All right, here we go. Dustin S. And now we got the next name. The next name is going to be... Oh, wow. The market continuing to move lower here. Okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, last name, folks. This is the last name. Good luck, everyone. And the last name is Polar Boxing. Polar Boxing. All right, here we go. Now, here are the names. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to add names because it's election night. We're going to add a name for Donald Trump. And we're going to add one for Kamala Harris. All right? We're going to be equal opportunity. Now, I'm trying to think how we could do this. I might need to get out of my trade here. I don't like what I'm seeing. Hold on, hold up. Yeah, now this is going to drop through here. We might have to take an L here. take an L here on this trade. Whoa, what a rip lower. We got stopped out. Ouch. That was a big dump. Hang on, where is my screen? What is going on, folks? What is going on? Hang on, the duck race has got to wait. Something's going on.
Lucas Torres says, which states do you see shifting from blue to swing, if any? Cheers from Argentina.
I got
guess
stopped out with
just
some
based on the results
severe
tonight, New
slippage.
Hampshire is going to get more and more
I had my
competitive.
stop
Virginia,
here at the
which shifted
560s.
significantly to the left.
I think
from
I got
the end of the
stopped
Bush
out here
era
at the
to today.
540s.
It's also shifting back to the right. I mean, with Glenn Youngkin
What
elected as
in
governor
the world
in 2021,
was
of course, as
that?
a Republican, and
That
then
was
I see
crazy.
Minnesota. It's shifting more and more.
What is
to
going
the left,
on
to
here,
the
folks?
right. It's actually the state with the longest Democratic voting streak. It hasn't voted red since
That was
1972.
that was insane.
But it's not going to be a state that Democrats will hold on to much longer, especially considering the close call they had in 2016 and now again in 2024. New Mexico as well, Hispanic voters.
What
Democrats
was
are doing
that?
fairly poorly with them, and that's why
That came all the way down to the
pretty badly there
460s.
too. People want me to fix Maine on the map.
But I'm not seeing any
I'm not
news.
sure I know
What is going
exactly what
on?
you're referring to there.
Hang on.
Yeah, if somebody could tell me what they mean about fixing Maine.
I'm trying
on
to
the
see if
map.
there's some kind of news, or is this
Pretty
just
sure
a
I've
dump?
called it correctly. Maine is going to vote for the GOP. It's not going to go red, or it's not going to go. Sorry, it's going to vote for Democrats. It's not going to go red. Anthony says Harris is going to win all the swing states. Just watch and see.
I don't know. I don't see anything, guys. Do you see anything?
I don't know if you'll see that, but I guess you can always hope. You can always cling on to the 3.4% chance that Kamala Harris has of winning this election. I mean, those odds are always there for you, I guess. I mean, look at this graph. There's no coming back from this. Trump has a 92% chance of winning the popular vote.
I'm
Nobody really
debating
thought
about.
this was possible because you have to consider that.
Man,
at
I
this
can't
point in
believe
March,
how
we
much
saw Joe
slippage I
Biden
got on that
in the
trade.
race, and
That
of
was
course, he was
crazy.
leading. It was only a very short period of
I
time.
literally
where
got 20
Trump
points of
was ahead. This
slippage
was right before Joe Biden
on this
dropped out.
candle. That was
Paulie,
crazy.
Let me just check the
I
house.
guess that's what can happen
Republicans
when
at
you trade on election night.
56%,
That can
all right,
happen.
I guess. Or
But,
Democrats
man.
at 69. All right, I guess Democrats
No
are
news, but
doing
price has been in
surprisingly
a
well
large
in the
supply
House
area.
now.
I mean,
We'll have to
Quan Tower looked
see
like it was
about
frozen.
that.
I mean, it was just
check the
crazy.
map
Like
here.
that kind of
Democrats,
drop.
they've
It
won 8
was.
competitive districts.
The
Republicans,
duck race was the
they've won
news.
6, but so far still no flips from either side. So they've all held on to their seats. I mean,
Yeah,
Democrats,
least estimator. I mean,
doing
there's
okay with the
nothing
House.
that I
would say
see.
they're going to struggle in New York.
There's
Tom
nothing that I
Suozzi,
see.
If he pulls off a victory,
It's weird.
that would be good for Democrats.
Nothing that I see as far as news.
Laura Gillen, I think if she defeats Anthony Despacito,
Yeah, Steve Crew. I mean, that was
the
crazy.
Republicans will be in trouble there. But I do doubt that. I mean,
Yeah, that's
Lota
called
has
slippage,
been able to hold
Lizgard.
on
That's
in
what
the
we're
first
calling
district.
it today.
So yeah, I don't think the
That's
House
what
is
we're
looking
calling it
terrible.
these
Republicans are still
days.
favorites, so really nothing to worry about yet. We do have a lot of competitive races down in Southern California.
You exited your short
as
right
well.
before it,
Michelle
Slade?
Steele
Oh, no.
is
That
one
would
of
be
the
so
most vulnerable
frustrating.
Democratic
Hey, at least
incumbents,
you
or one of the
weren't
most
long.
Republican incumbents. So
Yeah, at
she's
least you
gonna
weren't
be in a
long
close
like I
race
was.
there, but really, I don't think there's too
Oh,
much to worry about
man.
at this point. It's still
Okay.
50-50. And of course,
Um,
coming into this,
Can we do the
almost
duck
everyone thought
race? I
that
feel like
Democrats
we
were
are
gonna win
back.
the
And
House.
we can do the duck
And
race.
in some part, they do kind of deserve to win back the House, just
All
because
right,
of the
here
mess
we
the
go.
Republicans have made
Let
of
me.
it with Kevin McCarthy and now Mike Johnson.
We had a little bit of a
They really need to
delay.
get their act together, especially those on the far right. Ethan says, do you believe there will be a concession tonight? News outlets saying final count to Rust Belt states won't be counted completely. I'm staying out with you regardless. I mean, I guess maybe Kamala Harris will want to get a night's sleep after the huge disappointment this has been.
Okay.
But she will know that she's lost. I mean, she knows
Hang
that
on,
she's
we
lost
need
right
to-
now. But in terms of getting the call, in terms of making the call to
Let's
Trump
mute
and
this.
doing the whole concession speech,
All right. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, hang on. Let's see. What was I gonna do? I forget what. Oh yeah, so man, those are a lot of ducks. Okay, so here's the plan. I didn't know you could shuffle the characters. Dude, that's kind of nice. All right, it's gonna be a 2-minute race. And we need to decide what we're going to do if Donald Trump or Kamala Harris wins. If they win, what are we going to do? Man, I'm seriously debating about jumping in short here. Now let's do the duck race. I'm not gonna jump in there. All right. If Donald Trump wins or Kamala Harris wins, everyone entered will get $50. How about that? All entries get $50. Okay? But they have to win. Kamala or Trump have to win. If they win, everyone in the duck race gets $50. If they don't win, we'll just do like normal. We'll do, let's see, what is normal nowadays? I'll do 50. We'll do 100. 150 to first, 100 to second, and 75 to third. Something like that. No, Alpine. No, Alpine. Didn't you hear? Patrick Whelan gave me $5,000. And this is still from that money, okay? So, I did not win the lottery. No, I did not. Oh, man. Okay, are we ready? So, you either want to place or you want Trump or Harris to win. For me, I don't want Trump or Harris to win. I'm not going to lie. I do not want them to win. Okay? What did I say again? We're going to do 150, 175. That's the deal. All right, boys. Duck race is about to start. Is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? Here we go. And they're off. Investors, you're in. You're in, investors. One of these is you right here. The duck up top. Okay, we got Justin Turner, the red duck, the famous red duck, taking the early lead, 1 minute and 40 seconds in, or 20 seconds in. Okay, we got Shredder, we got Justin Turner and Captain Crunch. Here comes Chicken Dog, taking the early lead. I'm trying to find Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Where are they? Oh, they're up the top. I do not want them to win. If they win, it's rigged. Okay, we got Justin Turner holding a good lead, and we are down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. And now here comes Marco Polio, AO44 trying to make a move. Cinema trying to make a move. We are neck and neck, a 4-way tie for first place right now, and we're under 1 minute to go. Here comes Neo. Neo is trying to make a push. Here comes Kinja and Chicken Dog. Chicken Dog making a push. And here comes Investors. Investors is picking up speed. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Oh no, here comes Kamala Harris. Oh, please don't do it to me. 35 seconds to go. AO44, Investors and Kamala Harris. Neck and neck. Investors, I need you to pull ahead, please. Come on. Kamala Harris is hanging in there. Here comes Dustin. Here comes Oh, and there goes Kamala Harris. She broke a leg. Rip. She broke a leg, and she will not be seen again. Here is AO44, Cinema, and Dustin S. now in the lead. Oh no, here comes Kamala Harris. She came back for more. Please, no, no. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way. No way. No. Huh. I don't accept the results. Recount. Recount. It's rigged. Recount. No way. No. There's no shot that just happened. Nuh-uh. I'm not accepting the results. I want to recount. That was BS, and you guys know it. That was not right. Oh my stars, how did that happen? That was so bad. All right. I don't know, man. That was wrong. What are the odds? Come on, man. Kamala Harris, of all things. Oh. Well, I just got top ticket. I did. Cody, we had a duck race. Cody's wondering what happened. Oh, man, I called it too early. I thought she broke a leg, but she didn't. She was just getting another breath of air, and she came out of nowhere. All right, get off my screen, Kamala. Get off my screen. Unbelievable. That's just wrong. How many names? There were 15 names. That was 15 names that we now. So I guess you guys all get what did we say? $5? Was it 5? We talked about having everyone gets $5. I'm just kidding. We said 50. I might have to check the bank, see if we can get a loan. Yeah. That's wrong, man. It's wrong. Of all things, it had to be Kamala. That ruins the night. At least she won something tonight. Rip. All right, boys. All right. I'll let's pony up. Oh, I can't believe that just happened. Oh, man. All right, here's my email, guys. Oh, I'm going to be sending out $50. PayPal might freeze my account tonight. All right, guys, if you were in the duck race, there's the email. You know what to do. You need to take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of your YouTube channel that shows your name. And then send me your email address for your PayPal account. All right? You can do those two things, and I'll get you $50. Very hard-earned $50, by the way. I feel like we should do a recount. I can't believe that happened. I was gloating way too early. I was gloating. I thought I was in the clear. We got to revisit that duck. I want to watch that again. I mean, she just fell off, and then she just came out of nowhere. I don't understand. How did she do it? We totally got bamboozled. Yeah, there she was. I'm watching the replay. Unbelievable. I mean, she had no business winning. It was rigged. It definitely rigged. Unbelievable. Cody thinks it's funny. Cody, you are silly. He's supposed to be sleeping. He's supposed to be sleeping. Hey, you're supposed to be sleeping, little shorty. I tell you what, we're in for a long night, folks. You're welcome, Captain Crunch. It was well earned. I woke him up. Actually, no, he wasn't even sleeping yet. All right, do we want to take a shot here on this trade? Man, I'm a little bit sad that we gave back all our profits on that slippage. Not all of it, but whoo. What a rip lower. That was... How big was this move lower? We went from the 565s to the 460s. We had a 100-point rip lower in about 10 seconds. I'm not even joking. If I'm trading the New York session, Eddie, I plan to, if I can get some sleep. All right, back to the election. What did we miss?
I feel like they should be called soon. Really don't know why the news media insists on taking so long with this kind of stuff. Thank you to Luke, I believe.
Georgia still hasn't been called.
You know, I appreciate
I don't
you
get
sticking
it.
with me throughout the night.
Pennsylvania is
How long
now
till we
at
find who
88% or 87% of the votes
I think
counted.
we already know who's won.
And
looking at the map,
I
it's pretty
mean,
clear who's won.
this is
But
looking like, I mean, it's going to be
in terms of an
Trump.
official projection from like CNN.
I don't understand
or
why they don't
Paul,
just get it over with.
It really just depends how fast the counting in the upper Midwest is. Pennsylvania,
We
Michigan,
got Michigan.
Wisconsin. If they can project Georgia and one or two of these races going to Trump tonight, I do think the Kamala Harris
And
will
now
make
we're
the
seeing
call.
a rip higher.
Her
Man, I
concession
should have
speech
gone.
might be
I
tonight,
should have
might be
jumped
tomorrow.
in on this.
But really, we're just
Oh,
waiting
well.
at this point. I think we'll be
Man.
streaming here hopefully until we get a
unfortunate.
winner. But we'll see. I do think we'll be here for quite a while. Especially as Trump is, you know, doing so well with all the new returns. Pennsylvania
Someone's
87,
blowing up my
I do
phone.
think it'll
What's
be
going
counted
on
pretty
here?
soon. Although people do believe that the mail-in ballots will be counted a little bit later because, of course, they are submitted. They can also arrive at the polling places after.
Oh, I know
polls
now.
have
My
closed,
phone
and
is
so
going
that's
off
gonna be
because
another
you
thing
guys
that
are all
drags
sending
this
me
process on.
your email for a $50.
Headshock says I've been here since you started as well. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate you guys. You know, for those of you,
You guys are
staying,
savages.
you know, with me.
I'm
Luke
just
Kutchin,
kidding.
Still here.
You
It's
guys are
awesome to
great.
see. A week ago, I saw
Whose idea
an
was
ABC
it?
News map that showed Harris
Whose
winning
idea was
peacefully
it to do
states. They cleared
$50?
immediately afterward. Would you
By
say
the
this
way,
map
whose
is just
idea
a
was
test?
that? Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's a test. I mean, they do.
My
tests
wife
all the
wants
time,
she might question my
in preparation for big
decision
things like
making
this.
from
So,
now
you know,
on.
what they do on the test doesn't really mean too much. I mean, obviously, the people at ABC
All right, we
want
need
Kamala Harris to win,
to
but you know, they have no idea of knowing the results before.
send out
Thank you, Matthew, for your
$50.
super chat. Thank you for your
$50
hard
to
work. I found
you.
your channel 5 days
Everybody
ago and
gets
moved. You got
$50. Okay, I
Google
have
analysis of
1,
early
2,
voting.
3,
Subscribe.
4,
Great work.
5, 6,
Would love if
7.
you did Canada
I've got 7
elections. Yeah,
emails.
that's definitely something I'm considering.
Which means I'm still
especially
missing
with one coming up. one
8
that I think a lot of
emails.
people in Canada have been
And I'm not
waiting
gonna,
for.
if you don't send me an
finally
email, I'm
get
not
rid of
gonna keep
Trudeau.
begging. If you don't send me an email, then you're just not getting
But
your
yeah,
$50.
we have another poll
so-
closing in just half an hour, so make sure you stick with us here. Some people are saying Pennsylvania is moving. Yeah, it's going to move away from Trump. Pennsylvania is going to get worse and worse for Trump over the next few hours, but Trump is going to come out on top. It's pretty clear at this point. He's going to win Pennsylvania, and that's really all he needs. We just need to wait for the call, really. Georgia's going to happen soon. Do you ever plan on expanding your channel further
let's
than
get
polls
this
and
over
news
with.
coverage? Yeah, that's definitely something I've considered. I think after this cycle, we'll try to add some more variety into what we put out, but you know, I think, you know, this year's been, you know, just incredible with all of your support. All right, we're about to hit 375,000. Thank you guys so much. Janimal20 says, are they going to count throughout the night? No. they will go to sleep. They're not going to have people there constantly in most of these states. And in Pennsylvania, for example, the reason why we're waiting is because we're
Pond
waiting for
Monster,
more mail-in
give me
ballots
my
that haven't
50
arrived
bucks.
yet. So it wouldn't be
Hey,
possible
Pond
for them to
Monster,
count
you
them,
need to send
which
me a
is one of the big issues right
screenshot.
now. Jared Runner face reveal.
Pond
if we
Monster,
hit
you know who you are.
400K. If we hit 500K, I would definitely do it. But I don't think I have things set up for a face reveal in the next few hours, to be honest. All right. Wisconsin, we have more votes from Wisconsin coming in though. 47 for Harris, 51.
It's gonna take me 2 hours to get all this done.
He's gonna win the majority here. It seems like. Gonna do a lot better than he did in 2016 or that Biden.
But I'll get it done. Don't you worry, guys. I'll get it done.
Trump plus
Don't you worry.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a really good
I'm
spot
a man of my
here.
word.
He's not losing. Wisconsin, Arizona 53, not too many updates there, but we are seeing the map start to fill in more and more, and it has basically gone almost exactly as expected. Trump at 287 was my final prediction. He might get to 312 now. I was just 2 states off, but I would say Wisconsin, Michigan, they're going to be decided by the thinnest of margins, and I did mention that, but, you know, I'm happy with how we did. I think if I had stuck with my earlier prediction before this, I would have been exactly correct. But, you know, it is what it is. With the Senate, though, I think definitely almost everyone has been surprised. Nobody thought that the GOP was going to flip Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but at this point, it seems like they are, which would give them 55 seats, which isn't even it's a huge majority. It's the largest majority that any party has won since 2008. Yeah, and so looking at the House races, we'll take another look at this. I think some people were worried that Republicans were going to lose it for a while earlier. We'll just, I mean, look, Trump is at 97, Harris at 3, continuing to go up. Yeah, 62% Republicans win the House now. So the odds did go down for a little bit. Democrats actually took the lead for a while, but now it does seem that once again, the GOP is going to hold on to the House of Representatives for another 2 years after they first won it back in 2022. 2022 was a disappointment for Republicans, but 2024 is going to be basically the exact opposite. Nevada is no hurry. Shout out to Drew Peacock. Really curious about the popular vote. And the popular vote right now is Trump at 63 million, Harris at 58, Trump at 51%, Harris at 47.5%. And so, you know, with a lot of you guys leaving the stream, you know, I know it's getting late, and I really appreciate you guys sticking with me here. But if we could get to 400,000 subscribers, there's still 120,000 of you guys here. If, you know, just 25,000 of you guys subscribed, I mean, that would mean the world to me. If each and every one of you guys would click that subscribe button, we could instantly get there. So if you guys could click that button right now, help us reach
just
that
bear with
goal.
me here, guys. We're
That
slowly,
would be amazing.
we're slowly getting all these sent out. Oh, man.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. We do have some updates from Michigan, though. Trump at 52, Kamala Harris at 46. A 6-point lead now for the former president. According to the New York Times' Needle, they currently have Trump on track to win the state by 2.3. No, they're doing pretty well. It's just the water bathroom break recommendation. Not much news going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to be taking a break in these next probably an hour or so. But I did take a break pretty recently, so I do think I'm fine right now. You know, there's nothing to worry about. But Michigan is looking incredibly strong for Trump. It's probably going to vote to the right of both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I don't think anyone really expected that. A lot of people said Trump would win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, but not Michigan, or just Pennsylvania and not the other two. But the fact that Pennsylvania goes first, I think is just a gut punch to Democrats who had always thought that Michigan was the one that was the most on their side. That clearly has proven to be untrue, as Pennsylvania is expected to now vote to the left of its two western neighbors. Wisconsin, though, we'll have to see there. But looking at just the New York Times here, I mean, Trump
Ah.
shows strength as swing states count votes.
We're getting there.
This is exactly what you'd want to see if you were a Republican. He's currently on track to win 302 electoral votes on average, with a 91% chance of winning. Sushi Armageddon says, let's treat the subscriber button like GameStop stock. I mean, yeah, I really appreciate that, guys, but you know, the support already has just been incredible. I mean, I couldn't really ask for any more from you guys. Georgia stopped counting at 95% and not calling it is very sus. I do expect a call tonight, but it isn't a little annoying just how long they're taking. I feel like it definitely doesn't need to be like this. Amit says, watch from India, loving the analysis. Great work. Cannot wait to see Jimmy Kimmel lose his shit on late night tomorrow. Yeah, I think the late night hosts are, I think secretly they'll be a little happy about it because they do benefit a lot from Trump making the news and the impressions they can do as a result of it. So, I mean, I don't think the late night hosts are going to be too bothered for themselves personally. Obviously, they would never say that. Eglass says, why is NBC saying Georgia is too close to call? It is close. It definitely should be called by now. I mean, there's less than 5% of the votes left, and Trump leads by 3 points. I mean, even if you gave Kamala Harris all the remaining votes, she still really wouldn't be able to win. So, I mean, it'll get called soon, but I guess it really just depends on the, you know, the site you're looking at. All right. See any other questions here? Please watch Georgia's closer. Trump lead falling. Low last time we were seeing 1.7% on AP site. Yeah, I mean, his lead is not going to expand from this point. It is going to go down, but the New York Times estimate is actually now Trump plus 2.5, so this is actually a lot better.
We're getting there, boys. We're getting there.
A few hours ago, a few minutes ago. So I don't think things are getting worse for Trump here. Definitely not as, you know, definitely he's going to win, and I feel like they should call it soon. But CNN has actually just called Georgia, so Georgia has been called.
CNN has just called Georgia.
Georgia,
Very
North Carolina,
interesting.
They have both been called, and so our map basically reflects what we're seeing from CNN right now and the major news networks, except they haven't called Minnesota, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Maine, or New Mexico for Kamala Harris yet. I don't know why they're so slow with the Harris calls, but besides those states that we've always known Democrats are going to win, they basically started to catch up now. We only have 6 states left, so make sure you stay tuned. In just 23 minutes, we're going to have our final poll closing of the night. This will basically, it'll be the end of us waiting for new numbers in terms of, you know, from new states. But, of course, we still have quite a bit of waiting to do. I mean, that's honestly what we're doing at this point. It's not about knowing who's going to win. We already know who's going to win. It's really just about trying to see that tonight, and I think that's very possible. You know, just given how well Trump is doing, if Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, if they were closer, if it looked like they weren't all going to go to Trump, I wouldn't expect anything tonight. But considering that he is on track to win every single one of them, I wouldn't be surprised if we did get an announcement. But in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, we have 89% of the votes in now. Trump's lead basically unchanged. The percentage of the votes counted, though, has gone up ever so slightly. He's down 51%. Kamala Harris at 48.1. Up in Maine, Kamala Harris at 52. New Hampshire, 51. I mean, look at how close New Hampshire is. This was a state Biden won by 7 points. Kamala Harris is only going to win, I believe, around 4 at this point. 3.0. Okay, I mean, that's a lot closer than we predicted here. But, I mean, I guess good for Trump. If you guys have any questions, make sure you just let me know in the chat. I'm happy to answer anything that, you know, that you guys are interested in wanting to see. I'm interested in showing you guys on the screen. I guess, you know, we can, again, look at the forecast here and just look at how wrong they were. I mean, on the final day, The Economist shifts the forecast in favor of Harris, when before this, Donald Trump was on track to win. So they're just going to be wrong as a result of this. Michigan, 67% Harris win. Wisconsin, 62. Pennsylvania, 54. I mean, that clearly hasn't turned out too well for them. And then 538, they on the last day also give Kamala Harris a 50% chance of winning. Before this, Kamala Harris was actually the underdog. So just on the last day, they ruined their prediction. And if you look at the forecast, Michigan, Kamala Harris, the clear, 61% there. Wisconsin, 59. Pennsylvania was 50-50. So I guess 538, maybe not as bad. But once again, we see that Real Clear Politics is a lot more accurate than all of them. And, just the way that they are more selective with their polls, I don't think it's surprising that their Battlegrounds map is going to be a lot more accurate than what we're seeing on 538, which lets any polls get on there. I mean, polls from Red Eagle and On Point Politics are making it on there. And I mean, just learning about how Red Eagle has been threatening the guy doing polling with him to threatening him to make the polls favor Trump artificially, or to just not release them if Trump is losing. I mean, I feel like that definitely, that kind of stuff shouldn't make it onto 538 or make it onto these poll aggregators if that's how the people conducting them are doing it. Tyree says, "Thank God we're not letting Obama back in office." Dubers Randall says, 5 hours strong with my teens. Shout out to Gabe, Isaac for sticking it out.
Okay,
Yeah,
guys, I think we're almost through.
It's
We're
pretty late now,
almost
but
through,
thank you
folks.
guys so much for sticking with me.
I
do see
think we
that
might have all of them
Georgia
done.
has been called.
There's a couple of you that I sent an email to.
How much longer for
Shredder?
Pennsylvania?
Shredder, are you still in the
or
chat?
Wisconsin. I mean, it won't. I think Pennsylvania has the biggest
Wait,
chance of
Harris
being called.
canceled her speech?
Michigan's gonna
Oh,
take a while.
interesting.
But I will say though that these news networks really are gonna want to be.
The wife has a PayPal account,
as
but she's
sure
asleep.
as they
Yeah, that's fine,
possibly
Coach
can.
Captain Crunch. That's
So
totally fine. Just
they're
send
gonna be
it.
cautious about it, and it's gonna be annoying.
Just let me know
how
on
they do
tomorrow's
it.
stream.
One Javon.
All right, I wanted to see.
Shout out to you. Thank you so much for
let's go
subscribing.
back.
Thank you,
Is
Bryce.
Georgia
for
finally
as well.
called here, or still not called?
Let's see here. Elijah, crazy regardless of who wants who to win. I've watched you gain 200,000 subscribers tonight. Congrats. Yeah, thank you so much, Elijah.
This
your
guy
support,
gained
everyone else's, it all
200,000
means so much to
subscribers
me.
in one night. That is unbelievable.
AP didn't call Georgia yet for some reason. Yeah, the Associated Press is always the last.
Okay, NBC now is projects Trump to win Georgia. Yeah, okay, they're coming
Tucker
around.
Walker says there's a video on X from Project
So
Veritas
Shredder,
of
are you
alleged
here?
ballot
I need
dumping.
your PayPal email.
I feel like
I'm
that
not
isn't really something we have to worry
the email
about
that you
here.
have
Trump is
included.
gonna win.
It doesn't
It's-
show
nothing
up
else is
as
gonna happen.
eligible for
J-Pen,
PayPal.
thank you for sticking with us. Love the work. I mean, yeah, of course.
Hey, AO44,
happy to
let's
do it.
go.
I've had a good
You're
night.
welcome. You're welcome, everyone.
I really enjoyed talking
Thanks for
to you
playing, by the
guys.
way. That was a pretty fun race. It was pretty funny.
Everything California will turn red in the future. Well,
Still
it used
can't
to
believe.
be a red state under Reagan, under Bush. Republicans have won there in the past, but I mean now, no, it is extremely unlikely that Republicans are going to win there anytime soon. But I will say that people in California, they are starting to get a little bit fed up with Democrats, with Kamala Harris. I mean, I can look at the polling. I can look at the numbers here for you guys. In California, Kamala Harris leads by 23 points. This is not good. We are definitely seeing a trend towards the right here. This is my home state, so I think it'll be interesting to look at these numbers here. Down in LA, Kamala Harris at 65%. Up in San Francisco, this is the most liberal region. I can definitely tell you that. But in San Francisco County, Kamala Harris at 80%. Not the best, I don't think. I think Joe Biden was at around 85 to 90. Santa Clara County, 70% to 27.
Why?
San Mateo, 75-22. So, I mean, California is not as blue as it was last time. Kamala Harris is leading by 23%. That's probably the margin she's going to win by. I don't expect it to be too different, 22. You can see there, but Joe Biden carried California by 29 points.
So,
and one of the big things is that California
what was
is
that?
literally Kamala Harris's home state. She is literally from California, and she's performing 7 points worse.
So they just
than
sent out
Joe
a guy
Biden's
from the
performance
Harris
4 years
campaign to give
ago.
a 2-minute
I mean, Kamala
speech.
Harris is not doing well.
Basically
in
tell people
California
to go
by any
home.
means. Her performance is going to be quite abysmal. We actually have Cedric Richmond speaking
Very
right now
interesting.
at Kamala Harris's HQ in
Hey,
Washington,
let's go,
DC. I believe
Detonator.
it's at Howard University. I
Gene,
think that's where it is.
It used to
But
be
he's the
business
Harris
account and
campaign
closed it. You
co-chair.
forgot.
He's coming out to speak right now, so
Okay, Gene. I was
he says
wondering
that
about
we
that,
will not
Gene,
be
because
hearing
I
from the vice
couldn't.
president,
It
but we will
didn't
be hearing
seem
from her
right. But did you
tomorrow.
get it?
She'll be back
Did it
here
go through then?
tomorrow to address not only the
Okay.
Howard family,
As long
but
as you
to
got it, I
address
guess.
our
We're
supporters,
good.
to address the nation. And I guess now he's just thanking us for being there. So, I mean, just the way he said it, it was a quick statement. Kamala Harris, it seems, is not going to speak tonight, but that doesn't mean that we can't call the race for Trump tonight. That is certainly something that we are able to do, especially in the next few hours. I think as more and more votes come in, I'll be able to at
Hey,
least
Marco
personally
Polo,
give you
you're
guys a
welcome.
pretty
You got it?
tentative,
Perfect.
projection.
Let's go, Gene.
Hattie Ollie says
Nice,
the AV
nice,
daddies will
nice.
appreciate your work.
All right, so
yeah, I'm
going
glad
back
you guys are
to
enjoying the content.
So the New York
yeah, I
Times still
appreciate it.
has not called Georgia.
Yeah, looking at the chat here, trying to keep up with everything.
But right now we have Trump at 230 votes.
You know, the people are still
230
actually at
to
Howard
210.
University waiting for Kamala Harris to speak.
How many
which is funny
points is
considering
Georgia?
that she's lost the election
Why does
already.
it not tell me that?
You know, normally you would expect a lot more people to actually leave, but I guess they're really sticking it out with her. Thank you, Grim, for the super chat. Mr. Seeds of Change, do you believe in the Constitution? I mean, yes, of course. I would say that I do. I guess you can be more specific about that. I'd be happy to answer your questions. And Jig Gregory, thank you for your accurate coverage. Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like being accurate here, being nonpartisan, is the most important thing. I mean, I wouldn't even say who I voted for. And to be honest, I didn't have too strong of an urge to vote for either one candidate. It was more of a sporadic decision on my part. But Wisconsin's now at 84%. Trump holds on to a 4-point lead. I mean, that's basically foolproof. Arizona, Trump leads by 0.8. He's going to win there. For the Senate, I do think, though, that the Senate races are not going to be called, especially in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These races are not going to be called until tomorrow, which is good because then it gives me time to make the projection slides for the Twitter.
Wow,
but,
market is continuing to
these
go
three
higher
states,
here.
They really are going to take a while. Now, while we're waiting, we still do have quite a bit to go over, though. I do have a Discord server here. They're doing all of these real-time projections. They're covering the election just like I am here. And so if you guys could join that, we're at 5,000 members. We'll try to overtake the Let's Talk Election server. They're at, I think, 7,000 members. So if you guys could all join my Discord server at discord.gg/elections, that would be incredible. I mean, here, I guess I can even I can show you guys the link here to discord.gg/elections to join my Discord server. You guys could do that.
Hey,
really
Kinji, you don't have PayPal? That's okay. Do you have
here. We're still gonna
what
look
do
at a
you
few
have,
more
Kinja?
things. Tonight, hopefully, we will be able to make a call for the election entirely.
What
even though
about
the
my
Harris
Fund of
campaign
Futures?
says the vice
What about
president
it?
will
I
not
mean,
speak
I
tonight.
like.
I mean,
I
really
haven't.
think
I've
that
never used my
she
Fund
should've
of Futures.
came out and
But
said something. I mean, I guess
I
it's up to
probably will
her.
at some
Obviously,
point.
This has probably
Just-
been the
yeah.
worst night of her entire life, so I guess I don't blame her that much.
Hey,
but
Pips Hunter,
really,
no problem. You're welcome.
she has
God
won a
bless
good
you as well.
campaign.
Thank
and
you.
I think just the way the Democrats have done things the last
Funny
few
business
years,
going on
it
in
shouldn't be
Georgia.
too surprising
Hey, did Georgia
that
just get
they've
called?
gotten what they've gotten.
What's going on? How does it?
All right.
Oh yeah,
also
so
gonna
they
now
did.
just
They called
Take
Georgia.
a look at the betting markets again.
They
see where we're
called
at,
Georgia
especially
finally.
with these other races. Trump at 97. Kamala Harris.
So
is
we are
now
officially at 246.
3%. She's at just 2.9. It says Georgia's been called. It seems like, yep, probably by the
Georgia
Associated Press
has
now,
been
so Georgia
called.
is officially red.
Wow.
Cookie says, what states Harris need to stay competitive? Well, Harris has to win every single remaining state if she wants to stay competitive. I don't even need to put these in the likely category anymore because they've just been fully called now. For Kamala Harris to win, she needs to win Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Well, I guess she doesn't need Nevada or Arizona, but she needs Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all three states where she's currently on track to lose. She's also on track to lose Arizona, and winning Arizona.
MFF
winning
direct
Nevada
accounts are not
isn't
good.
really gonna
If you
do too
make
much for her.
36K, they will pay you 12K and transfer
Fox called
8K to
Georgia, okay.
live. Yeah, one micro trader.
mean-
I was literally looking at that. You have
I would say
Zella,
Fox has been a little bit slower
Kinja.
than I
That'll work.
expected, considering how
Send me
fast
your
they were
Zella account,
to call
and I can
Arizona
send you
last
$50 that way. That's fine.
That was pretty. That got a lot of people upset. Sweet
Yeah, I was looking at the
Clifton
same thing. One micro
says,
trader, the 150K direct to
"Let's give
funded
this
or
beautiful man
whatever
400K
the
before the
milestone
end of this,
account.
and congrats on the
I
subs,
feel like
and
the
thank
only
you for
account that
being
makes
one of
sense
the only
is the
unbiased media I
50K
was able to
account.
follow during this election."
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so
But
much for that. And
yeah,
again,
I don't
we're
know.
approaching 4.5 million views on this stream. We still have over
Tradify, I'm
100,000
kind of
confirmed
looking at
viewers,
too.
and it's
I'm
1 in the
trying not
morning,
to
so
be.
make sure you
I
subscribe
try not to
right
have
now.
too many
If we all
pop
click that
firms that
button
I'm
together,
trading
if we all
because
click it, we'll get to 400K
it does kind of
instantly.
get
We're only
confusing.
22,000
and,
away, so if we could all do that right now, I would really appreciate that.
All right,
But,
we have
again, thank you guys
Pennsylvania
so much
now.
for your support
Pennsylvania
tonight.
now,
It's been incredible.
90% of the votes are in.
I hope we can get to
and
400,000. It wasn't
Trump
really
with
anything I considered
a
was even possible. But now
basically
that
a
we're here, I guess we will try to go for the
3.5
goal.
point lead.
Somebody said I had cancer surgery this morning, and I've been in recovery bed listening for the last 5 hours. Thank you to you and the VA. Well, yeah, I'm glad your surgery went well, and I wish you well with everything, and I'm glad that you've been able to tune into my coverage here tonight. Yeah, so at this point, Trump is really just one state away from the presidency.
Man, look at
It's
this
just
price
gonna
now.
be
It's come all the way
Pennsylvania.
back
He's
after.
gonna win Alaska, of course.
Man,
So we're
I'm
at
a
that
little
point
bit
where
frustrated on
the
that.
tipping point will be Pennsylvania.
Hey,
and we're
let's
right
go,
on the edge. We're
investors.
right
Love it.
about to
Are you
go
going to
over.
send
We haven't done
$50
that
to
yet,
Kamala?
but
Hey, you know what? Maybe we should.
it will be
Let's
very
do
soon.
it.
Yeah, thank you
Let's
guys so
do it.
much
Kamala Harris
for
campaign.
subscribing. Thank you to Psycho Chan, Emo Daddy. Thank you guys so much for your guys' support. Why do swing states take so long? I mean, it's just a lot of ballots to count, and the fact that there are a lot of mail-in
You know what?
ballots,
We
which
should do
makes
it.
things more difficult as well. Really, just
We
the whole
should
range of
do.
issues
We should send
with
Kamala
the voting
Harris
there.
$50 to her campaign, and I'll add a note.
Alan
Here.
Lichtman admitted
I'll
that Kamala
add-
Harris will lose
I'll
on
add a
stream.
note.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
And
I'm
I'll
interested
do
to see what he has to say about
$50.
that, considering that
I'm
nobody
definitely
has
not
been more
making it
confident about Kamala
monthly.
Harris than him. I mean, literally nobody
This would be
has come out
hilarious.
every single day
Let's do it.
to say that the vice president
Let's do it, folks.
is actually going
I
to
think
win.
that's a great idea.
Cam says, been watching you for 9 months, man. I appreciate you. Keep it up. Don't leave yet. I'll hang with you. Yeah, I'm going to try to be here for
Okay.
as long as I
I'm
possibly
retired.
can. The stream so far, we're about to approach the
No, I'm
7-hour mark.
So
So
hang
you guys
on.
have been here since the beginning. Thank you guys. If you guys have been here, if you guys are a little bit later,
Hang on,
appreciate
hang
you
on,
guys
hang
sticking
on.
with me too.
I need to do a. I'm gonna do a special message.
When do you think we'll get a call for Pennsylvania? I mean, I guess.
No, I'm gonna do
really
$50,
depends.
and
Okay,
I'm
but
gonna
we
tell
do
her
have
that
the New York
I'm just
Times
gonna
here.
have
The
a
first
note.
flip
This
on
is
the
for
map
winning the
for
duck
Trump.
race
It is
on
gonna be
Nutty Bar
Georgia.
Trading
The other
stream.
ones haven't happened yet, but as
She
of right now,
needs
we do
it.
have a
She
flip
needs a little
officially
lift me up,
registered on
okay?
the map for Donald Trump,
She
considering
needs it.
that he did lose Georgia in the last election. But with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we're at 92%. Trump still
Here's what I
leads
don't
by
want.
3
I don't want
points.
them to
The
have my
Needle gives him-
information and then to constantly be
well, the Good
spamming
Times
me.
Needle, is currently projecting.
don't want
if it'll
that.
actually load here. It's
Can I
projecting a
somehow-
2-point margin of victory for Trump. So with 92% of votes in, I think if we can get over 95 in the next hour or so, I do think Pennsylvania could be called, and that basically is going to be it, because Alaska might not be called until later on because voting just doesn't really get votes don't really get counted in there for a long time. But if Pennsylvania can be called tonight, I think we'll have an official winner, or at least we'll be like nearly 100% sure. Wisconsin too. If Trump could also win Wisconsin tonight,
Is it
where
not?
the
If
vote
it
count is
doesn't
going
let me
up,
do
I
a
think
special
we'll have
message, I'm not sending
projection.
it.
Michigan too. I mean, all three of these states, the numbers are continuing to go up. It is slow, but it is definitely happening, and it will happen sometime soon. Thank you, Thompson Reimer, for the super chat. Thanks for all your work. Been watching for the past few months. Top-notch quality. Cheers. Yep. Thank you so much for your support. John C., we're staying up with you till the end. Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to the end tonight. I mean, I'm watching CNN right now in the background, and all I'm seeing is just them talking at a table, probably about all the things that
I
wrong
can't do
for
it.
Democrats. 'Cause I feel like
The heck with
that
it.
is what they do every
I'm not gonna
single
do it
time.
if I can't actually
they do.
I don't want to be
sad way.
spammed, first of all, and second,
They really try hard not
if I
to
can't add a
offend the
message,
actual candidates,
then I
which
don't want to do it
I
either.
think it's pretty funny to watch. But
yeah, what a crazy bounce off VWAP that is.
Arizona.
I
Yeah,
wish we
Arizona's
would have
gonna
just
go
gone
red. There's
in.
no doubt about
I
it.
was
It's lean Republican right now, based on
too busy doing the duck
New York
race.
Times Needle. Trump is on track to win it by 4. I mean, I guess we can map out just how wrong the polls have been. They haven't been that wrong, but they definitely did overestimate Democrats once again.
No soup for you.
Arizona polls said Trump was
if
going
I
to win
can't
by
do a
2.8.
special
He's
message,
on track today
no
to
soup
win
for
by
you.
4. If we go to Georgia, polls said Trump would win by 1.3.
All right, this is
I believe
starting to
he's
give
on
me
track to win by
FOMO
around
that
2
I
to
just.
3. So
This
again,
is crazy.
Trump outperforming the average. North Carolina, Trump is
Crazy
by
rip
1. He's gonna
lower,
win by
and now
3.
we straight
And then
back
in
up.
the Midwest, Pennsylvania.
I should have known once there was no news, like when I couldn't find any news for this big rip lower. I should have known. I should have known.
And then Wisconsin polling said that
that was
would win by
the only thing that was
0.4.
doing is
Ultimately, she's gonna
liquidity
lose it by
and
around
just
1 to 2. So
getting people trapped short.
Wrong again. Nevada,
Literally.
we don't actually have numbers there yet, but I do expect Trump to be able to win the state by at least maybe 1 or 2 points.
See
it is a flip. It is a state that no Republican has won it since 2004. Nevada has never gone to Trump before, so this is going to be the addition to the map that he carried in 2016. He won all the other states. He's going to win this time, except for Nevada. So we do have some more votes, though, from Michigan. We've crossed into the 60s range. We're at 62%. Trump continues to lead by 6 points. He's on track to win the state by 2.2. Pennsylvania, 92. Wisconsin, 85. So not the biggest swing there, but, you know, we are seeing a change. Isimo, Nevada starting to count for the next election.
Oh, you guys, I'm on the wrong screen.
Yeah, I mean, we do actually have results there, though. 5% of votes in Nevada, 71% Republican.
Hey, take care, at least estimator. Take care.
For Kamala Harris. This is from
if I trade with a
counties
copy trader
up north where Reno is located.
Yes,
this is
I use
where Lake
Replicanto.
Tahoe is. And then down south, Clark County, we do
All
have
right,
votes there, but that is the big county. That's
trying
where
to think
Las
what I want to
Vegas
do.
is.
It's 1 o'clock.
So really, that's when that matters. But
it is 1
early-
o'clock in the
early vote
morning.
Numbers so
and
far that come out of Nevada are good.
I'm pretty disappointed with this account.
Nothing's really changed here. Trump is going to win.
I guess
Nevada,
green is green, right?
Unless we just totally miss something about the state and
It
somehow,
is.
even though
I'm trying to
all the
think
other
if I want to
toss-ups
put in
are
an
gonna go to
overnight
Trump,
trade.
Nevada just
I might
doesn't.
do
I
it.
think that's unlikely, but what do I think Nevada hasn't
But
started yet?
I kind of missed out here at
It
the
just
bottom.
never is on time. I mean, they'll have different election laws about when they can start to count. So, I mean, in every state, basically, you can't start reporting results until voting in that precinct ended. Otherwise, you know, then
So
you would
I
have
think I'm going to call
possibility
it
where
here,
people would
folks.
just go out
And I had a
vote
great
because
time.
they're seeing their
This is
candidate
a
do
lot of
poorly.
fun.
So
I think
that's
it's
why
official. We can
results can't really change. A lot of times
officially
they can't even
declare
be
Trump as
counted,
president.
until polls close.
I don't think
So
that's
one
a
of the main reasons why
reach
Nevada
or
is so
inaccurate.
slow. Kate says, "Thanks for
thank you,
updating us
Kinja.
all on the
Thank you,
election. Will
Kinja. I
cover
will
other
get.
countries'
I will
elections
send
in
that
the future?
before
Do you think
I
Trump will win the
before I go to
300
bed
to
yet.
330?
And then we'll be back. I'll be able to get a nice nap in.
Yeah, I would say right now.
And we will be back in the
that
morning for the
Trump
New
is gonna
York
do
session
slightly
at
better than I
9:30.
expected. I gave
So,
the former president 287
Again, thanks everyone for tuning in.
votes. I gave Kamala
Appreciate
Harris
it.
251.
I had a lot of fun.
I
The
would
duck
say
race was
Trump can
insane. Definitely
to
rigged.
around 312.
But it
312
was
is the
still
ceiling.
fun.
He's not
So
going above 312
hopefully you
because
guys
to go above
enjoyed it
312,
as
you would
well.
need to win
We'll be
Minnesota,
back
New
for the New
Hampshire,
York
Virginia, or
session.
New Mexico. That
Everybody
simply
go to
isn't gonna
bed
happen.
now.
But with the
Good
states
night
that, you know,
and
he's gonna
God
win from the
bless.
battlegrounds, he can definitely get